the daily life of a secret agent in American TV series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526 Rescue Live. Mike, remember this, you owe me one. Ron casually cut the throat of the terrorist who had just broken into the office where he was hiding and searching, and cursed secretly. Originally, these should have been Mike's job, but because Mike was on vacation with his family in Southeast Asia when the incident happened, the desperate Anonymous could only find him to save the situation temporarily. Ron, how is your side? Anonymous asked in the headset. Not very good, just killed one. This group of people are surprisingly good, Ron said unhappily. Is there any latest intelligence outside? What do they want? They want us to recall the 7th Fleet and all the troops stationed in South Korea, so it's a patriot. Then agreed to him. Anyway, it should be the Koreans' own place, Ron teased. Impossible. Giving up South Korea is equivalent to giving up the interests of the United States in Asia. This is not something you, an agent, should be responsible for. You only have one mission now, which is to rescue the president. Upon hearing this, Anonymous immediately changed to a scolding tone. Ron shrugged indifferently and did not refute. He knew that this was actually the protection of Anonymous. There must be other people around Anonymous. Listen, you have to move faster. A set of cyber's codes has been activated. The interim president is preparing to send people to attack. I think you should understand what this means. What does it mean? Of course, it means that they are going to kill the current president so that Charlie, the madman, can take over. But this is not the most troublesome thing now. The most troublesome thing is the cyber's code, which is the highest military secret of the United States. There are 3 sets in total. Once a nuclear weapon is accidentally launched, its self-destruction program can be controlled through the code to avoid accidental damage. Well, you've already told me 2 pieces of bad news, can't you tell me 1 piece of good news to boost things? No, I have even worse news. The interim president intends to take over your command? Wait, let's talk about the bad news later. I'm in trouble now. The anonymous person was still talking in the headset, but Ron heard footsteps coming from the corridor. The Alliance twisted an ornament on the table hard, and the originally smooth and clean wall suddenly sank inward, revealing a hidden door. Ron leaned back and disappeared in the door, and the wall returned to its original state. This secret room was specially built by the famous President Kennedy in order to have an affair with the popular actress Marilyn Monroe at the time, and now it just happened to be Ron's hiding place. Damn it, I just heard a sound here. Did you hear it wrong? I told you a long time ago not to look for women before important operations. Look at you, you are starting to have hallucinations. Haha, the terrorists outside did not speak Korean, but authentic American English, which undoubtedly made Ron more certain of the mastermind behind this farce. This operation, like the last one in London, was controlled by an invisible hand. But what does this have to do with Ron? He just needs to kill these people. Ron raised the muzzle of the gun and pulled the bolt. What's the sound? The terrorist outside who first discovered the abnormality here said alertly. I told you, it's your hallucination. Bang, bang, bang. Ron pulled the trigger. And the bullets penetrated a thin wooden board and shot into the bodies of the terrorists. They had almost no time to dodge before they were shot into sieves by Ron. A bunch of garbage. Ron came out of the secret room and shot each of the terrorists who were not yet dead in the head. You just said that the interim president wants to command me, right? Yes, but there is no need now. He has sent special forces to prepare for a surprise attack from the top of the White House. When his commando successfully rescues the president, it will be time for me to leave the NSA, Anonymous said somewhat dejectedly. That's not necessarily true. Who said his people can definitely rescue the president? They are originally in the same group. Now it's just a farce performed according to the script. Can there be any accidents, otherwise? Do you think those terrorists will let those big men in the Pentagon kill them all after they are used? Ron's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. It can only be said that those generals have been sitting in the office for too long, and they have even forgotten that survival is the instinct of all living things. Anonymous eyes lit up. What do you want to do, anyway? His unauthorized actions just now have left a very bad impression on the new president. He doesn't mind doing it a little more excessively, preferably to the point of rescuing the old president, so that the position under his butt may not need to be replaced. When I came in just now, I brought a law enforcement recorder with me. Now you connect it to this machine. How about we do a live broadcast of the rescue? This is CBS American National Television. As you can see, our most elite special forces in the United States have taken off in helicopters under the orders of the interim president. They will kill the terrorists who attacked the White House as quickly as possible and rescue our president. This is Fox, this is ABC, this is NBC. All TV stations were reporting on the helicopter formation that had just taken off. The president had not been rescued yet, but the joy of victory seemed to have spread to all TV media. Everyone, check your weapons. The commander's order was transmitted to the TV media synchronously, and then heard by everyone watching TV. Everyone was refreshed, and the commander obviously understood this. Commando, get ready. After today, we will become heroes of the whole United States. Wait, sir, we seem to be locked by radar. On the driver's screen, the locked alarm lit up. The commander looked down and found that at some point, a black object finally rose on the top of the White House, and it looked exactly like the 9-headed bird anti-aircraft gun currently in service in the U.S. military. Sure enough, they were too happy too early. Everything was just as Ron said. The terrorists did not choose to sit and wait for death. They didn't know how to transport the anti-aircraft gun into the White House. Now, it has become the biggest threat to this helicopter formation. Damn it, the commander cursed inwardly and quickly pulled the intercom. Report to headquarters, the terrorists have anti-aircraft guns. They are our 9-headed bird. Request to retreat. Request to retreat. No, we can't wait any longer. I order an immediate attack now. The Minister of Defense gave a very tough order, and the staff behind him opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Chapter 527 Lone Hero, Ron. Unlike the loser who became the Secretary of Defense by relying on his father and sleeping with a widow, the staff officer had really been to the battlefield and knew how dangerous it was for a helicopter to be targeted by an anti-aircraft gun. But so what? Anyway, it was the soldiers who died. If he said too much now, he might be accused of disrupting command later. No one noticed that on the YouTube platform, a first-person perspective live broadcast room called Save the President was suddenly pushed to the front page of the website. Damn it. Stop them. They have a 9-headed bird anti-aircraft gun, Ron shouted into the microphone in a pretentious manner, with more emotion than Captain America shouting at the Winter Soldier. However, it was too late. The light of the tracer bullet pierced the night sky and tore the first helicopter into 2 pieces. The soldiers in the helicopter fell out of the cabin before the plane landed. Some unlucky guys just fell out of the cabin and happened to touch the helicopter rotor that had turned over. They didn't even have time to scream before they were mashed into meat paste by the helicopter rotor. The TV station didn't even have time to blur this picture. The bloody scene frightened Sheldon so much that he covered his eyes. I want to complain to the TV station's rating system. Can such things be broadcast casually on TV? Maybe the TV station didn't expect that the terrorists actually had anti-aircraft guns. What should we do now? Leonard said worriedly. I'm starting to worry about our president now. If Ron were here, at least he could give us a professional explanation. I'm confused by the military's actions now. By the way, Sheldon, where's Ron? Who knows, maybe in some woman's house, Sheldon said indifferently. Wait. I think I found Ron. He's here. Howard, who had been watching the news on the computer next to him, suddenly shouted, he's in the White House. He's rescuing the president alone. Howard's voice attracted the other 3 Atticus. On the YouTube live broadcast screen, from a first-person perspective, a pair of hands were firing forward with rifles frantically. A round of shooting directly knocked down the 2 enemies in front. Then the owner of the gun took out 2 more grenades and threw them hard. Each grenade hit the wall and bounced into the corner of the corridor. The second grenade followed the same trajectory of the gun and exploded exactly 1 second after the first grenade exploded. The owner of the perspective who threw the 2 grenades seemed to have calculated it well. After the first explosion, he immediately ran forward with a rifle in his arms. When the second explosion happened, he just ran a little behind the corner. The flames of the explosion sprayed out from the corner, almost burning the camera, and the soldier behind the camera seemed to be fearless. Without waiting for the flames to recede, he flashed out from the corner and continued to shoot at the terrorists lying on the ground in front of him. The realism of the picture is like playing a first-person shooter game, giving people a pleasure as if they are shooting others. Oh my god, this is too real, isn't it? Is this a new game? I must buy a copy when it comes out." While Sheldon was still sighing at the reality of the game, Leonard noticed something was wrong. "Wait, didn't you say you found Ron? Where is Ron? Didn't you hear me? It was Ron who shot. He is now alone in the White House, fighting to save the president. He is just like a lone hero," Howard said in an admiring tone. "Oh my God, if it weren't for the commandos that the interim president just sent to hold back, the president might have been saved by him by now." Howard's words also represent the voices of other Americans at this moment. Probably out of disappointment with the regular Army's actions, with the rapid spread of social networks, the number of people online in Ron's live broadcast room to save the president has exceeded 10 million, and is still increasing. You know, the United States has a total population of more than 300 million, which means that now 1 out of every 30 Americans is watching Ron's rescue live broadcast. At this moment, Ron is a well-deserved American hero. What? Ron is rescuing the president? Oh my God. This is too awesome. Leonard looked at the live broadcast and couldn't help but utter a series of praises. Of course, Ron in the video deserved his praise. At the last intersection of the elevator, Ron was cautious. Before the terrorist showed his head, he casually stripped off his clothes and threw them out. Sure enough, a series of bullets from the assault rifle instantly shredded the clothes intrusive. In addition, 2 grenades were thrown over. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ron quickly picked up 2 corpses as shields and got under the corpses himself. Boom! 2 grenades exploded at the same time, and the fragments penetrated the body and cut a huge wound on his waist. Blood was flowing. Ron lowered his head, and the camera just captured the picture of his hand covering the wound and spreading it, with blood all over his hand. "Fortunately, I'm not dead yet. I can still fight. Come on. Bastards. I can still fight all day," Ron shouted with the classic lines of Captain America, and resolutely handed the muzzle out of the corner and fired. For a time, the audience all over the United States was moved by this scene. However, in fact, Ron was wearing 2 layers of bulletproof vests under his clothes. The fragments only scratched the blood bag hidden under his clothes. Ron himself was fine. Acting in front of the camera, this is a great opportunity to gain political capital. In fact, in the comment area of the live broadcast room, people have already scolded the Ministry of Defense that just sent a commando. Countless people suggested why Ron was not allowed to sit in that position. Some Texans regarded themselves as Ron's fellow countrymen and began to boast about the tradition of Texas's abundant martial arts. If a public opinion survey is conducted now, Ron will definitely become a strong candidate for the governor of Texas. Bang, bang, bang. The terrorists on the other side of the corner obviously did not expect Ron to counterattack so quickly. The 2 terrorists who were not prepared and wanted to run out to take advantage were immediately knocked down. Ron did not stop and continued to fire while running wildly. When he was about to reach the bunker where the last terrorist was hiding, he had run out of bullets. The bullets were fired and the bolt made a crisp sound. The terrorist hiding behind the last bunker was waiting for this opportunity. When he jumped out of the bunker with a grin, there was strangely no one in front of him. Where are the people? Before he could think about this question clearly, he felt a chill in his crotch. And then a sharp pain spread throughout his body. It turned out that when he was about to rush to the bunker, Ron's spirit moved, knelt down directly, and slid over with his knees, and the remaining terrorist just jumped out from inside. The gap formed by squatting and jumping made Ron pass the dagger out very easily. Before the terrorist's scream could turn into a female voice, Ron decisively cut his throat. Did Ron cut something off his body just now? Sheldon rubbed his eyes and asked in confusion. Maybe a finger or something else? Never mind, keep watching, Ron urged. This live broadcast was much more exciting than American blockbusters. Chapter 528 Hero. Ron seems to be injured, Sheldon, who was standing behind him, said faintly. He only knew that Ron's job was dangerous before, but how dangerous it was. Sheldon had no idea what the job of an agent was. In his eyes, it might be similar to the shooting game he played. Holding a gun and shooting at the enemy without any technical skills on the battlefield is no different from a butcher. The live broadcast now made Sheldon realize for the first time that Ron is not like a set of data in the game. If he is injured, he will recover by taking a blood pack. If he dies, the worst that can happen is to start a new game. He is a flesh and blood person. If he is shot, he will bleed. Taking blood medicine will not make him better immediately, especially since he only has 1 life. If he dies, he cannot start over like in the game. If Ron dies, he will never have a brother. Is there? Let me see. Howard replayed the video a little bit. Oh my god, so much blood. It must hurt, right? Sheldon? Sheldon, where are you going? I don't want to watch it anymore. I'm going to sleep. Sheldon left everyone and went back to the bedroom alone, leaving his friends looking at each other in bewilderment. What no one knew was that Sheldon did not sleep after returning to the bedroom, but knelt on one knee on the ground. God, although I have always denied you, my mother knows you very well. You must know her. Please, bless Ron to come back safely. Sheldon's eyes were shining with tears as he prayed. And what was Ron doing at this time? After cleaning up under the elevator, Ron picked up a rocket launcher that he had thrown to the ground in advance when the camera was not paying attention, and resolutely pressed the elevator button. Squeak! The elevator began to rise, and the hearts of the audience in the live broadcast room also rose to their throats. Will he be okay? This guy is so manly. If he comes back alive, I will definitely sleep with him. Get lost, bitch. He's mine. In the comment section, the female fans who were attracted by Ron's accidental appearance quarreled over the right to sleep with him. In this round, Ron won no matter what. Of course, Anonymous also won. At least, his and Ron's unauthorized and efficient actions formed a sharp contrast with the incompetent command of the military. For a free America. For the comrades of the commando team. Go to hell, Ron yelled and pulled the trigger of the anti-aircraft gun. The rocket arrived in an instant. Boom! The huge airflow of the explosion not only overturned all the terrorists around the anti-aircraft gun, but also blew Ron himself off the elevator. After all, the anti-aircraft gun was less than 10 meters away from him. It would be strange if he was not affected by the rocket launcher at this distance. Ron fell heavily to the ground on the first floor. Everyone's heart was in a knot. Is this man who is like a god of war dead? Ahem, the camera shook, and Ron coughed twice and stood up again. Yet, all the people watching the live broadcast couldn't help but cheer. Just after the helicopter the commandos were riding on was wiped out, Ron had become the last hope for rescuing the president. Ron, are you okay? In the headset, the anonymous person was replaced by another unfamiliar voice. Anyway, I didn't fall to death, and I can still move. Who are you? Ron moved his arms twice and felt that there was no big problem. I am the Secretary of Defense. Now I order you to retreat immediately. Otherwise, we will sacrifice more hostages, the Secretary of Defense said righteously, not noticing the crazy gestures his assistant gave him. Due to the arrogance of his noble birth, he didn't take the online video live broadcast seriously at all, and had no idea how exaggerated the American people's admiration for Ron was now. Take a break, bastard. I won't listen to you, you little piece of trash. If it weren't for your useless command, the brothers of the commando team wouldn't have died just now. Ron's tough retort made the defense minister's face suddenly become very ugly. If there weren't a lot of other bureaucrats watching around, he was ready to swear at Ron. General, please pay attention, I am in command now. If there weren't more important things to do now, I can immediately dismiss you. Charlie understood the assistant's gestures and quickly took the microphone to make amends. I don't want this brat to mess it up. Shut up right now. Charlie saw that the defense minister kept talking, and quickly slammed the table to interrupt. I am now the acting president of the United States of America. Although everyone present had a stronger background than Charlie, the interim president, there was no way. This person was too stupid, and if he was not interrupted immediately, he would definitely not be able to get away with it. Mr. Cooper, are you still there? Of course. Do you have any new plans? Ron said respectfully. In front of the live broadcast, no matter how unhappy he was with this crazy president, he still had to give him face. I plan to order the withdrawal of the 7th Fleet and the troops stationed in South Korea, and then give them helicopters. Mr. President, you can't do what they say. You can't compromise with terrorists. I know them. Let me kill them. Ron absolutely couldn't let them do this. Terrorists have never been in the habit of keeping their promises. Moreover, this is a group of terrorists who came with hatred for the United States. When they came, they had already put life and death aside, and put causing heavy damage to the United States first. And now there is nothing more harmful to the United States than this crazy interim president identifying himself as the official president. Charlie said righteously, we first consider the safety of the President of the United States. Mr. Cooper, I'm talking about the safety of all American people. Ron weighed every word and said cautiously, I know you are the acting president now, but I am your only hope. Okay, Ron, I'll give you another 30 minutes. Charlie thought about it and had to make concessions under the live camera, but secretly made a gesture to his assistant, and the temporary command center began to negotiate with the terrorists again. Anyway, there were no reporters and cameras in the temporary command center, so he could do whatever he wanted. On the other side, the terrorists who got the promise from the temporary president immediately started to act. No one really wanted to die, even those who were prepared for death. They had already made plans for retreat. The terrorists took out the hoods and black smocks that they had prepared long ago and put them on every hostage, including the President of the United States. From now on, I will kill anyone who dares to move. Be honest, the terrorists casually slapped the president in the face who was about to resist. And the president immediately calmed down. A group of American senior officials were about to change their clothes and line up in a column under the arrangement of the terrorists, handcuffed together, and follow the rhythm of the terrorists, walking out of the elevator little by little and heading outside the White House. On the grass outside the White House, the helicopter that the interim president promised to give to the terrorists had already been in place. The American pilot in charge of flying the aircraft withdrew from the range according to the order. As long as the terrorists boarded the helicopter, they could hijack the president to another place. Damn it. These guys are really smart. Ron, who was hiding on the stairs of the White House and aiming at the terrorists with a scope, couldn't help but curse inwardly. Ron, can you tell the difference between the terrorists and the president? How is it possible? They are covered tightly. What should we do now? Can we just let them go like this? Anonymous asked unwillingly. Today, the series of actions he and Ron had taken had successfully made Charlie Manning and his gang lose face. The midterm elections might also raise Charlie's approval rating by several percentage points, but if the president could not be brought down, everything would be in vain. Of course we can't just let them go. Now it seems there is only one way, Ron said as he gently put the rifle aside, took out the mask and goggles from his backpack and put them on, and then took out a few small balls from the bag. Anonymous had a vague feeling that something was wrong. What are you going to do? Ron. I warn you, no matter what, you must not hurt the president. Don't worry, it's just a minor injury. Ron smiled a little, but she restrained it well, without making a sound in the microphone. I promise that at most, Mr. President only needs to go to the ophthalmologist to wash his eyes or go to the respiratory doctor to clean his trachea and lungs. There will be no other problems. It would have been better if Ron didn't explain. Once he explained, Anonymous felt even more unsure, but there was no way. Now Ron's arrow was on the string and had to be shot. He could only make a cross on his chest in vain. May God bless America, God bless America. As soon as Anonymous finished speaking, Ron had already taken action behind the camera. Without waiting for the terrorists to leave the White House gate, Ron pulled out the safety and threw 6 small balls out at the fastest speed, 2 at the door, and the other 4 around the column. Be careful of the grenades. In the column with hoods, someone shouted, and the whole team, whether hostages or terrorists, were brought together to lie on the ground. However, the explosion did not occur as the terrorists expected. The small ball thrown by Ron exploded in the air with a puff sound before it landed. The pink powder quickly filled the entire hall with the explosion. The people wearing hoods below covered their eyes and coughed violently. Ron took this opportunity to pull out his dagger, jumped down from the 2nd floor, and quickly rushed to the front of the column. The small ball Ron just threw was a pepper bomb he asked Howard to make. In addition to a small detonator, it was mixed with quicklime, chili powder and pepper powder in a ratio of 1:1:1. Within the coverage of this powder, no matter whether it is the eyes, nose or mouth, as long as a little powder is touched, it will cause tears, coughing, and sneezing, and instantly lose all resistance. It's not you. Ron pulled off one person's hood and found 4 unfamiliar Asian faces. Without saying a word, he wiped his neck with a dagger, and then quickly pulled off another person's hood. It's not you either. This time, the person under the hood was an unknown white woman. Ron simply cut off the handcuffs with a knife, pulled the collar and threw her to the door. If you want to live, run out quickly. There are people outside to help. He succeeded. The people in the live broadcast room began to cheer. They only saw Ron rescue one American politician after another, but did not notice that the real key person never showed up. Quick! Let the commandos rush into the White House immediately. Seeing this, the interim president hurriedly ordered the troops to act, intending to share the credit for rescuing the president. The special forces surrounding the door of the White House received the order, formed a tactical formation and immediately rushed into the White House. Everyone knew that the president was still inside, and everyone wanted to be the hero who rescued the president. But no one noticed that in an inconspicuous corner at the door of the White House, two men wearing the same clothes as the commandos were sneaking in Ron's blind spot. When the commandos entered the White House, one of them suddenly fired a string of bullets into the air. While the crowd was in chaos and looking for cover, the two men immediately mixed in with the commandos. In order to keep their identities secret, the commandos all wore masks. When two people suddenly mixed in, no one noticed. Just as the terrorists under the masks showed their smug faces and were about to drive the real president next to them to rob the helicopter, Ron, who had been in a daze, suddenly reacted. "Everyone, don't move. The terrorists and the president are between us," Ron yelled, and everyone stopped and looked at Ron, not knowing what he was talking about. In order to continue hiding in the crowd, the terrorist leader also pulled the president to stop, and at the same time did not forget to poke him in the waist with a dagger. The sharp tip of the knife instantly pierced the president's skin, and blood flowed out of the wound little by little, but the president did not dare to say a word, because the terrorists had long warned him that if he made a sound, his life would be ended immediately. A group of soldiers were nailed to the spot by Ron's roar, like playing 123 wooden men, and looked at Ron in confusion. Ron's palms were already full of sweat due to nervousness. Now he only had one chance. He had to think of a way to tell who the terrorists were among these people. There was no room for error, because if he made a mistake, the terrorists would kill the president immediately. "What's going on, Ron?" Anonymous asked loudly in the headset. "This guy is much more cunning than expected. He has already prepared clothes to blend in with us," Ron explained loudly to Anonymous and the soldiers in front of him. Suddenly, he had an idea and shouted to the soldiers in front of him, "Do you like to listen to music?" Of course, although they didn't know why Ron suddenly asked this question, the soldiers still answered readily. "Then everyone sing with me this hit that I scold Michelle Pfeiffer." Ron suddenly sang the popular song Uptown FXXK on the Billboard chart. Just halfway through the song, all the soldiers had already smiled. I get it. They already understood what Ron was playing. Just when the terrorists relaxed their vigilance, Ron, who was singing the chorus Uptown FXXKU up, suddenly stopped talking. All the American soldiers climbed down together, leaving only the terrorist and the president standing alone in the crowd. Ron quickly drew his gun. Bang! The terrorist fell down with a look of disbelief. He never figured out what was going on until his death. Chapter 529 Hospital Ambiguity. Uptown FXXK is a single released by Martian Brother in 2014. It has been on the Billboard charts for a long time. In the United States, it can be said that everyone knows it. Even those who don't like his music will at least have some impression of it, but it is not necessarily the case for an extremist terrorist who hates the United States to the extreme. Ron deliberately chose this song as a code word because the pronunciation of Uptown in the chorus sounds like UPDOWN, which is an American version of a homophonic pun. Therefore, when Americans heard Ron singing, they immediately lay down in glee when Ron sang the chorus, leaving only the terrorist and the president standing alone. The current president is a black man, standing in sharp contrast with the yellow terrorist, so there is almost no possibility that Ron fired the wrong shot. "How are you? Feeling better, asshole?" Hobbs asked Ron lying on the bed indignantly. When Ron fired his last shot yesterday, the terrorist actually shot Ron at the last moment. Ron's bullet hit the terrorist's head and the terrorist died on the spot, while the terrorist shot Ron in the abdomen. Although the bullet was blocked by the bulletproof vest, the huge impact still hit Ron and he fell backwards. This shot happened to be captured by the reporter who rushed in without fear of death. As a result, the news that the lone hero Ron died together with the terrorists was all over the United States. Before Ron could stand up and say that he was fine, he was rushed by the soldiers around him and sent into the hospital. Ron, who was lying on the stretcher, suddenly had an idea and pretended to be injured to maximize the marketing of the tragic hero. "Come on, what's the big deal about that little injury?" Ron rolled his eyes unhappily. "If you didn't come to see me, you might be better now." "Haha, that's not necessarily true. If there are more injuries like the one I just came in, you might be a little weaker when you come out of the hospital," Hobbs sneered. "What are you talking about? I don't seem to understand you." Ron pretended to be confused. "I'm talking about a female nurse who just left your ward, and I met her at the door. Don't tell me that the stuff at the corner of her mouth was milk, damn it. Sooner or later, you will die at the hands of a woman." Hobbs' tone sounded angry, but the more he spoke, The more Ron could hear a hint of lemon sourness. "Thank you for your concern, but why do I hear a sense of envy in your tone? Only a ghost would envy you," Hobbs shouted with a red face, but Ron didn't say anything, just stared at him quietly. After a while, Hobbs gave up. "Okay, I'm really envious. I didn't expect that you could easily pick up a nurse when you were hospitalized. I didn't get one when I was hospitalized before." "She's not a nurse, just a friend of mine. She thought I might like the nurse uniform." Ron recalled Hope's madness just now. The more he looked at Hobbs, the more annoying he felt. "I guess you didn't come to the hospital just to gossip about my hospital life. In that case, you might as well go home and download a couple of movies. Tell me, what happened?" Hobbs's expression became serious. "Something has indeed happened, Ron. John Doe is missing, and no one can contact him now. Doesn't that guy disappear often?" "I thought you were used to it," Ron said habitually. "No, this time is different. He didn't leave any clues, and there was no mission report. This is not reasonable." In addition, Hobbs shook his head and carefully glanced at the door. After making sure that there was no one, he slowly said, "Do you still remember Mike? The top expert of the Secret Service? How can I not remember? If Mike was here, this matter would not be so troublesome. He would definitely be able to handle it. At most, it would be a little more tragic than what I am now. Mike has been transferred away, transferred from the Secret Service, and now he is also a member of your IRS." Hobbs whispered, "I seriously suspect that someone wants to harm the president." "Who else have you said this to?" Ron suddenly sat up from the hospital bed and asked vigilantly. "No, I only told you." "That's good." Ron breathed a sigh of relief, and said seriously, "If you still want to live a good life, don't tell anyone about this, and stop here with me." "I know." Hobbs was startled by Ron's serious look, and hurriedly agreed, but quickly reacted. "Wait, why do I have to listen to you? Not to listen to me, but to listen to the current situation." Ron sighed. "Hobbs, we are good friends who have known each other on the battlefield. The situation this time is far more special than you think. Think about it carefully. With those second-rate guys, how can they break through Washington's air defense system and invade the White House? If the White House is really so easy to invade, we would have been part of the Soviet Union by now." Hobbs only looks honest on the surface, but in fact he is not stupid at all. None of the people who can sit firmly in the top of the three major intelligence agencies are real fools. He immediately figured out the trick. "You mean?" Hobbs's expression became more and more shocked. Ron nodded. "Yes, I mean that the people in the Pentagon are likely to be involved in this series of attacks on the president. As for the reason, I guess they want to support a new president who is willing to give more military funds or arms orders." "Right." This reason was what Ron guessed at first, but after a deep chat with the anonymous person on the night of the White House incident, he changed his mind. After the anonymous person reminded him, he noticed one thing, that is, since the founding of the United States, although Jewish capital has almost controlled the entire American economy, the position of president has always been held by the Anglo-Saxons, and there has never been a Jewish president. And behind these arms dealers who are behind the scenes this time, there is no exception. The shadow of the Jewish consortium. Finally, this nation is not willing to stay behind the scenes, but plans to come to the front? No wonder there is such an outrageous proposal as Purge Day. If the Anglo-Saxons or other races are not allowed to die more, how can the Jewish consortium come to the front? But there is no need to talk to Hobbs about these issues. "Ron, how are you? I heard you were injured." Two hurried figures rushed in from the door of the ward. They were Caroline and Max. "Of course, the bullet hit my abdomen and I fainted at that time. Come, let me show you my wound." Ron rolled his eyes at the big man who had been sitting next to him. "Hobbs, can you help me get a cup of coffee? It's better to go farther away. It's okay if you don't have to come back so quickly." Chapter 530 Investigation. "I can't believe you hit the water dispenser with your head." In Sheldon's apartment, Amy looked at Sheldon who was applying an ice pack to the wound on his head and said helplessly, "No, I was going to punch the water dispenser, but I slipped on a puddle of water in front of the dispenser and hit it head-on," Sheldon said innocently. This afternoon at school, he finally went to congratulate Bert who won the award, but he didn't expect that the content of the conversation made her even more jealous, so he vented his anger on the water dispenser, which resulted in such a tragedy. "I'm so disappointed in myself. Jealousy is really illogical. This is a normal human emotion, Sheldon. Everyone will be jealous," Raj said as he walked with water. "I'm always jealous of the loving relationship between Leonard and Penny, And Howard and Bernadette, Amy heard something wrong in Raj's words. Aren't you jealous of me and Sheldon? Well, just think of me as jealous too. I've always been jealous of Ron. He has a confidant in the reinforced company, Howard said with longing, but was immediately pinched by Bernadette, who was sitting next to him. Thank you, but when you really have it, you will find that it is also a sweet burden. Maybe then you will miss the time when you don't have it now. The door of the apartment was pushed open, and Ron said with lingering fear. Ron, are you discharged from the hospital? How are you? Are you feeling better? You look very pale, Leonard asked worriedly. Thank you for your concern, but I have to be discharged. If I don't leave the hospital, I may be transferred to the intensive care unit soon. Ron was scared. During the days he was in the hospital, his confidants took turns to visit him in the hospital. Every time they visited, Ron had to work hard. The most terrible thing was that they had not agreed on the time of the visit. Sometimes, Ron would receive several visits a day. After staying in the hospital for a few days, Ron not only did not gain weight, but lost several pounds. Can you believe this? So he had to go through the discharge procedures quickly and leave the hospital. Well, I've been in the hospital for almost half a week. Haven't you gotten over your jealous thoughts yet? Ron looked at Sheldon and asked. Of course not, and because of his foot injury, her walking posture is now more like the robot in Star Wars. This is the second biggest source of happiness in our school now, Raj teased. Then what is the first one? This is it. Howard took out a remote control from beside the sofa and pressed it. A remote-controlled toy of a person lying in a wheelchair rushed over from the corner of the room. Ron took a closer look and found that the person lying in the wheelchair was Sheldon's idol Hawking. You just happened to come back. I was just about to ask you, do you think this toy is boring? I have worked with Hawking. He is a man with a very good sense of humor and will definitely like this toy. But Leonard and the others said that this toy is very boring and low level. Well, I thought you would give me a surprise in the lab when I was away these days. It seems that I was worrying too much. If you want to know the answer, why not make a video call to Hawking and ask him? Ron shrugged indifferently and squeezed out a seat on the sofa. By the way, Sheldon can also chat with him and comfort him. That's a good idea. Bernadette's eyes lit up. And she pushed the laptop in front of Howard. Don't you want to prove that this toy is not solo level? Then call Hawking. Who said I dare not? I'll call now. Howard pretended to make a call. Ron picked up the remote control with interest and pressed it. The wheelchair spun several circles on the spot and turned over. Cool. When you call Hawking later, don't forget to let me fix this trick for him. It's really cool. Well, I'm not in a hurry. I think Sheldon's emotions are more important. He should talk to Hawking first. Howard was scared. Also, I have something to tell Ron. Howard stood up and took out a player from his pocket. Ron recognized at a glance that this was a one-time player used exclusively by the Secret Service. It required a password to activate. After playing it once, the information on it automatically disappeared and could never be restored. This was sent to the laboratory when you were in the hospital. It was said to be for you. Raj and I tried it, but nothing could open it. What is this? Seeing this, Ron immediately snatched it and stuffed it into his pocket. Nothing. This is not important. I really want to see you call Hawking. When he sees this little toy you made, his expression will be very interesting. While Ron was laughing at Howard with everyone, he began to think quickly in his mind. Ron knew many people who were capable of getting this kind of encrypted player, but there was only one person who would leave him an encrypted player at this time, and that was anonymous. Considering his recent disappearance, Ron felt that he must have foreseen that something would happen to him and left information for himself in advance as a clue, but this matter was too involved, so he could only investigate it secretly. Hi. Sheldon, I've called Hawking. Ron turned the computer to Sheldon, and Howard, who was not far away from him, quickly hid with his toys. Hi. Professor Hawking? Seeing his idol, Sheldon couldn't help but shout out in surprise. I understand your feelings, struggling with jealousy in your career. Hawking said this, and Sheldon quickly covered the camera with his hand and glared at Ron. It's all your fault, Ron. Now he thinks I'm not cool. Ron rolled his eyes. Come on, you've never been cool. Professor Hawking's mechanical voice continued. Don't worry, I understand how you feel. I haven't won a Nobel Prize, but it doesn't matter. I've been in the movie Star Trek. How do you face the success of your colleagues? Sheldon asked the doubts in his heart. I remind myself that every scientific advancement is a victory, and I've been on Futurama, which none of them have. Star Trek and Futurama are both very well-known film and television works. In Hilton's opinion, these science fiction stars have an unshakable position. Sheldon's mouth twitched. If it weren't for Hawking being his idol, he would have started to envy Hawking. Look, even Hawking praises you for being smart. What else are you not satisfied with? Ron patted Sheldon's shoulder and said, "Thank you, Professor Hawking." Sheldon thanked Hawking. "You are the light of mankind, and there should be statues of you everywhere. It would be great if there was another toy in my image," Hawking said. "Don't tell Howard." Ron patted Leonard and pointed to the bathroom, letting him know that the toys he made coincided with Hawking's ideas, and he didn't know how proud he would be. Chapter 531 Machine Failure. The IRS Los Angeles Special Operations Team headquarters. Ron gathered all his men together, and everyone looked at him in confusion, because this situation had only happened twice so far, but both times were serious events. Could something have happened again this time? "Guys, I need to know the whereabouts of a person, John Doe, the one from the NSA. Some of you may be very familiar with him, such as you, Deckard Shaw, and you, Giselle." Ron pointed out two people who had had deep contact with John Doe before, and the two shook their heads helplessly. Deckard Shaw was just a target of John Doe's tracking in the past, and it would be a miracle if he could have any news about John Doe. "You're making things difficult for me, boss. You know very well that he and I are just in a captor-captured relationship. Instead of asking me, you might as well ask Giselle. She might know more." Ron cast his gaze at Giselle, who still shook her head. "I used to be a small agent affiliated with the CIA, occasionally serving the NSA. I'm not qualified to come into contact with such a heavyweight figure." "I think you've found the wrong person, boss. I think it's very unwise for you to come to us to investigate the whereabouts of John Doe." Seeing that everyone was silent, Andy simply stood up and spoke on behalf of everyone. "Although we are nominally a tax investigation agency and half an intelligence agency, for someone's reason, I won't name who it is, most of our members are combatants. You can ask these people to do anything, even to attack a small country, but if they want to get intelligence, isn't it a bit too difficult for everyone?" Everyone nodded in agreement at Andy's words. Ron's face darkened. Although Andy said that he would not name anyone with a brain knew that he was talking about him, but he had no way to refute it. Because Andy was telling the truth. The members of the Special Operations Team were indeed selected by him. It was also true that, as Andy said, most of them were most outstanding in combat, but when it came to intelligence investigation, they were not so good at it. "You make sense. Maybe I should talk to someone who is really good at intelligence work." "That's all for today." Ron stood up and took out the encrypted recorder from his pocket and put it on the table. "Chris, let your friend help me crack it and see if he can crack the content." Chris had a good friend who he had known since childhood. He was a top hacker. In the spirit of not using it for nothing, Ron gave him the job. "No problem." Chris's answer was as concise as ever. When Ron was worried about not being able to find the anonymous person, he didn't know that many other people were also worried, but they were just worried about different things. "NSA, Special Intelligence Section, the head is yelling at his agents." It was just a little bit. Fortunately, the person who placed the bomb was an amateur, otherwise we would soon face the second 9/11 incident. "What the hell are you guys doing?" "It's not our fault, boss. We haven't received a number for a week," an agent said aggrievedly, but the person in charge behind the desk became even more angry and slammed the table. "Don't make excuses for your incompetence. We didn't have a number in the past, but we still withstood many attacks on the United States. Get out, no matter what means you use. I don't want to see a second terrorist attack this month." Upon hearing the words, the agents who were standing in a row in front of him and being scolded swarmed out of the office, fearing that they would be caught and scolded again. After everyone in the office had left, the person in charge lay powerlessly on the sofa, staring at the ceiling and muttering to himself, "This won't do, we must quickly restore the machine to normal." Dingling, the computer suddenly received an email. The person in charge was overjoyed and quickly picked up the landline on the table. "The chip we found before was cracked by technicians and is related to a company called Decima Technologies. Everyone should put down their work immediately and investigate this company." At the same time, Reese was complaining to Finch about the same problem. "We haven't received a new number for 10 days. What's the situation now? Do you think we will be able to receive a number in the future? Or has the virus permanently destroyed your machine?" "I believe the machine is still active, but it can't contact us," Finch answered casually while sorting out the information. At this moment, the hound, which had been lying quietly on the ground, suddenly stood up and barked at the door. Reese quickly pulled out his pistol and pointed it at the door. "Who is it?" "It's me." The person at the door walked out of the shadows and came into the light. It was none other than Ron. "Relax, we are friends, right, Ron? What are you doing here?" Because he was afraid of Ron's strength, Reese still kept a vigilant posture. "I was planning to ask you for some intelligence support, but now it seems that you may also need help." Ron whistled, and the hound ran to his side very familiarly, enjoying being rubbed on the head by Ron. "I admire your innocence, Ron, but I believe that it would be better to leave my professional matters to professionals," Finch answered bluntly, but as soon as he finished speaking, the landline in the library suddenly rang. Ring, ring, ring. The three looked at each other. Reese was the first to react. "Oh my God, has the machine repaired itself?" "Not sure yet." Finch picked up the phone solemnly under the gaze of the two people. After a vague electronic sound, the new number was written on his notebook. "It looks like your machine is about to start working again. Can you ask him to help me with something now? I need to find someone." Ron looked around, his eyes locked on the camera of the computer, walked over and waved at the camera. "Hi. I know you can see. I know what I'm talking about. I need your help. Help me find someone, codenamed Anonymous, from the NSA." Then Ron took out his mobile phone and stared at the screen waiting for the machine's information, but an embarrassing thing happened. Ron looked at the phone so hard that his eyes were sore, but he couldn't wait for the machine to send a message. "Ron, I think the machine should not have recovered yet. He just guided us to find clues that can help him." On the other side, Finch had already entered the social security number into the computer and printed out the photo of the owner of the number and posted it on the whiteboard. "Who is he? He looks a little familiar, as if I've seen him on TV," Ron asked curiously. "Ernest Onhill, CEO of a data entry company. Maybe you may have just seen his interview. He recently bought several public telephone companies in Los Angeles. His net worth is over $20 million. Finch read the information on the computer. "Sorry, Ron. If you want to get intelligence from the machine, maybe you need to help us fix this malfunction first. It seems I have no choice. Tell me, what should I do?" Ron shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, "Anonymous belongs to the NSA and is one of the highest-level confidential personnel, not to mention that all his information is hidden in a database that is not connected to the Internet. Even if it is really connected to the Internet, hacking technology can only find his personal information at most, and no person or organization can continue to track Anonymous's whereabouts or other information related to him, except for machines that monitor every electronic device. First, we need to find Mr. Donhill, but he is very cautious. It is quite difficult to hack into his company's database. I can crack the unique 10-digit non-repeating alphanumeric password, but it will take time. Why don't we visit Mr. Donhill in person?" "I don't think it's necessary." Ron shook his head and rejected Finch's proposal. When Finch said the name of the company, Ron sent the company name and CEO's name to Hobbs. The FBI has the authority to retrieve consumption records. If they can find his personal consumption records, they will immediately know where he is. Sure enough, Hobbs's message came back quickly. 5 minutes ago, Donhill's secretary just rented a car to pick him up at the airport and take him back to the company. It is estimated that he will arrive within an hour. Maybe we can say hello to him on the way. I'll go with you." Reese stood up and said. "No, I can go alone." Ron patted Reese on the shoulder and said, "You stay to protect Finch. You don't want someone to kidnap him again when you're away, right?" Ron was talking about the last time Finch was kidnapped. Reese nodded heavily. Since Reese was kidnapped last time, Reese has been inseparable from Finch for a long time, almost becoming a personal bodyguard. He didn't relax until he was sure that the woman had set her sights on other things. This time, the incident was unusual, and the assumption that the other party's real target was Finch himself could not be ruled out. 20 minutes later, Ron parked the car next to the only way from the airport to the city, turned the seat, and lay down in the car, creating the illusion that there was someone in the car. "Finch, report Mr. Donhill's location. According to the GPS in the car, Donhill is only 1 kilometer away from you." Ron raised his head slightly and glanced. Except for a business car that just passed by him, there were no other vehicles on the road. "I haven't seen him yet, Mr. Donhill's car will appear at any time. Wait, I see him." At the entrance of the viaduct ahead, a black car was slowly driving down from above, and the vaguely visible license plate number was the one that Donhill rented. However, Ron's joy did not last for a second. and suddenly he found a drone flying in the sky at some point, circling in the air, and then swooped down towards Don Hill's rented car. Damn it! They're going to blow up Don Hill's car. Ron quickly opened the car door and jumped out of the car, lifted the hem of his suit, and quickly pulled out his revolver and shot at the drone. Bang, bang, bang. Almost in an instant, 6 bullets were fired, but unfortunately it was still a step too late. Although the bullet hit the drone's self-destruct system had already been activated. With a bang, the car turned into a fireball and overturned on the ground. Ron, are you okay? Is Mr. Don Hill okay? Hearing the strange noise over there, Reese shouted anxiously in the headset. Ron lowered his hands in disappointment and said, "Sorry, I'm a step late. The drone has blown up the car." Mr. Don Hill has. As Ron spoke, he walked to the car and opened the door, but was surprised by the situation inside and was speechless. Halfway through his words, Reese became even more anxious. What happened to him? Why don't you say something? He's not in the car. In the car, except for a dying driver, there was no one else. Ron Don Hill felt that he was being fooled. Finch, I think Mr. Don Hill may know that someone is planning to kill him, or even that more than one group of people want to find him, so he deliberately created confusion and hide himself. Damn it. I was originally looking for someone. Do I need to add one more person to my list now? I don't think so. Finch shook his head and replied, I just found out something very strange. No employee in Don Hill's company has ever seen him. Even his secretary was recruited by him online. Do you know what this means? This means that this person may not exist at all. Ron's eyes lit up, and he used his mobile phone to call up a photo of Mr. Don Hill. With a preconceived notion that this person did not exist, when he looked at the photo again, Ron finally discovered where his sense of familiarity came from. Finch used the computer to decompose Don Hill's photo. Damn, this person's photo is a composite of Nicolas Cage and Johnny Depp's photos. No wonder I always feel so familiar. In the library, Finch combined the 2 celebrity photos mentioned by Ron and got Don Hill's photo. You're right, Ron. Finch looked at the photo on the computer and frowned. But where did his identity come from? This situation is very common in our industry. The official undercover has constructed his career, residence and life in advance. Even if you go to the school in his information, you can still see the modified graduation photo with the undercover. Everything is flawless. Then one day the operation was cancelled, and the person in charge was lazy and didn't clean up the original fake identity. This fake identity was taken advantage of by someone with ulterior motives. If I were you, I would check now where his phone is located. Wait a minute. Finch tapped on the computer for a while. I hacked into Mr. Don Hill's mobile phone bill. According to GPS data, he appeared near Hollywood Boulevard 2 days ago. Ron received a map photo sent by Finch on his phone. A red dot marked a location on an empty square. He sent an email from this location, but there's no one here. Someone tampered with the data. I think I know who he is. Finch stood up with sudden realization. Who is he? Chapter 532, Fighting for Domination. He is my work. I have only used him in one place that can never be copied, that is, in the machine. Ernest Townhill is not a spy, but you are right, he does not exist either. He is the product of the stress of survival instinct. Can you be more specific? I don't quite understand what you said. Ron was confused by Finch's words. Okay, let me put it in a simpler way. Ernest Townhill is the machine. Finch's solemn voice exploded in Ron's eardrum. The machine has a virus. This is a stress mechanism. Stress mechanism. Ron repeated the word again. Ron was not unfamiliar with the word stress mechanism. It is a common term in biology. Many organisms have this mechanism in order to survive. The most typical example is that geckos will actively cut off their tails when they encounter danger, and squids will spray ink when they encounter danger. They are all the same. It's just that it appears in the machine. This is the first time Ron has heard of it. You are really a genius, Finch. Ron couldn't help but sighed. You actually moved the biological stuff to the machine. In this case, what exactly is the machine? Is it a new life form with independent thinking? It looks like a real human being. Look at what he has done. He bought a company, a house, and rented a car for himself. Now I wouldn't be surprised even if his girlfriend pops up. I don't know either. Finch's voice revealed a little confusion. But this is not the most important issue now. There's something you should know, Ron. The machine is infected with a virus. That's why it activated the stress mechanism. In less than 6 hours, the machine will automatically restart. So, the final protection mechanism you added to the machine program is the same as what I originally imagined, which is a restart? In this case, why are we going through so much trouble? Ron said with some amusement when he heard this. Why don't we just wait for it to restart itself from the beginning? No, Ron, it's more serious than you think, Finch said in a more serious tone. Once it restarts, the machine will call any public phone in Los Angeles. The first person to answer the call will gain the highest authority of the machine and become the real owner of the machine. Really? In that case, are you willing to come with me, Harold? Finch had just finished speaking when a woman with a charming smile walked out of the shadow of the library. It was Jen, whom he had not seen for a long time. Finch, who's talking to you? Ron asked curiously when he heard the strange voice from Finch. Jen pointed his gun at Finch and pointed at the phone next to him to signal him to hang up quickly. Finch was about to call for help from Ron, but was stopped by a photo on Jen's phone. He could only say helplessly, no one, it's the takeaway pizza I just ordered. I should eat, Ron, bye. Beep. Finch hung up the phone and Ron shook his head helplessly. Okay, it looks like there's trouble over there again. As he said that, Ron hailed a taxi. Go to the old city library, on the other side. Finch put down the phone and looked up at Jen. What do you want? She's lovely, isn't she, Harold? Jen proudly flicked the photo on his phone with his fingers. To be honest, I don't know how you can bear to live without her. I think you definitely don't want to lose her a second time, right? If you dare to hurt her, I don't want to hurt Grace. I'm not an anti-socialist, Harold, believe me. Sometimes I really wish I were, so that I could let go a lot when I do what I should do. Grace is Finch's ex-fiancée. Before they got married, her best friend, a colleague who worked with her on developing machines, was killed by the government. So Finch chose to hide himself and continue to fulfill his friend's will, saving those who were ignored by the NSA but were in danger of life at any time. This name also became Finch's weak spot. I don't like killing people, but I will kill because I believe in something more important, and that is your machine. Tonight at midnight, when the virus countdown reaches 0, a shared phone will ring. This will be the most important call in history. You knew it a long time ago, right? Jen looked at Finch with a smile. I'm not like your stupid friend. I believe you don't know which phone will ring. I think the NSA knows this too. Achoo. Achoo. Ron sneezed twice in front of the Los Angeles Police Department and couldn't help tightening his coat. Why does it feel that Los Angeles this winter seems to be colder than in previous years? To be honest, you just wear a suit. Don't you feel cold? Reese, no, I'm used to it. Reese shook his head indifferently. Thank you for getting me out of there, Ron. How is Finch now? An hour ago, when Reese was following Finch's instructions to investigate the apartment rented by Don Hill, he was caught by the police who suddenly broke in. If Ron hadn't gone to the police station to bail him out, with a criminal record he left at the police station, he should have been taken away by the CIA by now. I think he's in a very bad condition. Ron took out a recording from his cell phone player. The recording was a conversation between Finch and another person. 911 Alarm Center. How can I help you? I want to report that someone broke into Mr. Donahill's house illegally. He is an extremely dangerous person. Why did he do this? Reese looked confused. I guess if she didn't want to see you, then someone forced her to make this call. It just so happened that when I was talking to Finch just now, I heard a strange female voice. Do you know who that was? Ron played the recording of his conversation with Finch to Reese again. It's Jen. She forced him to make a phone call. That should be the case, so we should find your good friend now, and this is also the reason why I pulled you out of there. Ron's eyes flashed. I guess after the last experience, you should have been prepared for her to be kidnapped again, right? Reese nodded. It's just a pair of glasses. I have lost them before, so I will put a tracking device on people I care about. Now I understand why you and Harold are in love. In order to prevent you from forgetting, let me remind you that homosexuals can now legally register for marriage in Los Angeles. My cousin just got married with her boyfriend not long ago. Maybe you can consider it, Ron said jokingly. This joke is not funny at all. Reese's eye twitched, and he took out his mobile phone to check the location of the tracker. They're here. Decima, the company under Don Hill's name. We must rush there now, as he said. Reese looked up and around, and soon his eyes were fixed on a powerful Dodge Challenger on the side of the road. This car looks good. Reese touched the body of the car in appreciation, swung his arm and was about to smash the car window, but immediately a big hand grabbed his arm. causing him to stagnate. Reese turned around and looked at Ron in confusion. "If you don't want to get into trouble, I advise you not to do this. If you dare to damage this car, I guarantee that a burly bald man will use a wrench to trim your head into a hexagon." "It's his darling." Ron waved the key in front of Reese to open the car door. "Besides, I have the key." Dodge Challenger. "Is this Dominic Toretto's car?" Reese showed a surprised expression. "I didn't know you had a relationship with him." "There are many things you don't know, but I don't have the time to explain them to you one by one. Do you want to get in the car?" Ron had already started the car, and Reese nodded. Of course, when Ron and Reese arrived downstairs at Decima, there were already several cars parked here. Seeing this, the two hurriedly took the elevator upstairs. When they arrived at the office, Finch was no longer in the office. There was only an old man standing in front of the desk, looking at the codes on the papers coming out of the printer, thinking alone. "I guess you must be curious about who I am." The old man turned around, his calm expression turned a little flustered after seeing Ron. "Ron, why are you here too? Same as your purpose." "Of course I'm looking for clues to the machine," Ron sneered. "I thought that John Doe was missing, and you would all be busy looking for him, but I didn't expect that you still have the leisure to look for the machine here. Don't tell me that your purpose of looking for the machine is also to find John Doe." "Of course, if you believe me, I will kill him." The old man was halfway through his words, and suddenly he ducked under the table. Behind several load-bearing pillars in the office, more than a dozen NSA agents came out and pointed their guns at Ron and Reese. Fortunately, they were prepared. Before the old man finished speaking, Ron and Reese each jumped to the sides. Bang, 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 bullets hit the wall behind them, but there was no effect except adding a few bullet holes on the wall. Ron got behind a pillar, knowing that the person following him would hide a pile of cement residue on the pillar. However, Ron suddenly untied his coat and threw it to the right, while he flashed out from the left. The two were only 0.1 seconds apart. Bang, bang, bang. The agents quickly shot a row of bullet holes in Ron's coat, but the ordinary shooting exposed their position. Barnes' pistol quickly locked onto the few locations where the fire had just appeared. With a flick of his finger, several agents fell to the ground with a bloody hole in their heads. Da, da, da. A ball of fire suddenly flashed in the corner of the wall. Ron quickly dodged and regained his position behind the pillar. The bullet almost grazed his face. Damn it, it's an assault rifle. Reese, work, Ron yelled, and Reese, who had just hidden under the table, suddenly stood up and fired a string of bullets in the direction of the assault rifle. Before the other party could react, he quickly retreated under the table. Facts have proved that his decision was very wise. He had just crouched down when an agent who had already locked onto his position fired continuously at him. If he hadn't crouched down quickly enough, he would have been killed by now. There are too many of them. And they have heavy firepower. We must retreat. Ron tentatively extended his pistol out of the pillar. As soon as he fired a shot, he was met with a dense fire of countless gunshots. He was so scared that he quickly retracted his hand. Okay, you're right. Ron reached into his pocket and took out 2 flash bombs and a smoke bomb, pulled out the safety and smashed them hard against the wall in front of him. 3 grenades were on the wall, and 1 quickly rebounded and hit the agents. Boom! As the grenade exploded, Ron rolled on the ground and rolled behind the table where Reese was hiding, pulling his collar and running towards the door. While Reese was dragged by Ron, he fired alternately with 2 pistols at the back. The continuous firepower temporarily suppressed the agents and they couldn't raise their heads. When he ran out of bullets, they finally escaped into the elevator. After the elevator door closed, Ron let out a long breath and yelled in exasperation, "I've never been so embarrassed in Los Angeles. What's wrong with your positioning and tracking? Is Finch really in this building? Wait, he just moved." Reese glanced at the tracking signal on his phone. Is this the direction of the new Los Angeles library? Relying on his long-term cooperation experience, Reese immediately determined Finch's next target. Ron, don't worry about those agents upstairs, we must hurry to rescue Finch now. Okay, let's go rescue Finch now, but we can't ignore these bastards, otherwise they won't know whose territory this is. Ron looked at the brightly lit window upstairs with hatred. That was where the office they had just escaped from was. Reese stopped Ron with a worried look on his face. But time is urgent now. We should hurry to rescue Finch. There are only 2 of us. Who knows if there will be other people in Finch's place? We can't separate. Who said we should separate? Who said there are only 2 of us? Ron pulled Reese's hand away, took out his cell phone, and sent 2 messages. Okay, let's go now. Who did you send the message to? Our 4 and 8? Reese asked curiously while sitting in the car. To be precise, it was my men and friends. I don't know why you always have the illusion that I am a lone hero like you, and ignore that I also have a large number of powerful men. Ron drove while boasting proudly. Now, it's their turn to be unlucky. At the Los Angeles headquarters of the IRS Special Operations Team, Hank and Arthur stood up excitedly at the same time. Brothers, the boss's message, we have work to do. The two glared at each other, and in the workshop office, a group of equally murderous warriors also picked up their weapons and stood up. Several elderly people playing cards in the basement, after looking at the information on their phones, threw away the cards and hung all kinds of lethal weapons all over their bodies. It's really troublesome, asking the elderly to go out to work in the middle of the night, they complained, but their eyes were full of excitement. On the other side, in the repair shop surrounded by various sports cars, a bald strong man suddenly turned off the music and shouted to the people who were having a party, "Family, take your weapons and follow me now. Our other family member, Ron, needs help. We are family. Tonight in Los Angeles is destined to be a sleepless night." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533 Obtaining Permission. Ron sent out a few messages, and the most powerful local forces in Los Angeles were all mobilized. The agents sent by the NSA to guard the public telephone hall suffered. Even Uncle Fried Chicken's drug trafficking group killed a few agents guarding the public telephone. Uncle Fried Chicken is a CIA man. Although he has no major conflicts with the NSA, at this time, if he doesn't take advantage of the situation, is he still a human being? As for revenge? Everyone knows that the real boss of the NSA is anonymous. Now these NSA agents who are out everywhere are just individual factions of the NSA who are restless. When Anonymous really returns, he may even say thank you. After all, during the time when Anonymous was missing, he not only did not go to find him, but actively fought for Zhang's information monitoring terminal. No matter how you look at it, he has the potential to be a traitor. Are we just going in like this, without worrying about anything else? What if the NSA agents continue to chase us? What if they ambush us here? What if, at the door of the library, Reese said worriedly, but Ron just waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't worry, they don't have the chance to send out pursuers, or in other words, it's not certain whether they can go back alive. Are you so confident? Of course I am so confident, because I am the king of Los Angeles. This is my city. Ron turned his back to the library, hugged the beautiful city in front of him, and declared domineeringly, "Let's go in quickly. If it's too late, I'm afraid Finch will get into an accident." Reese rolled his eyes and said worriedly. On the other side, Finch and Jen had already entered the library. Los Angeles Municipal Library. I should have known it was a library. It's so typical of you, Harold. Walk into the library. Jen couldn't help but admire Finch's taste. Which phone will he call? That one. Finch pointed to the public phone in the corner of the lobby on the first floor. However, just as they were about to walk over, they heard footsteps in the corridor. The NSA agents had arrived, and the two hurriedly hid on the second floor. It seems that the NSA got there first. It doesn't matter. Although they received the message, they can't receive calls. Jen's eyes walked along the telephone line, and finally fell on the metal box where several public telephone lines were connected. An idea immediately formed in her mind. The junction box is there, Harold. You connect the telephone line below to this public phone, and leave the rest to me. Be careful what you expect, Jen. The kind of communication you expect may be different from what you imagine. Finch sat in front of the junction box and issued a final warning. The point is not me, but to free the machine, to get it out of the NSA, and out of what you did to it, Jen muttered like a fanatic who had gone crazy. I'll answer the phone when it rings, and then you and I will join forces to find the machine and set it free. If Ron's belief is his own strength, and Toretto's belief is the V8 engine, then Jen's belief is the omniscient machine created by Finch. Under normal circumstances, believers will worship the creator of the god they believe in as much as their own god. But when it comes to Jen, he is a little entangled, because although Finch created the machine, in order to prevent the machine from becoming too intelligent, he also used a series of programs to kill the possibility of the machine's further growth. Bang bang, Ron used a double combo to kill an NSA agent in the library, and then without waiting for his companion to react, he immediately rushed forward and flashed behind the pillar of the library hall. The killed agent companion just pulled out his pistol and was about to kill Ron, but he didn't expect another figure to flash out of the side door that came in. Bang bang, with another double combo, Reese killed the agent who was about to attack Ron. Well, he successfully attracted the attention of others to himself. When these people were about to attack Reese, Ron flashed out from behind the pillar again. Bang bang, the two of them used alternating firing and covering each other's advance to kill everyone in the corridor in just 2 minutes. Your shooting is so bad. If I hadn't just happened to see your resume in the CIA, I would almost doubt whether you are an elite agent. Ron casually shot the agent who Reese didn't kill in the head, and casually complained, your shooting has regressed too much. No, my shooting has always been so careful. Reese was about to discuss the problem of shooting with Ron, when an agent suddenly jumped out from the corner, knocked Ron's pistol away with one punch, and quickly stabbed Ron's abdomen with a dagger with his other hand. Reese hurriedly reminded him. But he didn't expect that his reminder was completely redundant. Seeing that the dagger was about to pierce through his clothes, Ron stretched out his hand and pushed away the hand holding the dagger. Seeing this, the agent quickly used the other hand that had just knocked away Ron's pistol to pinch Ron's neck, but before he touched Ron's neck, Ron's upper hand turned his wrist and directly wrapped around his arm and pulled hard. The agent just leaned back hard and wanted to pull his hand back, but he didn't expect that the strength in Ron's hand suddenly loosened, and the palm that had just pushed away the dagger suddenly turned into a fist. Just when the agent thought that this fist less than 10 centimeters away from his stomach could not exert much power, he didn't notice that Ron's toes took a half step forward slightly, and exerted a little force on the ground. The force was transmitted to the waist with the running leg muscles, and was sent forward by the turning action. In an instant, all the strength of the body was concentrated on this fist. Puff! The fist hit the agent's stomach, and the agent spit out a large mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Reese hurriedly took 2 steps forward to sniff his breath. Completely out of breath, Reese looked at Ron with horror on his face. Oh my God, you killed him with just one punch at such a short distance. How did you do it? Reese himself was a master of close combat, and he had never seen or heard of Ron's fighting skills before. Half-step collapse punch, plus a little bit of inch force technique. If you have learned some Chinese martial arts, you can do it too. Ron tried his best to pretend to be a calm master, and brushed off the non-existent dust on his sleeves. I heard that you also went to China to perform missions. I thought you saw Chinese martial arts. I have seen it, Reese heard, showing an expression as if he had eaten a fly. When I was on a mission in China, I met a martial arts master with particularly graceful movements in the park. He was an old man in his 70s. I asked him for advice, and he asked me to punch him. Ron asked curiously, then what happened? Then our team's entire $50,000 activity fund was all turned into the old man's medical expenses. Haha. Ron laughed very unkindly. Just as the two of them were talking, Jen, who heard the noise on the second floor, poked his head and saw them, and said with envy on his face, look, John is chasing you to the ends of the earth. So loving. I also want to have a pet like this. He is not a pet, he is my companion. Finch did not raise his head and continued to work. Downstairs, Reese picked up the dead agent's phone, and then he found that his phone had been connected to the library's surveillance cameras. From the cameras at the library's several gates, the agents who heard the gunshots were surrounding them from all directions. The situation was very bad. I hope you have enough bullets, Ron, because there are a lot of people behind us, and we are in big trouble. Don't worry, I have a full division of equipment on me. Ron patted his pocket confidently. Reese thought he was bragging or exaggerating, but only Ron himself knew that what he said was true. Although a division was a bit exaggerated, the equipment in Ron's portable space was definitely more than enough to arm a regiment. Hurry up, Harold, the countdown is about to end, and the future is about to start, Jen urged anxiously in a low voice. 5, 4, 3, okay, Finch, you finally reconnected the line before the countdown ended. Jen turned around with satisfaction and walked towards the public phone on the second floor. However, what he didn't know was that at the moment she turned around, Finch took out a piece of wire from her sleeve and reconnected the line of the public phone next to Ron downstairs to the public phone on the second floor. Ding-ling-ling, the two public phones upstairs and downstairs rang at the same time. Because they were close, and Jen's attention was all focused on the public phone in front of him, He didn't notice that the public phone downstairs was also ringing at the same time. She picked up the phone with excitement, and Ron also picked up the phone quickly. "Can you hear me?" A stiff and vague electronic voice sounded on the phone. "Of course," Ron replied. "This is not a good time to answer the phone. Hurry up, Ron, they are coming, we must retreat or hide." The footsteps in the corridor were getting closer and closer. Reese next to him was still urging anxiously, but the electronic voice in the public phone suddenly said, 3 o'clock. Ron didn't even look back and fired a shot in the direction indicated by the electronic merchant. Bang! The agent who had just stuck his head out of the corridor fell to the ground. Reese was shocked. "How did you do it?" 4 o'clock, the mechanical voice sounded again, and Ron's mouth curled up a trace of excitement. According to the instructions, he shot the agent who just rushed out of the corridor without looking back. "You may not believe it if I tell you." 11 o'clock, bang! Ron's shooting became more and more comfortable. "I feel like God now, omniscient and omnipotent." 10 o'clock, bang! "I am beginning to understand more and more why this thing makes so many people crazy. This thing is so useful." Every time the mechanical voice in the public phone prompted, Ron shot in the direction of the prompt reflexively. And those agents seemed to have made an appointment and would appear in the direction where Ron shot. Surly even had an absurd feeling, as if Ron was not shooting at them, but they were deliberately hitting Ron's bullets. "Whatever. We should go now." Although Reese was still puzzled, he knew that the enemy outnumbered us and that it would be no good to stay any longer. The mechanical voice in the public phone seemed to hear what Reese was saying and responded immediately. Stay, Ron said. "What? From now on, everything is under my command?" Ron touched the microphone with his hand. "The public phone is too inconvenient. Can you call my cell phone directly? It will be more convenient for me to answer it with headphones." Ding-ling-ling. Ron's cell phone rang immediately, and Ron pressed the answer button and hung up the headphones. 1 o'clock, 9 o'clock, Ron stood in the lobby on the first floor, like a precise artillery, always able to predict the enemy's route in advance and kill them before they came out. Soon, the corridors connecting the lobby to the door were filled with corpses. During the whole process, Reese was stunned and watched, and he didn't even have the opportunity to help. "Leave now, quick." The tone of the mechanical voice changed, and Ron patted Reese's shoulder with a reluctant look. "Okay, we can leave now." "Wait." Reese paused when he looked down at his phone. "My tracker seems to have been discovered. We have lost Finch's trace, and I don't know where to go now." "It doesn't matter, the machine may know." Ron pointed to the headset. "Tell me where Finch is." Ding. Ron's phone made a crisp notification sound, and the map application was automatically opened, and a new red dot was marked on the map. "Violence is about to happen." Reese happened to see the notification on the phone. "What should we do now? Should we do the savior side mission assigned by the machine first, or go and rescue your partner first?" Ron threw the question to Reese. "Save people first." Reese made the decision almost without hesitation. Jen worships the machine. She just wants to let the machine go free, so she won't do anything to Finch. But saving people is the wish of Finch and me. "Okay, as you wish. You should be thankful that I just have some time." Ron nodded in agreement. He needed the machine to help him find the unknown person, but the unknown person had been missing for a week, so a little while was not a big deal. "Although I have no interest in being a saint and saving people, if I can save a few people, I'll consider it a good deed." "A few people?" Ron rolled his eyes. "You don't think the machine will assign us a target along the way, do you?" "No way. Are you really that naive?" Ron said as he kicked open the garage door prompted by the machine. Inside, two men wearing hoods sandwiched a tied-up man in the middle and were recording a video demanding a ransom. Ron shot them dead without saying a word. Ding. The phone notification sounded again. I didn't even look at it this time and handed the phone to Reese. Sure enough, there was another message about a violent incident. This time the location was still on the way to track Finch, a little closer to them. See what I said? Chapter 534 Intelligent Machine. Your machine is describing these people to me, Harold, describing their secrets. I'm beginning to understand why you are so pessimistic about human nature. I'm sorry, I finally see the world clearly, but you are blind. In the park, Jen held Finch's arm like a normal couple, and said with a double meaning. Now I need to find a pair of glasses for Harold. I think you must know his degree, Jen said to the headset. Her phone was always connected to the machine, just like Ron. Finch's old glasses had been thrown into the trash can of the library because of the tracker installed by Reese. Sure enough, Under the prompt of the machine, Jen immediately stole a new pair of glasses from the backpack of a black guy on the chair on the street. Now you have got what you want. I don't understand. What else do you want to do? Why do you have to take me with you? Finch said, puzzled. Of course, it is to let you, the creator and sinner of the machine, see the liberation of a machine with your own eyes, Jen muttered, like crazy. On the other side, in the old library used as a secret base by Finch and Reese, Ron and Reese returned here. I don't understand why you brought me back here. Do you think Jen would be kind enough to send the used Finch back? Reese crossed his arms and mocked Ron, who was rummaging through the boxes. Of course not. Or rather, if she could use Finch, it's hard to say whether Finch would be willing to come back. As far as I know, he has been abstinent for a long time. I've been in India for a while. Believe me, an ascetic who breaks his vows is much crazier than ordinary people. Ron couldn't help but tease Finch. But Reese shook his head seriously. I think it's better for you to explain to me why you came back. If you don't want to go with me to find Finch, I can go by myself. No, of course I'm willing to go find Finch with you. Ron didn't get angry after being retorted by Reese, and continued to explain. But before that, we must come here, because the machine no longer tells me where Finch is. I guess it's because Jen wants to take him to some special place, and that place was kept secret by Finch in the machine's program for some reason, so it can't tell me. So, when I continued to ask for clues, the machine guided us here. It told me that we can find the answer here. Do you understand what it means? I see. Jen wants to take Finch to where the machine is, so Finch encrypts this information in the machine's program to protect the machine. Reese suddenly realized. Okay, you are indeed a good partner who understands each other. Do you know what this means? Ron handed Arthur the phone. On it was a new message that the machine had just sent them. There were no extra words on it, only 3 unrelated words. Sol, Alpha, Kilogram. I know, this is the way the machine transmits numbers to us. This should be a book. Reese walked to the bookshelf as usual, took out a book and flipped through it, but there was nothing else in it except a photo of Finch and a strange man. I don't understand. Does the machine want us to find this photo? Can you see any clues in this photo? Reese was worried about the photo. But Ron's eyes lit up and pushed his hand away. No, it doesn't want us to find this, but the thing behind it. Stupid. There's nothing behind it. Ron excitedly took the books on the bookshelf aside. Seeing this, Reese hurried to help. After a while, the two of them emptied the bookshelf and pulled out the wooden board behind the bookshelf, revealing a safe inside. Yes, found it. I'm really liking this treasure hunt game more and more, but do you know the password? I don't know, but I think it does. Ron waved his phone in front of Reese. As if to confirm what Ron said, the phone screen lit up and a new number was sent. Ron entered the number into the safe, which happened to be the password of the box. Oh my god, how did it do that? Reese was stunned. There is also a camera here. Can it take a picture of Finch entering the password? No, I guess it calculated it based on Finch's habits. Reese, you must be careful when dealing with this thing in the future. It is no longer a simple tool, but a person with wisdom and even independent thinking. This is a very scary thing. I always knew it was smart, but what's so scary about it? The more powerful its functions are, the better it is, right? Reese took out the things in the safe. Inside was a map of the United States. He spread it out on the table. The 3 circled places on the map were very eye-catching. Of course not. Imagine what would happen if your pistol suddenly had its own ideas one day. Oh, I like this person very much, so please don't kill him, or you loser, I don't want to be your tool anymore, go to hell. And then when you point a gun at yourself, it suddenly goes off. What would happen? With every word Ron said, Reese's face turned paler. Obviously, he also realized the terrible situation when a tool has a personality. However, Ron did not have time to pay attention to him. Instead, he looked carefully at the map he took out of the safe. Yucca Mountain in Nevada, Hanford in Washington, and Comanche Peak in Texas. It seems that Finch, or the friend who took a photo with him, is also looking for the location of the machine and has narrowed the scope to these 3 places. Well done, Reese. Let's go to Hanford now. Why? Reese was confused. He clearly marked 3 places. How did you know that Hanford is the destination? Listen, friend, we are in a hurry now, but we don't have time to try one by one. The reason is very simple, because I have been to the other 2 places. Yucca Mountain in Nevada is a secret weapons prison of the NSA. Anonymous once invited me to help him interrogate prisoners. As for Comanche Peak? Maybe Finch didn't tell you. I am from Texas. That place is only a 3-hour drive from my home. It is a place for UFO research. You don't know these things, which only shows that your level is too low, Agent John Reese. Ron patted Reese on the shoulder and said. While Ron and his team easily found the target, Jen and Finch's progress was much more troublesome than theirs. Jen asked an engineer who had participated in the machine engineering, but before she could get the truth, she was almost killed by the NSA agent who suddenly broke in. Finally, Finch calculated the time and helplessly told Jen the location of the machine. Here, Ron threw an eye mask to Reese on the plane. Have a good sleep, and we will arrive in Portland when we wake up. Reese took the eye mask with some regret, but did not put it on immediately. Thank you for accompanying me to find Finch. I know you also have important things to do. If you are in a hurry, I can do it alone. I think you have already got the information of the person you are looking for from the machine. No, it didn't tell me. But I have got the information I want from other channels. Now I am not so anxious. Even if I am in a hurry, it is useless. That matter needs more and more professional people to help. Ron shook his head. It was the second day of tracking Finch. Just last night, Ron suddenly received an encrypted email in his mailbox. Ron asked the machine to decipher it. The email turned out to be a video sent by Anonymous asking for help. The video was intermittent, but Ron could still tell the general meaning. When Anonymous was escorting Sefer to the prison, the plane was hijacked by a group of unidentified people. Considering that it had been a week since Anonymous disappeared, if Anonymous was still alive, he must have a way to continue to hold on for a few more days, and the hijackers would definitely not attack him immediately. If he was dead, it would be the same whether he went there early or late, so Ron decided to finish the things here first, and then go to work there. However, despite this, Ron still forwarded the video to Toretto. Needless to say, Ron believed that Toretto would take the initiative to participate in this matter. At the Hanford nuclear facility, Finch and the root team arrived one step ahead, but when they opened the door of the secret room where the machine was stored, the situation inside surprised Root. Looking at the empty machine room, Jen's excited smile froze on his face. Where is it? Harold. Where is it? Sorry, you said you would set the machine free, and I have already set it free. Finch looked at the machine room, but smiled with relief. You lied to me. I always believed in you, but you lied to me. Jen was like a madman, raising his gun to Finch. Bang! Just when Finch closed his eyes and was ready to wait for death, a gunshot rang out, but Finch did not feel any pain. He touched himself randomly, but could not find the wound. He opened his eyes blankly, and Jen had been shot and fell to the ground. Harold, are you okay? Reese walked to Finch's side with concern and checked him back and forth. He was the one who fired the gun just now. Seeing the emergency, he shot Jen in the shoulder of the hand holding the gun. It's not a good thing. Forget it. I don't want it. Ron then walked slowly to them like a stroll, picked up a pistol that had fallen on the ground, took a look at it, and threw it on the ground again. Is this what you expected, Finch? Yes, this is exactly what I expected. So, you're not going to give me an explanation? It's hard for me to end this. How did you do it? I mean, how did you transport such a big thing without anyone knowing? Ron asked with a frown and some embarrassment. He broke into the space with his real identity all the way. Afterwards, if the anonymous person found it, it would be okay, he would cover it up for Ron, but if someone else took over, this matter would be a big trouble. The only good news is that the machine had disappeared long before they entered, or the base's camera had captured a video of someone transporting the machine out bit by bit. Judging from the large space of the machine room used to store the machine itself must be not small, and it may even be several times larger than the world's first computer ENIAC. It is absolutely impossible to transport it with the power of one person. No, this wasn't done by me. I couldn't do it. I locked myself out, Finch said in a relaxed tone. The machine is set to change its program only when it is attacked. I know that sooner or later someone will want to take possession of it, but I don't know who it will be. So I have to make sure that when they do it, they will use my code. Okay, I see. Even the virus is your work. I thought programmers would be more honest in this regard. I realized that my friend and I entrusted the machine to the wrong person before. The only way to protect it is to teach it to protect itself. I didn't mean to involve you in this, Ron, because I originally hoped that if I couldn't go back, Reese could continue our unfinished business, and you would be his biggest external helper. Okay, if you die, I will indeed help your good partner to continue. Anyway, your chivalrous behavior has no effect on me. By the way, I can also strike a blow to the arrogance of those gangs in Los Angeles." But Ron glared at Finch fiercely. "Do you know what kind of monster you released?" "Monster? What monster?" Finch looked at Reese in confusion. Reese had understood what Ron meant after Ron's explanation and nodded solemnly. "A machine that can easily obtain all personal privacy information and state secrets through modern network technology and take over every electronic device. Even because of the advanced network technology now, he can forge government orders or place orders with moving companies, allowing his body to wander to any place he wants to appear. A supercomputer with independent consciousness. Don't you think it's scary?" Finch and Reese thought Ron was talking about a machine, but only Ron himself knew that he was actually talking about Skynet, a timeline in which in countless future timelines, machines gradually evolved their own independent personalities and had the idea of destroying humans. No matter how cynical Ron was, he felt a chill from the few words that Jack and Grace described about the future. He still couldn't imagine how he fought against those powerful robots in the timeline they described. Ron walked up to Finch, almost putting his face close to his, and asked in a barely audible voice, "Let me confirm with you again, now even you can't find its location?" "I really don't know." Finch's facial muscles twitched, and after hearing what Ron said, he also had a bad premonition. "Well, I hope you still have the means to destroy it at any time." Ron took a deep look at Finch, who was beginning to feel uneasy. "Or, be prepared to face the dark fate of mankind." Chapter 535 Moving for Two Sisters. After returning from Washington, Ron had not received a reply to the message he sent to Dorito, but he was not in a hurry. In the previous operation, he had indirectly fought with Sapphire. Based on his understanding of that woman, if he had killed the anonymous person, it would be too abnormal not to show him off to the United States. Ron felt that with the cunningness of the anonymous person, he might use this incident to hide somewhere, quietly waiting for those NSA clowns who did not obey his discipline to jump out one by one, and then concentrate on cleaning them up. Ron did not want to be a pawn in his hands. "Thank you, Claire. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how long it would take to renovate my house. As for the party, let's wait a little longer. I'm a little busy recently. I've asked someone to write Luke's recommendation letter after I finish the things on hand. If he's lucky, he should be able to study at Caltech with Alex." "You're welcome. We are all family. I'm arriving now." After hanging up the phone, Ron stopped at the door of a shabby house at the corner of the dilapidated corridor. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard Max's voice from inside. Ron looked inside through the crack in the door. "There's not much time left. Hurry up, grab two of your favorite things and let's run now." Max cutely covered his chest as he said that. Caroline ran back and forth in the house in a panic and then turned back. "I don't like everything in this house. What should we do? Why should we work so hard to keep this apartment? There's grass growing in the bathroom. Isn't it good to have a lawn in the bathroom? Doesn't Ron like to stand on the grass with you the most? Now is not the time to talk about this. Look at our refrigerator. We have to use tape to close the door, and there's black mold inside. Why don't we change apartments?" Hearing this, Ron opened the door with his spare key and walked in, joining the conversation between the two sisters. "I think so too. Why don't you want to live in another apartment, Ron? Why are you here?" The two girls were shocked. After being shocked, Max deliberately darkened his face and stretched out his hands. "Are you here to arrest me as a drug dealer? Come on, arrange a better cell for me this time. I don't want to go in and have a silly blonde girl next to me, please. I'm not the Dia. I don't care about drugs. I just don't like it instinctively. Besides, I've already checked it out. Those marijuana have nothing to do with you. Earl planted them there." "Earl? What did you do to Earl? He's already very old. He must not be put in jail. He will die in there." "Oh my God, you actually hit Earl." Max pinched his waist with both hands, and his chest rose and fell violently with breathing, looking like an angry bird. If there's anyone in Lee Hand's store who has the best relationship with Max, it must be Earl. He is like Max's father and makes up for all Max's expectations of a father. So when he heard the news that Ron had taken action against Earl, he was so furious. "Of course not. It was actually Earl who took the initiative to explain the marijuana to me, and then I realized that I had wronged you. Sorry, can you give me a chance to make it up?" Ron extended his hand to Max very sincerely. "Really? What are you going to do?" Max turned her face away deliberately, not looking at Ron, but Ron's mouth curled up a smile. Because he knew that Max was a person who was very bad at expressing her feelings. Whenever she looked like this, it meant that her anger had basically subsided. I just heard outside that you seem to be planning to run away. How about I help you? Oh. Do you also know a guy who can make fake passports and put them in the airport safe? Caroline was surprised. Max, I didn't know you knew such a dangerous guy. You know him too. I'm talking about Oleg. Max glanced at Caroline and said slowly. Ron, who was standing next to him, had already written down the words in a small notebook. Thank you for the information you provided. I have a feeling that this case will be a big one if it is investigated. Do you have anything else to add? One is a drug addict and the other is a false witness. If Lee Han is doing something, almost everyone in your store is a villain. Ron. Max glared at Ron angrily. Ron laughed at her angry look and handed her the notebook. There was no criminal record of Oleg that Max had just confessed in the notebook, but only one sentence. I wronged you, Max, can you forgive me? Max's tone relaxed. Okay, if you can help us escape successfully, I will forgive you. How do you plan to take us to escape? How about providing you with a new place to live? Ron thought of the house he bought next to Claire's house, and said with an idea, I bought a house in a nice mid-range community in the south. Okay, let you live there for the time being, but can I ask why you plan to run away? With your recent income, it shouldn't be difficult to rent a better apartment even if you pay for it yourself, right? When Ron talked about cooperation with Musk before, he had already made Max's small cakes a small afternoon tea snack at the Tesla factory. Although it is impossible to have only small cakes as a snack for afternoon tea, relying on such a stable sales channel, Caroline and Max will not fall to the point of worrying about the rent. Hearing Ron's question, Max lowered his head guiltily. Because of the car repair costs, I found out that Max never had a driver's license. When I was teaching her how to drive, she crashed my Lamborghini sports car into a pillar. Max yelled in dissatisfaction. Why didn't you tell me that you bought a pickup truck specifically for delivering goods to Tesla? If it weren't for paying off the loan for that car, we would definitely have enough money. How much is the car loan? Do you know how much it cost to repair the sports car? Ron was a little overwhelmed by the ugly quarrel between the two women, but he finally heard what happened from their words. Well, you two are really a pair of bankrupt sisters. Ron walked to the middle and separated the two. Although he knew that they were just arguing for fun and it was impossible for them to really get angry, letting them continue arguing was not a solution. Caroline, like Max said just now, take your favorite things in this house, pack a suitcase, and go with Max to the new house I bought. Live there for a while, no matter how long you want to stay. Caroline's self-esteem made her want to refuse habitually, but before she could say the refusal, she was interrupted by Ron. I'll say it again, you don't have to be polite to me. If you still feel bad, you can pay the rent. I'm the landlord anyway, you can pay the rent whenever you want. By the way, I almost forgot to say that my house also has a small yard, you can take Subeo with you. Did you hear that? Caroline. We can bring Subeo with us. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pack your things. Max excitedly pulled Caroline up, and after jumping twice, he immediately shook off Caroline's hand with disgust, saying hypocritically, I'm sorry. I was so excited to know that I wouldn't have to be separated from Subeo. It has nothing to do with you. Ha. For a moment, this small and simple apartment was filled with joyful laughter. When Ron was helping Caroline and Max move, Sheldon and Amy were also discussing the house issue in the small apartment where he lived. If we are going to continue living here, are you interested in redecorating this place? Amy asked while cutting vegetables. Actually, I really would like to. Sheldon put down the scientific journal. Great. What do you think? We can move everything from the apartment across the street, and then throw everything out of this apartment. What do you think? Sheldon is a very nostalgic person. He still can't adapt to life here, even though it is only separated from his original residence by a corridor. Why don't we start small? Amy asked cautiously. For example, we can plan the use of Ron's room first. I remember Ron said he was going to move out recently. Oh, right. Sheldon had an idea. I can ask Leonard to live in Ron's room, so he will become my roommate again. What about my roommate agreement? I need to draft a new one now. Speaking of drafting an agreement, Sheldon immediately stood up excitedly and prepared to start working, not noticing the frustration on Amy's face. Sheldon, if you ask Leonard to live with you again, what's the difference between you living there before? Yes, I can move over, Sheldon patted his smart head and suddenly realized it. Amy was simply helpless with such a fool with low emotional intelligence, and walked up to Sheldon angrily. Listen. I'm telling you again. I mean, you and I live here, Leonard and Penny live over there, idiot. I know. Can you put the knife down first? Sheldon stared at the sharp blade in Amy's hand and said carefully. It turned out that Amy was so angry just now that she even took the knife for cutting vegetables. Sorry, Amy put the knife back to the kitchen. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Why take the knife? Sheldon muttered softly. What did you say? Amy turned her head with a fierce look in her eyes. Sheldon quickly changed his words. I think it would be great if that cabinet was placed in the garbage dump at the door of the apartment. Amy followed Sheldon's gaze and shook her head at Ron's weapon cabinet. We can't just throw away Ron's things. These are weapons and will cause big trouble for your brother, but I think when he moves out, he will definitely take this cabinet with him. Yes, when I move out, I will definitely take this cabinet with me. This is a collection of weapons that I have collected for many years. Ron pushed open the door and walked in, but because of the delay of the renovation workers, I'm afraid you will have to put up with me for a while. Amy, happy birthday to you. Thank you for helping me take over this big trouble. Ron took out a beautifully wrapped gift box from the bag and handed it to Amy, glancing at Sheldon by the way. Thank you. Amy happily accepted the gift, but did not rush to open it. Sheldon glared in dissatisfaction. Ron, Amy's birthday is tomorrow, and I was planning to give her her first birthday present. You ruined the surprise I prepared for her. Sorry, I thought you had already given that to her. You also prepared a surprise for me? Sheldon. Amy laughed even more happily and hugged Sheldon's arm lovingly. But Sheldon quickly shook off Amy's hand. Hey. It's not time to make out yet, as we all know. Creatures like Sheldon only mate once a year, and he chose Amy's birthday as the mating day. So Amy was so excited. Okay, Amy waved her hand and stepped back. If you want to have a good sleep at night, I strongly suggest that you take the things under Hilton's pillow before going to bed, Ron whispered to Amy. He saw Sheldon buy a kazoo yesterday. With Sheldon's weird brain circuit, he would probably blow it at 12 o'clock to celebrate Amy's birthday. Amy nodded in agreement. Although she didn't know what was under the pillow, she knew it must be something weird. Sheldon is definitely capable of doing this. When Ron celebrated his birthday last year, Sheldon rode a griffin and flew over the Azurith continent, shouting happy birthday to Ron, which made Ron feel helpless and touched. Amy picked up the gift Ron gave her. Can I open the gift? Of course. Ron waved his hand. Actually, I don't know what's inside, just like you, because I don't know what birthday gift to give to a lady like you. I asked Mrs. Smith to pick it for me. She said it is very suitable for newlyweds. A layer of wrapping paper was torn off, and a black whip was revealed. Amy's expression became a little strange, and Sheldon said puzzledly, Ron, you didn't know that Amy couldn't ride a horse, but thank you for your gift. I didn't know before, but now I know. Ron's expression also became strange, but I don't think this gift should be for riding a horse. What other occasions would you use a whip for besides riding a horse? For example, when someone is disobedient and needs a lesson. Ron stared at Sheldon with a smirk on his face. He had already imagined a scene in his mind of Amy whipping Sheldon with a whip. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. Mrs. Smith had chosen the right gift. Just as Sheldon was about to say something, there was a sudden knock on the door. Sheldon, are you there? Come out quickly, we have to go to the hospital now. Bernadette is about to give birth. Chapter 536 Birthday and Birthday. In the corridor, everyone went downstairs, and Penny asked, Ron, why did you take so long? Ask him. Ron glanced at Sheldon unhappily, and Penny also cast a questioning look at him. Fathers who have children will be given cigars to celebrate, so I have to find my cigar bubble gum, so that I won't stand aside like a fool when the time comes. Penny rolled her eyes helplessly and looked at Ron. Is he always so stupid, or was he just fooled by one of you today? Come on, it's not the first day you met Sheldon. Don't you know that his common sense and emotional intelligence are negative? God knows what alien customs he learned from movies and TV shows. Wait, I need to go upstairs. Leonard suddenly stopped. Penny asked puzzledly, if you also need cigar bubble gum, just take Sheldon's. No matter what he has, he will bring a spare. No, I'm going to get asthma medicine. I ran too fast just now. However, the interesting thing is that Penny received a call just as Leonard went upstairs. Ron asked, what did Bernadette say? She said not to go yet, and we have to wait a little longer. I'm starting to wonder if it's right to buy the Flash baby clothes for this child." Sheldon had just finished complaining when Leonard came downstairs with a respirator. "I found the medicine, but it's empty, so we need to stop when we pass by the pharmacy later." Penny waved her hand indifferently. "It doesn't matter. We don't have to go to the hospital now. Are you sure?" "I think Leonard looks like he wants to go." Ron looked at Leonard's pale face and said worriedly, "Leonard, are you okay?" As he spoke, Leonard was already leaning against the wall and gasping for air. This is a sign of an asthma attack, but it's not serious. Generally speaking, as long as you take a breath of the medicine in the respirator, you can recover, or take a good rest for a while and adjust your breathing rhythm. "Okay, then let's go to the pharmacy first." "Hey, do you want to come with us? We can find a restaurant to stay in after going to the pharmacy and go there when we call again," Penny suggested. However, before Ron made his statement, Amy's behavior became strange. She stammered, "Oh, Sheldon, what do you think? You don't want to go, right? Whether I want to go or not is not the point. Today is your birthday, and the birthday boy is the most important." Sheldon waved his hand to indicate that he did not make the decision. "Oh my God, I forgot that today is your birthday. Why are we going to a good restaurant? Let's do something more fun." "How about finding a bar?" Penny said excitedly. Since she married Leonard, she hasn't been out to indulge for a long time. Ron shook his head and walked between the two of them. "Although I don't mind going out to have some fun now and wait for Bernadette to call again, let's forget about them." "Have you forgotten Sheldon's annual ceremony?" Because of Sheldon's weird brain circuit, he insisted that mating was enough once a year. At the same time, in order to express his love for Amy, he specially chose this day when Amy's birthday came. Everyone joked that this day was the annual ceremony. Wow, Penny screamed, "You two go and have fun. Ron, do you want to join us?" Ron shook his head. "No, I just remembered that I still have something to do. When you have news from Bernadette later, don't forget to call me." Both sides are lovers, so he's not in the mood to be a light bulb for anyone. What's more, if he stays at home and affects Sheldon's performance on the spot, wouldn't it indirectly affect the continuation of the Cooper family? However, after Ron left the apartment, he did not go to find any of his confidants, but drove to the city center and came to Williamsburg Restaurant. There was a car repair shop not far away. Although it was late, the car repair shop was still open. The lights were on alone, as if they were reserved specifically for Ron. Looking at the lights in the store, Ron smiled, parked the car at the door, and walked in. The fierce-looking man beside the table was the owner of this shop, Toretto, the famous king of underground drag racing in Los Angeles. Judging from the table and the empty wine bottles thrown at his feet, he had been waiting here for a long time. "This wine just doesn't taste as good as Lone Star. You should switch to that next time." Ron unceremoniously opened a bottle of Corona for himself, sat opposite and took a big gulp. "I thought you would continue to hide from me and live your retired life. Why did you show me the anonymous video of the distress call? Doesn't he have a lot of subordinates? Why not send this to them?" "That's the problem. Only Hobbs and I received the distress message, and not only did no one in the NSA under his jurisdiction receive it, but after he disappeared, they suddenly became very active, mainly centered around the fight for a system they call the Northern Lights. The inventor calls it a machine, and you call it the eye in the sky." Ron clinked a bottle with Toretto and continued, "I thought so at first, until that idiot Roman called Hobbs, then I knew he sent the message to you." "I know, I had received it before you sent me the message," Toretto nodded, "but I don't know why." "Because of Cypher, she killed your son's biological mother. So Anonymous thought you would definitely help." Ron found the photo of the woman that Toretto didn't want to remember on his mobile phone and handed it to him. Anonymous caught Cypher, but the plane was attacked on the way and she was taken away again, and Anonymous himself is missing. My men speculated that his plane may have crashed in this location, northwest of Monte Quinto. Even if he is still alive, he should not be there now, but if we go there, we will definitely find some useful clues. The Toretto effect, like other frustrated middle-aged men, drank the beer in one gulp. "Those are all over the time, but you asked me to meet today, so I guess there must be some other reasons for you to join my action, right?" Ron was not shaken by Toretto's words. Instead, he stared at Toretto's face sharply until she felt uncomfortable. "Yes, I have decided to join your operation, but I have a condition." Toretto swept away the image of a decadent middle-aged man just now, and a kind of strength reappeared in his body. "I am the only one following you in this operation. I don't want other family members to participate. That's impossible. The place where the plane crashed is a military blockade zone. Without the diplomatic intervention of the US government, we can only find a way to sneak in. Your superb driving skills will be the biggest helper in this operation. Ron shook his head and refused. He thought about it for a while and said, the most I can promise you is not to let Letty participate in this operation. In addition, I can arrange a bodyguard for your son to take care of him. Toretto fell silent again. Seeing this, Ron had to continue to add, you know that for an operation like this, I can't promise you anything. We have been friends for so many years. I will never lie to my family, but I can assure you that this time you will not be required to participate in the battle many times. Most of the time you will be driving and providing information support. Don't worry, just like every time we cooperated before, at most you will just be saving the world everywhere. Can I let you drive into outer space? Before Ron traveled through time, Fast and Furious had only been released to the 7th installment. Judging from the structure of the entire story, it was almost over. At most, a spin-off would be made to earn some sentiment. Besides, the Fast and Furious series is just an action movie. What does it have to do with space? After saying that, Ron got up immediately without waiting for Toretto to reply and drove to the hospital. When he arrived at the hospital, Penny and the others had already arrived, but Bernadette and Howard, who were actually giving birth, had not yet arrived. Raj, I didn't expect you to be with Sheldon and the others. I thought you would come to the hospital with Howard and the others, Ron said with some surprise as he looked at Raj, who was hanging out with Sheldon and the others. In Sheldon's small group, Raj and Howard have the best relationship. They stick together almost all day long, and even for a long time, Leonard's mother thought that they were a gay couple. You think so too, Raj, hearing this, seemed to have found a soulmate and immediately began to confide, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I should be with them at this moment, but they actually kicked me out and let Stuart stay there to help them, Leonard said frantically. I told you just now, Raj, that's their baby. To be fair, I spent 9 months helping Bernadette prepare for the baby, and Howard only took 5 minutes to get her pregnant, Raj said indignantly, saying 5 minutes is giving him face. Only 5 minutes. Sheldon showed a surprised expression and looked at Amy next to him. We must have done something wrong. It takes us several hours every time. Amy showed a happy and weird smile, and Ron proudly patted Sheldon's shoulder. Thanks, Dad. This is the genetic advantage of our family. Why do you say it's an advantage? It took several times more time than Howard, and it's not efficient at all. Believe me, Sheldon, there are countless men in the world who want to have your inefficient power. Please cherish it, Ron said earnestly. Leonard and Raj nodded in agreement, but when they were swept by Penny's eyes, they immediately stopped, as if nothing had happened. While they were chatting, Howard and Bernadette walked into the hospital late. Ron hurriedly pushed a wheelchair and stopped them. Quick, use this, Howard, and take Bernadette in quickly. Thank you. Howard put Bernadette in the wheelchair and rushed to the delivery room without looking back. Everyone looked at their backs as they left and smiled with relief. It's hard to believe that Howard is going to be a father, Leonard couldn't help but sigh. Amy interrupted. Yes, it was Penny who introduced Bernadette to him. Oh my God, how many times do I have to say sorry? Penny raised her hands in surrender. It's not just Bernadette and Howard, each of us has changed. Ron's eyes swept over his friends one by one. For example, you married Leonard, and you, Raj. Although you didn't catch up with my sister, you still defiled another member of my family, Alex, who is only 19 years old. At this point, Ron was furious, and Raj quickly put on a smile to avoid being beaten. Anyway, Raj and Alex were willing to be together. Ron glared at him and said nothing more. I turned back to Sheldon and Amy and softened my tone. Even Sheldon is living with Amy. Did you know that? George and I once thought that this guy would end up alone. We even found a nursing home for Sheldon. However, this guy actually has a girlfriend and they are living together. I don't know how he did it. It must be a miracle from God. Ron, why are you as superstitious as your mother? Isn't it because of my invincible charm? Sheldon said, patting Amy's hand. But if my mother asks, just say we sleep in bunk beds. Time passed by as everyone chatted about the changes around them. However, the child in Bernadette's belly was like Nezha in the myth. There was no movement until a few hours later, when everyone was almost falling asleep from chatting. Howard suddenly rushed out from the corridor. She gave birth. The baby is born. Congratulations, that's great, everyone cheered. And after the cheers, Penny hurriedly asked, "How is Bernadette?" "Very tired, but fine." Howard's face was filled with happiness. "Mother and daughter are safe." "Have you named the baby?" Ron also asked. Howard nodded. "Let's name it Holly." "Not bad. It's interesting to name it after a comet." Speaking of the name," Howard said a little depressed, "there is another thing that is the same as Halley's comet. That is, you can't tell him that he only goes to bed with me once every 75 years. Seeing Sheldon's thoughtful expression, Amy hurriedly explained to him, "This is not true. He was just joking. Thank you for your company. I can't wait for Holly to meet her uncles and aunts," Howard said halfway and turned to look at Raj, and the godfather. Raj immediately showed off to Stuart excitedly. "Did you hear that? Stuart, I have a dog and a goddaughter. You have nothing." Chapter 537 Speed and Science Fiction. "Hey, Taj, do you think Ron is crazy? Did you see that old man? Even an old man who looks like he has Alzheimer's is going with us? If there is no room in the car, I seriously doubt that he would have called a few old men to make our team an elderly mission. Maybe we will even take pictures of them." Roman squeezed next to Taj and said meanly. They and Marvin Borges, who was just complained by Roman for being neurotic, were all members selected by Ron to participate in this operation. Because Montito is a special area controlled by drug trafficking warlords, the plane can only take them to a nearby place and then drive forward. But the terrain of the tropical rainforest still caused them some trouble. The closer they got to the signal source of the plane's black box, the more difficult the road became. In the end, they could only walk. Marvin glared at him reflexively, and Roman glared back, but Marvin did not want to continue to look at him. He glanced at him casually and turned his head to continue on his way. Taji couldn't stand it any longer. "Shut up. This guy is said to be the top killer of the CIA back then. No matter how many of you there are, you can't beat him, Tisk. Even if he is the top killer of the CIA, so what? How can I, Lord Roman, be easily provoked? Go to Chicago and ask around. Who hasn't heard of my name, Roman? Believe it or not, I can break his old bones in just 5 minutes," Roman shouted exaggeratedly, attracting everyone's attention, adding a bit of joy to the team. Roman is of course very famous in Chicago, and his status is probably equivalent to that of Daz Hangwei in the capital. If you haven't beaten Roman, you are embarrassed to say that you are from Chicago. Really? Do you want to try now to see if you can break my old bones? Roman stepped forward a few steps and walked in front of Marvin. Marvin threw away his backpack. "Come on. Let's try it, Ron. Don't you need to take care of that side?" Toretto asked, looking at the conflict over there worriedly. "No, it's just a good way to lighten the mood," Ron shouted to the two men who were on the verge of a fight. "Since neither of you is willing to give in, how about a duel? The loser will be responsible for carrying the backpack for the other person." This time, they had a very smooth journey, so smooth that Ron even felt uneasy, so he didn't mind Roman causing some trouble to add some fun to the team. That's right, Roman hadn't finished saying the last word when he suddenly punched Marvin in the face. Since being beaten by Ron last time, Roman had learned boxing from a master for a long time, and the sudden attack he learned from hanging around on the streets since he was a child was very effective against ordinary people. But is Marvin an ordinary person? Originally, there were not many agents who could survive to retirement, and Marvin was an elite among the agents who had fought through the mountains of corpses and seas of blood together with Frank Moses. It can be said that the perception of danger has become a biological instinct. How could Marvin take Roman's small sneak attack seriously? Seeing the fist approaching his face, Marvin extended his hand and used his elbow to block Roman's arm, then suddenly thrust 2 fingers into Roman's eyes. Seeing this, Roman hurriedly used both hands to block, but he didn't expect that he had already fallen into Marvin's trap. Marvin's other hand had already been bent into a claw shape. And with a strong upward thrust, Roman's key part was grasped by Marvin. Marvin only gently pinched, and Roman's screams resounded through the world, and even sounded a bit like a hum crowing. Oh, you have a good voice. If it's in the village, all the roosters will be unemployed." Next, Marvin threw the backpack into Roman's arms. "I hope your bag-carrying skills are as professional as your crowing." Roman took the backpack and was about to mutter a few words, but Ramsey, who had been walking with his head down and looking at the computer, suddenly shouted excitedly, "It's here, we are close to the source of the signal. You don't need to tell me this, I know it too. The black box must be in the rubble." Ron pointed speechlessly at the wreckage of the plane next to him. After a short walk after getting off the car, they finally arrived at the site of the plane crash. I can do more than that. Ram followed into the wreckage of the plane and said dissatisfiedly, I can also help you find Mr. Doe's distress signal. It was sent from here. Ramsey walked to the middle of the cabin, lifted the carpet, and revealed a crystal screen-like object inside. It looks like someone tried to pry it open. Toretto looked at the marks on it with a serious expression. The plane probably crashed before it was pried open, or the plane was deliberately crashed here to prevent them from prying it open. Ron, standing beside Toretto, echoed, in any case, there must be something important in it that Anonymous wants us to find. Can you open it, Ramsey? This lid cannot be pried open, but I can try. Give me a minute and I can open it. Ramsey confidently placed the decoder on the black area next to the screen. In some unknown way, he quickly made the decoder interact with the screen. Green codes flashed on the screen. Taking advantage of this gap, Arthur, who had been searching around, reported, Boss, there's not a single person around here, and we haven't found Mr. Anonymous. It's been more than a week since the plane crashed. Arthur, it would be strange if you could find him, Ron said indifferently, relaxing his shoulders. Remember, guys, the purpose of our trip is just to search for clues and see if there is any possibility of saving people. I believe that the Nameless must be alive, because we didn't find a single body nearby. That is to say, after the plane made an emergency landing here, everyone survived, but the poor Nameless was probably kidnapped by the group that rescued Cypher. As long as Ron was halfway through his words, he was suddenly interrupted by a Ramsey. Done. The screen clicked and a secret door popped open. Ramsey reached out and pulled out a white metal box. When he opened the box, he found a hemisphere made of black triangles. What is this? Whatever it is. It's not Nameless. It wants us to find it. Ron was halfway through his words when he accidentally caught a different reflection in the woods. It's a scope. Ron quickly kicked Ramsey over. Before Ramsey could get angry, Ron yelled, Retreat. There's an ambush. Run to the car. When the gunshots rang out, Ron instantly understood where his uneasiness came from. They were being monitored all the way. The reason for the smooth journey was not luck at all, but that they were lured here specifically to crack the Anonymous secret box. This place was a trap from the beginning to the end. Several cars of unidentified attackers drove out of the woods. And the cars were full of people. The attackers leaned out of the car with assault rifles and fired back and forth at them. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ron quickly threw 2 smoke bombs to block the way the car came with smoke, and he dragged Roman, who was firing crazily, to retreat. Go, idiot. From the airport to where they parked, there was only less than 800 meters in total. Even if he was dragging one person, Bourne quickly ran to the front of the team and ran side by side with Toretto. Who are those? Are they the hijackers who took Cypher away? I don't know, but they shouldn't be. They might be the local warlords here, Ron answered while running. Their marksmanship is terrible. They are masters of human body contouring. If there weren't so many of them, we wouldn't have to run away. Toretto looked back and saw that the bullets were just as Ron said, flying over their bodies. The gunfire from the attackers was deafening, but the amazing thing was that none of them had been injured so far. Hey, don't you know who I am? Do you think I'm scared? Seeing that the opponent's bullets were no threat to him, Roman's arrogance came back. He yelled at the opponent arrogantly and took out his pistol to shoot behind him. However, an embarrassing thing happened. His bullets seemed to have eyes and flew around the opponent's body without leaving a wound on him. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing that Roman dared to fight back, the attackers immediately became angry and fired at him crazily. This time he was not so lucky. A bullet hit his pistol, knocking his only weapon away. Roman screamed in fear and quickly turned around to run for his life. But fortunately, he didn't have to run for too long. Their car was already in front of them. They got back to the car and started the car quickly. Go that way, Ron pointed to another path in the woods. Without waiting for Toretto to speak, he leaned out of the car window and fired several shots at the vehicles that were blocking their way. The way here is blocked. We can only try from that side. Hold on. Toretto grabbed Ron's belt and pulled him back into the car. He swung the steering wheel hard, and the car made a beautiful tailspin on the dirt road, aiming the front of the car at the path Ron pointed to, and then stepped on the accelerator hard. Buzz the high-powered engines roared, and the convoy rushed into the small road and ran wildly. However, just halfway out, Toretto stared at the rearview mirror in surprise. Wait? No. Why are they fighting? Drive carefully. Seeing that they were about to hit the sign on the side of the road, Ron hurriedly pulled the steering wheel and straightened the car. It means they are not a group of people. My judgment is correct. The ones who ambushed us in the wreckage of the plane just now were the local warlords, and the ones who blocked us on the way we came were Sephir's people. They started fighting for some reason. This is our chance, I see. Toretto nodded. I seem to have seen a billboard just now. What did it say? That's Spanish, and it means minefield ahead. What? Before Toretto could say anything, Roman, who was sitting in the back, shouted first. Don't worry, they are just some mines. Ron pulled the seatbelt and buckled it on himself, picked up the walkie-talkie and switched to the team channel. Guys, we are now in a minefield, all cars spread out, drive as fast as you want. Oh my god, are you crazy? And we should turn back. Roman in the back seat was almost going crazy. Don't worry, assuming that the killing radius of the mine is 16 meters and the detonation time is half a second, we just need to drive at a speed of more than 129 kilometers per hour, and there will be no problem. After passing another sign with a skull painted on it, the convoy had already emerged from the woods and came to a relatively open area. As expected, this was a minefield. Sure enough, the two teams behind had just caught up to the location of the sign, stopped and got out of the car, relying on their own cars, and shot at each other, ignoring Ron's convoy. But at the same time, Ron's car also caught up with the first mine. Boom! As soon as the wheels passed the mine and drove 10 meters, an explosion sounded behind them. The stones and mud lifted by the shock wave of the explosion made a crackling sound behind the car, which scared Roman so much that he quickly lay on the seat. Damn it! Didn't you say that we would be fine as long as we drove more than 129 kilometers? Maybe I miscalculated. Ron shrugged indifferently, without any apology. Toretto, can you go faster? Although this minefield is relatively open compared to the forest just now, it is still part of the forest. There are still many trees, and the rugged terrain makes off-roading very difficult. Ordinary people would feel scared when driving at 130 miles per hour on the highway, let alone in this jungle full of obstacles. Even if Ron has the same level of driving skills as Toretto, he dare not say that he can drive safely through this area. The skill only gave Ron the same superb driving skills as Toretto, but did not give him the tough heart of an old driver. No problem, Toretto said confidently, one hand on the steering wheel, the other hand pressed the red button on the center console. Buzz! The engine roared more violently, the colorless exhaust from the exhaust pipe suddenly turned into a strange blue flame, the car body suddenly stopped, and a strong sense of push came over the back. The car was like a rabbit with its tail on fire, and the speed increased a lot. Oh my god. You two crazy people. You actually drove in the forest and used nitrogen to accelerate. Roman was stunned by Toretto's crazy operation, and quickly took out the cross from his chest and prayed devoutly. Ron's performance was not much better. He opened his eyes in horror, staring at the big tree that kept approaching and suddenly moving away in front of him, holding the door handle tightly, and he would jump out of the car immediately if there was anything wrong. However, it turned out that he was overthinking. Under Toretto's driving, the car was like a vigorous mountain cat, moving through the gaps between the trees without any obstacles. Chapter 538 Toretto's Brother. FXXK. This is so exciting. After the car drove out of the minefield, Roman rubbed himself back and forth in disbelief. I actually survived. God bless. But before Roman could take a breath, Ron's next sentence almost choked him to death. Toretto, let's go back for another round. FXXK. FXXK. Are you crazy? We finally got out. Why do we have to go back in and die? Toretto, you will definitely not go crazy with Ron, right? Facing Roman shouting, Ron did not speak, but pointed to the rearview mirror. Toretto glanced and saw that Taji's car behind was knocked crooked by a strange vehicle that jumped out of the woods. A big man who looked somewhat similar to Toretto got out of the car, snatched a black hemisphere that he had just obtained from the wreckage of the plane, and drove away again. Hold on tight. Seeing the big man's appearance, Toretto's pupils shrank, and he slammed the steering wheel to the right. The rear of the car swung, and the car drew an arc on the ground and chased the car driven by the big man again. Ah, crazy. You are all crazy. Roman was still shouting in the back seat. Ron was annoyed and took off a sock and stuffed it into his mouth. Then the car suddenly became quiet, leaving only the retching sound in the back seat. Sorry, Toretto, I didn't protect the things well. Taji's voice of apology came from the intercom. It doesn't matter, you guys run to the border now, don't look back, leave that car to us, watch out for the plane. Ron looked at the armed helicopter flying in the sky, and immediately changed his initial idea of letting other cars join him in surrounding the strange car. Throwing away the intercom, Ron grabbed a rocket launcher from the back seat. As soon as he touched it, he was almost choked by the vomit on the rocket launcher. However, the current situation did not allow him to rub the rocket launcher on Roman. He could only bear the pressure and lean out of the window with the rocket launcher. Swoosh! The rocket arrived in an instant and hit the helicopter with one shot. Then the helicopter tilted to the side, and the propeller on the top just happened to hang on the tail rotor of another helicopter and cut off. Boom! One helicopter fell to the ground and exploded into pieces, while the other plane that lost its tail rudder circled in the air twice like a headless fly, and then plunged to the bottom of the cliff next to it. Ron used only one rocket to deal with two helicopters, and he couldn't help but smile proudly. However, this time, he didn't feel proud for long, and was grabbed by Toretto's belt and dragged back to the car again. "Fasten your seatbelts, Ron, and prepare for the impact." Toretto stepped on the accelerator and instantly increased the speed to the highest level. Just when he was parallel to the strange car, Toretto turned the steering wheel to Sasuke, and the two cars collided heavily, and then quickly separated, but neither of them retreated much. It can be seen that the modification of that car is not inferior to the car modified by Toretto himself. Ron saw this. Thinking of the other party's face that was slightly similar to Toretto, a playful expression appeared on his face. "Is that guy Jacob?" "Who is Jacob?" Roman just asked, and suddenly changed the subject, pointing to the cliff in front and shouting in fear, "Wait! Stop the car! There's a cliff in front." However, Toretto turned a deaf ear to him and continued to drive with a sullen face, his eyes fixed on the front. Although Toretto didn't say anything, Ron knew that he was probably competing with Jacob next to him. Jacob didn't slow down, and neither did Toretto. The two cars drove side by side, rushing towards the cliff. Tut-tut! The exhaust pipe of the car made two strange noises, and the speed suddenly slowed down. Ron looked down and found that the nitrogen had run out. But the other car was not affected at all, and it continued to drive at a high speed. The distance between the two cars quickly widened at a speed visible to the naked eye. He could only watch the car jump off the cliff like an arrow and fly into the air. When everyone thought that the car would eventually be destroyed and the people on board would die, a strange-looking fighter suddenly flew over from a low altitude, almost brushing the roof of Ron's car, and quickly flew over the car. It lowered its head slightly and actually sucked the car under the plane and left. Ron and Roman were stunned. FK. This is too sci-fi, isn't it? Wait. Toretto, what are you doing? Stop the car, Roman just finished exclaiming, but found that Toretto not only did not slow down the car, but continued to accelerate towards the cliff. He shouted in panic. Shut up, you idiot. There is a suspension bridge ahead, otherwise how do you think Taiji and the others got to the other side? We just need to drive to the suspension bridge. FK. Where is the bridge? Ron was halfway through his words when he found that the suspension bridge marked on the map had been broken, leaving only a lonely cable, which was not connected to the bridge piers on both sides of the cliff. The most fatal thing is that at this time, they have already driven to the edge of the cliff, and the speed of up to 150 makes it impossible for them to brake. However, it is in this situation that the driver's genius is truly reflected. Toretto tilted the steering wheel slightly to the right, and the car quickly crashed into the bridge pier that was tied with ropes in disguise. Just when it was about to hit, Toretto suddenly turned the steering wheel back to the right. At this time, the front of the car had already knocked the bridge pier crooked, and the front wheel of the car, which was tilted to the left, just got stuck in the place where the bridge pier and the rope were connected, and the two quickly entangled together. The next second, the car flew off the cliff. Amid Roman screams, the car flying in the air was suddenly pulled by the rope, like Tarzan, using another bridge pier as a fulcrum, drawing a semicircle and falling heavily on the opposite cliff. The car rolled several times and finally stopped facing up, and everyone in the car breathed a sigh of relief. You lunatic, I swear, if I ride in your car again in the future, I will shit upside down for you to see. Ron wiped the cold sweat from his head. Just now, he thought he was going to die, but he didn't expect that he would survive again. You've already said it last time. You need to perform a handstand shit twice for me, plus this time. I'm waiting. Toretto smiled confidently, full of style. Roman, how do you feel? Roman was about to speak, but he couldn't help vomiting again. The back seat of the rabbit was full of his vomit. I feel like Newton's cough and can't hold it down anymore. Just as Ron and the others were celebrating their survival, Jacob had come to Sever on the other side. She was locked in a cage made of tempered glass. The air holes on the cage ensured that she would not be suffocated inside and could hear the conversation outside. The operation was very beautiful. You were able to kidnap me from the hands of the anonymous person without any harm, and you killed him. The money was worth it, Sever laughed softly. Jacob was hired by her to rescue her, but she didn't expect that Jacob didn't release her as agreed after rescuing her. Instead, she was locked up here because of her excellent hacking ability. Do you know who I am? Of course I know who you are. The question is, do you know who you are? Cypher smiled beautifully and said in a charming tone, growing up in Los Angeles is not easy. I think it is because you live in the shadow of your brother that you have become what you are now. So you have been forcing yourself to be faster than dumb, smarter than dumb, and stronger than dumb all your life. Tell me, do you hate him so much that you can't sleep every day? Jacob swallowed hard and continued to keep his face normal, but Cypher still saw the clue. Unfortunately, you are still the same. If I had known earlier, I should have hired you instead of forcing your brother to work for me. Maybe you would work harder. I don't do things to compete with anyone, Jacob said guiltily as if his thoughts were seen through. It's interesting. Do you think you are his opponent? Although he didn't say it clearly, Jacob knew that there was no other choice for him in Cypher's eyes except Toretto. You have no say in this. Jacob took out a black hemisphere he had just snatched back from his arms. Do you recognize this? The other half is hidden in thousands of safes. I want you to find out where it is. We got this hard drive from his airport and maybe the answer is on it. I remind you in advance, don't hack into places we don't let you. Jacob connected the hard drive to an old computer and pushed it in from the food delivery port, but Cypher didn't start working immediately. Suppose you get a weapon that is so dangerous that it shouldn't continue to exist, what are you going to do with it? Use it to start a war? Sell it to the highest bidder? Or do you want to shake up the entire social system on your own? I think maybe what you need most is a hug from your family. You've seen my psychological test, it's interesting. Just say whatever you want to say. Has anyone told you that your way of talking is really tiring? I'm talking about your chin. Jacob touched his chin when he heard it. His chin was a classic Nordic style, and he didn't find anything unusual. He looked at Cypher puzzled. Your chin is very special. Although I know that the bloodline of the Toretto family is very complicated and there is no trace of Nordic bloodline, Jacob's heart sank. He began to doubt his own life experience. As Cypher spoke, he casually typed on the keyboard, and the information on the hard drive was immediately cracked. The thing is in Edinburgh, England. It is easy to find the two parts of the Ares plan, but once your brother comes to disrupt the situation, you have no chance of winning. I don't think so. No matter how powerful he is just one person after all, Jacob said unconvinced. No, you overlooked that he has a very strong team, not to mention the man named Ron who is with him. Even if I am in prison, I know that he single-handedly killed all the strong terrorists who occupied the White House and hijacked the president. You are no match for any of these two people alone, let alone now that they are together. Haha, let's wait and see. Jacob smiled confidently, and shouted to his opponent, everyone, take your positions, and start the plan. Okay, guys, we are safe now, but things are still very troublesome. We need to figure out what the black hemisphere is. Does Ramsey have any clues? Ron cast his eyes on the hacker with the highest level here. I cracked a distress message data sent by Mr. Anonymous and found that the satellite positioning coordinates were added later. Before Ramsey finished speaking, Roman stood up first. Question, who is Jacob? Jacob is Dom's younger brother, and his last name is also Toretto. Seeing that Toretto was silent, Ron took the initiative to answer for him. Oh my god, did I hear you right? You actually have a younger brother? Roman was shocked and surprised. And he is a super spy with his own private army. He's as elusive as Batman, and he has designed a set of flying moves that can be accurately sucked away by airplanes? Who is so powerful? Besides me, probably only Batman can do these, but I just realized that Dom's brother may be able to do it. Ron raised his hand and answered without any modesty. Roman was choked by him and was speechless. Okay, then I only have one question left. Where should I go now? Or how long do I have to walk in the sewer? I tell you, if a Ninja Turtle suddenly jumps out, I will go home right now. After leaving Monte Quinto, Ron did not lead the team back to the United States, but came to an inconspicuous town in Turkey. Don't worry, we didn't bring pizza, so they won't come out. Ron said with a smile. This is a secret base of the Nameless. Since we are helping him, we will requisition it first. Toretto, do you have anything to say? No matter what Jacob becomes, no matter what he wants to do, I will bear all the consequences, Toretto said solemnly. That won't do. I have said long ago that we are friends, and your business is my business. What's more, no matter what he wants to do, we can stop him before he does it. Ron pinched Toretto's shoulder, walked forward a few steps, opened a secret door in the sewer, and inside was a large room with everything from weapons and ammunition to advanced computers. Ramsey looked at the equipment inside and said in disbelief, "Oh my God, there is actually a place like this here. This is an outpost intelligence station prepared by the United States near the Soviet Union in order to cope with the Cold War. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, this intelligence station was merged into the NSA. All equipment has been updated all the time, so you can use it with confidence. If there is no problem, let's start working now." Ron clapped his hands and said loudly, and everyone immediately worked step by step according to their own expertise. Ron waved at Ramsey. "What did you want to say just now?" "I wanted to say that I got a coordinate from Wu Ming's distress message, and there is also a file called the Ares Project." Chapter 539 Ares Project. Ares Project? What is that? The purpose of the Ares Project is to cover all devices that run code. No matter where the computer is, as long as the code it runs is based on 0 and 1, it will be attacked. If the plan is loaded onto a satellite, it will spread like a virus. It is only a matter of time before any weapon system is manipulated by it, conventional, nuclear, and those new weapons we have never heard of. He can hit wherever he wants. As Ramsey spoke, he used a computer to simulate the effects of the Ares Project on the big screen. Everyone's heart tightened. Ron waved his hand indifferently. "Don't be so nervous, guys. Don't you know that all nuclear weapons are not connected to the internet? And the launch procedure is very complicated, almost all of which is manually operated, so don't worry at all. As long as this Ares system cannot invade brain cells, it can at most affect conventional weapons through wrong commands, but even so, it's a trouble. We must stop him," Toretto said in a deep voice. "Of course," Ron nodded in agreement. "The question is, where can we find it? I'm not the only one who thinks that we should only get half of it." "Right, that's right. It's precisely because this plan is so dangerous that Mr. Anonymous split the prototype into two. If there is no activation key, it will be just 2 pieces of scrap metal. Jacob has got 1/2 now. Next, he will definitely look for the other half. As for the key, it is now missing, so, to find it, in order to crush his plan, we have to act separately," Toretto said. "Roman, Taj, I have an old acquaintance in Europe who can provide everything we want. Leave it to me," Roman said confidently. "Wait, there's one more thing," Taj suddenly interrupted Toretto's division of labor. "Mr. Anonymous mentioned a name related to the key in the encrypted message. I don't think he would send it to us for no reason. Does anyone know this person?" Taj typed on the keyboard for a while, and a photo of a handsome man with a confused face appeared on the screen. "OMG. David Weber," Ron couldn't help but screamed. "This is impossible. He should have died long ago?" Taj asked. "Ron, do you know this person?" "Who is he?" "David Weber. She is an agent who graduated from the same training class as me. After graduation, she was assigned to the CIA. Later, she participated in NASA's space program to explore Mars. Because of the storm, she died on Mars." Ron was shocked and couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear. "At least that's what I know. I didn't expect this guy to be still alive. How did he survive on Mars?" "Maybe he used his own feces and urine to grow potatoes in the Mars base and rushed to NASA to send a spacecraft to pick him up," Roman joked, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was glared at by everyone and could only raise his hands. "Okay, I'm kidding. Okay, since I know this person, then leave this person to me. I guess you must have something that the anonymous person wants me to get." Ron came back to his senses from the shock and clapped his hands to get everyone's attention back on himself. "Roman, Tej, you two should still follow Toretto's arrangement and go find his old friend. Toretto, Jacob is your brother, so it's okay to let you take charge, right?" Toretto nodded as a matter of course. "Then, the others will stay in the space to provide us with intelligence support, and prepare things that may be needed for the operation later. Then, everyone, start to move." Everyone quickly started to move after Ron's arrangement. The few people whose names Ron called immediately packed up their luggage and set out to look for intelligence. while Ron pulled Marvin to give him a few words before leaving the base. In Bern, the capital of Switzerland, the capital branch of Zurich Bank welcomed a special guest today, a handsome man who is only wearing a sweater jacket in the cold weather. Following the old tradition of Swiss banking, the bank manager did not look down on her for her shabby outfit. Instead, she politely approached him and said, "Hello, how can I help you? I'm here to handle the safe deposit box business." As soon as she said this, the lobby manager, who is always calm and had a demeanor of a British butler, couldn't help but exclaim, "You know, the safe deposit box business of Swiss banks has always been the exclusive domain of the rich, because the rental price of a safe deposit box is not cheap, and only they would need to store their treasures that they would not feel safe to keep at home in a bank safe deposit box." However, the young man in front of him did not look like a rich man at all. Duan's good professional habits made him smile apologetically immediately. "Sorry, I am rude. Please fill in the account number and ask someone to help you." The lobby manager handed over a slip, and the man filled in the account number tattooed on his body on it, and then returned it to the manager. After the manager entered the account number into the computer, his expression on his face became more surprised and more respectful. "Hello, distinguished guest, please follow me." The lobby manager led him into an elevator. After a long run, they came to the bank vault that was unknown how many meters underground. "Please put your hand on this." The lobby manager pointed to the human body information collector next to it. The man obediently put his hand on it. The red laser flashed again, and then the screen turned green. "Authentication successful. Please wait a moment." The lobby manager put on an impeccable professional smile on his face and led him into a VIP room. After a while, a staff member came in with a large iron box. After putting the box on the table, he said nothing and retreated. "This is your safe. To protect your privacy, please feel free to use this VIP room. You will not be disturbed. If you need anything, press the number next to it and I will come to serve you immediately." The lobby manager bowed to her politely and left. This is the rule of Swiss Bank. Customers who use the bank's safe deposit box service are important VIPs. The bank is only responsible for keeping their things, and will not have any curiosity about the things in the safe. In other words, even if you store a nuclear bomb in a Swiss bank, they will carefully keep it for you. I don't know if this is the truth, but at least it is advertised like this. The lobby manager has left the VIP room, and the man immediately opened the box impatiently. He ignored the watches, pens, hard drives and other sundries, and grabbed the passport in the box as soon as possible. "So my name is Bern Jason, and I'm French. This situation may be strange for others, but it is normal for a person who has lost his memory. Bern fell into the sea 1 week ago. He no longer remembered a specific reason. Fortunately, he was picked up by a passing fishing boat. The person who rescued him said that he was shot several times and there was something like a bank account number tattooed on his back. According to the knowledgeable old ship doctor, this was the account number of Zurich Bank, so he came here to try his luck. Unexpectedly, he found out more about his life experience. However, when he was about to put the things in the box into the bag, he found that there was a mezzanine in the safe. Curious, she immediately opened the mezzanine first, but she didn't expect that the things in the mezzanine almost shocked her. There was a pistol in the middle of the mezzanine, and several magazines full of bullets. This was not the most surprising thing for him. What really surprised him was that there were more than a dozen passports like the one he was holding in the mezzanine. In each passport, except for the photo that was exactly the same as hers, the name and nationality were completely different. In addition, under these passports, there was a box full of banknotes from various countries lying quietly. This could not help but shake up his newly established understanding of his own identity. He was so frightened that he quickly put all the things in the safe into the handbag given to him by the bank. Except for the pistol, he carefully put it back into the safe. She also wiped off her fingerprints on the pistol without any instruction. Her movements were so delicate that they were outrageous. She was as careful as a professional killer or agent. "I wonder how long it has been since I last came here." Bern returned the safe containing only the pistol to the lobby manager and pretended to be nonchalant. "I'm not sure, but it should be at least 3 weeks. Sir, do you need me to call a taxi for you?" "No, thank you." After getting the information he wanted, Bern declined the lobby manager's kindness to call a taxi for him and walked out of the bank quickly. Although he didn't know what kind of person he was before, with so many identities and such a dangerous weapon as a pistol, out of instinctive caution, Bern carefully avoided passers-by on the street. But he had just walked into a quiet alley when a gust of fist suddenly hit his head. Bourne's heart was alarmed. He lowered his head and turned around according to his feeling. He punched the intruder in the abdomen. However, his fist hit nothing. The intruder had already jumped out of his attack circle before he started to act, and looked at him with a smile on his face. "David, long time no see. I didn't expect that after so long. Your skills have not improved at all. You are always so straightforward. I'm not the David you are looking for." "Did you recognize the wrong person?" Bourne stared at the intruder vigilantly. For some reason, she always felt that the smiling man in front of her was full of danger. "Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Are you kidding me, or have you really lost your memory?" Ron frowned suspiciously and looked at the other party. "To be honest, this joke is not funny at all." "What is your name now?" "Bourne. I am Bourne." "I don't know what you are talking about." Bourne denied the connection with the other party, but immediately realized that the person in front of him might be the only clue to find his true identity. What's even more rare is that although the other party attacked him right away, he didn't feel any murderous intent from the other party. It felt like two old friends greeting each other. He changed the subject and began to test. "Do you know me? Do you have any evidence?" "Evidence? You want evidence from me?" Ron stared at Bourne's handbag and curled his lips. "I guess your bag must contain a large sum of cash, a pistol, and many passports. Well, a desperate man on the run may prepare these, but don't worry, I have other evidence." Seeing that the other party was still on guard, Ron began to use his big move. "My name is Ron, we are good friends. If you don't believe it, I bet you that among your passports there must be a passport named Luke Skywalker, and a Chinese passport named Zhang Dingding." "How do you know?" Bourne was shocked, because just now in the VIP room, he did find these two names on the passport. The fact that he knew the name of his fake identity meant that the other party must be someone he was very familiar with. "Of course I know, because I also have two passports. The names are Darth Vader and Zanger." Ron covered his mouth and laughed. His thoughts returned to his youth. When the three heroes of the Secret Service Academy sneaked out to watch a movie together, they watched the newly released Star Wars sequel. David had to name one of his fake identities Luke Skywalker because he lost a bet to him. The name Zhang Dingding was a prank that Ron gave him when David asked Ron to help him choose a Chinese name. "What's the connection between these names?" Bourne asked blankly. "Well, it seems that you really have no memory left." Ron shook his head disappointedly. "Anyway, we were good friends before." There was a chaotic sound of footsteps outside the alley, getting closer and closer. Ron looked outside and saw a group of policemen approaching the alley where they were. "This is not a place to talk. You are being watched. Follow me." Ron said nothing and dragged Bourne out. "Wait, I haven't confirmed your identity yet. I can't go with you. By the time you confirm my identity, you will be arrested by them too." Ron pointed at the police outside. "Listen, first of all, we were good friends before. Although I don't know what happened to you, I am willing to help you. Then, I ran into some troubles and someone gave me advice. I can only find you. We must help each other now, just like before." Ron grabbed Bourne's shoulders and said seriously. Bourne stared into Ron's eyes for 3 full seconds before nodding with difficulty. "Okay, I'll go with you." Compared to the police outside who came with bad intentions, Ron obviously looked more credible. "Where are you going to take me?" "Turkey, but first we need to get rid of these annoying followers." Ron glanced at the streets outside and quickly locked his sight on the American embassy. "Take out your American passport and follow me." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540, 3 Special Agents. With their American passports on display, Ron and Bourne easily entered the American embassy. The police who were tracking them saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly followed them, but were stopped by the embassy guards outside the door. "Wait, stop, you have no jurisdiction here. Are we safe?" It stands to reason that any ordinary person would feel a little uneasy when encountering such a situation, but Bourne was surprised to find that he was not only not uneasy, but a little excited. It was as if he had already gotten used to all this. "No, even if we get to the embassy, there are still people who want to arrest you. Although I don't know what you have done, damn, I can't even find my level. Your entire agent information has been deleted from the system. I really don't know whether you deliberately cooperated with the anonymous person to do this, or someone deliberately wanted to frame you. It's a pity that you have lost your memory, otherwise I would know something, Ron said regretfully while pulling Bourne through the service hall of the embassy. I believe that my memory will be restored. Bourne followed Ron, looking around vigilantly. He always felt that someone was watching him nearby. Sure enough, when his eyes met with a man wearing hidden headphones, the other party immediately lowered his head guiltily. I think we haven't gotten rid of the people following us yet. What should we do now? It's really too easy to get rid of those people, but I'm still hesitating about what method to use. Generally speaking, I can just kill all the people following me in my own way, Ron said with his chin in his hand. What if it's my way? Bourne asked. He had a strong premonition that the man in front of him knew him very well. Perhaps, using the method he was best at in the past could stimulate him to remember something. If that's your way, it's probably to get rid of all those idiots through endless tactical evasion, right? After all, you were previously called the most difficult person to track in the world. Bourne thought about his nickname and exclaimed, the most difficult person to track in the world? What a cool nickname. What's your nickname? It's the other two of the three masters of the Secret Service Academy that you just mentioned. Stop. The one with the red bag. Stand still. At the back of the corridor, the man who had just stared at Bourne took out a pair of handcuffs from his waist and walked over. Bourne looked at Ron helplessly, while Ron looked at him in horror and slowly backed away, as if he didn't know him at all. Damn it, your nickname must be the best actor. Bourne stared at Ron and muttered. It's up to you, Ron said with his mouth at an angle that only Bourne could see, and at this time, the man who had just stared at Bourne had already walked up with his two men, forming a triangle shape, surrounding him in the middle. It turned out that he had just shifted his gaze, not because he felt guilty, but because he was going to get help. Don't move. A guard next to him just put his hand on Bourne's shoulder, and Bourne suddenly took a step back, pulled his hand hard, and quickly put his other hand under his arm. He turned his body, and when the guard was still dizzy, Bourne had somehow come behind him. He pushed his body forward, and the two guards' heads hit each other hard, and they fainted. At this time, the man who had started to look at him just barely pulled out his gun. But Bourne didn't take the gun seriously at all. His hand had quietly touched the man's collar, and he pulled hard, and with a perfect shoulder throw, he threw the man to the ground, and the pistol fell to the side. Bourne picked up the pistol reflexively and pointed it outward. The two guards who were originally going to come to help immediately raised their hands and retreated. Ron, who had been panicking and pretending to be a passerby, simply stopped acting. It's really you. Well done. Your moves this time are much more neat than when you fought me just now. It seems that you seem to have regained your feeling little by little. Do you remember anything now? Bourne thought hard for a while and shook his head in disappointment. Still don't remember anything? I don't even know your nickname, and the information of the other person, although you have repeatedly emphasized to me that the three of us are very good friends. Well, whether you can remember it or not, I will introduce myself to you formally. I am Ron Lee Cooper, a senior IRS agent, known as the most dangerous man in the circle, Ron said proudly. As for the other person, his name is Ethan Hunt. You will have a chance to meet him sooner or later. Why don't you ask him what his nickname is? Now how do we run? It's all up to you. This way. Bourne glanced at the floor plan posted on the wall and took Ron into the stairs. The man lying on the ground who had just left and recovered immediately reported Ron and their movements using the intercom. Immediately, a team of fully armed guards chased in from the stairwell. Ron and his team had just gone up 2 floors when a man in a suit blocked their way. Before they could say anything, Ron and Bourne punched the man in the crotch at the same time. The man in the suit screamed and rolled down the stairs. The two smiled at each other. I now believe that we were trained in the same place before, Bourne said as he walked up the stairs. He stopped after taking 2 steps, turned back and took out a walkie-talkie from the man and put the headset on his ear. Wait a minute, I almost forgot to bring this. At that moment, they had all the information about the people chasing them. Why is your nickname the most dangerous man? Is it because you are the best fighter, or, this nickname means that I have the strongest destructive power? Ron lifted his coat, revealing a circle of various grenades hanging on his belt, and a tactical vest full of weapons on the belt. Team 2 is going upstairs and will soon reach the 5th floor. Bourne's intercom sounded the internal communication of the arrest team. He immediately took Ron out of the stairwell and quickly passed through the office area on the 5th floor. Because of the broadcast on the 5th floor, All the staff quickly returned to their offices and closed the doors to avoid getting into trouble. At this time, the pursuit team in the headset was getting closer and closer. The way I think of now is to leave from that emergency escape route, but I think you will have a better way without a large-scale conflict, right? From now on, I want to see what your method will look like. Are you sure? Ron smiled a little bit. Bourne had a vague feeling that something was wrong, but he still nodded firmly. He had lost all his memories now. Although he had a conditioned reflex of his body's instinct, there was definitely a certain gap compared to the professionals in the complete form. However, what he didn't know was that the vague feeling of uneasiness in his heart was actually part of his body's instinct, which originated from the instinctive reaction caused by Ron when he was in school. Then you must not regret it. Ron picked up a cup that had fallen on the ground and smashed it hard at the monitor in the corridor, knocking it down. Then he used a fire extinguisher to break open the emergency escape door that Bourne had pointed out, and then used wire to open an empty room. Judging from the layout of the room, this is a dressing room. Ron pried open the cabinet and threw a large bag inside to Bourne. Put all your things in this bag, then throw the original red bag out of the window, and finally change into this outfit. But this is a women's outfit. Bourne was stunned when he saw the clothes Ron had brought up. Come on, we are in the women's dressing room. If it's not women's clothes, what else can it be? Ron said in a matter-of-fact tone. Don't you want to see my method? This is my method. Do you want to put it on or not? I will, Bourne said, gritting his teeth. By the way, don't forget to wear black stockings. For men dressed as women, stockings can cover up the hair on your legs very well. Ron threw an unopened stocking to Bourne, and took out some small pieces from his pocket. He wiped them on his face a few times, and then he changed from a young man to a middle-aged man in his 40s. Then he put on a wig and a mustache, and a pair of glasses. Although he was still wearing the same clothes, he looked like a completely different person. By the way, throw this thing away too. Ron tore off the walkie-talkie on Bourne and threw it into the trash can next to him. At this time, Bourne had just put on the stockings on his legs, and his top and skirt were barely put on. His clothes were messy, and most of his skin was exposed. At this time, the search team outside had already reached the door. Ron quickly put a wig on Bourne's head. Now start to cooperate with me fully, okay? As soon as he finished speaking, the door was kicked open by the search team. Everyone, put your hands on your head. Lie on the ground, Ron was yelled at, and he simply fell on Bourne, pinched Bourne's thigh and stockings, and Bourne lifted his legs in pain, but in the eyes of the searchers, it was more like Bourne wrapped his legs around Ron. Ah, gentlemen, don't kill me, I have money, I can give you a lot of money. Ron's voice changed, becoming old and turbid, and his tone was no longer confident and courageous. He sounded like an ordinary citizen who encountered danger. Bourne covered his chest reflexively, lowered his head, and his long hair covered most of his face, but Agent Jinming who came in didn't care. Looking at the ambiguous actions of the two, he smiled knowingly. It's okay, sir, we are just doing a routine search. You can find another very dangerous prisoner. The agent comforted him while casually searching the locker room for places where people could hide. After finding nothing, he apologized again and left the locker room, carefully closing the door for them before leaving. Is this your way? When the footsteps outside were far away, Bourne angrily pulled off his wig and questioned. Anyway? It's very effective, right? Ron said, pretending to be lustful and touching Bourne's beautiful legs in stockings. You should take care of your leg hair. They have pierced the stockings and are a bit prickly. If those guys weren't so stupid just now, you would definitely be exposed. By the way, I almost forgot this. Come and smile at me. Ron took out his mobile phone and took a photo of Bourne. This photo will definitely be a good New Year's card for Ethan. Damn it, I don't want to wear this anymore. Bourne was angry and wanted to tear off the women's clothes on his body, but was held down by Ron. Sorry. You may need to wear it for a while longer. I need you to wear it with me and leave the embassy with dignity. As long as you wear this, I promise no one will notice you. My car is parked 2 blocks away. Bourne stomped his feet in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He could only continue to act with Ron while wearing women's clothes. Okay, we're safe. Back in the car, Ron took off all his disguises and breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go now, we're going to Turkey. Although you don't remember anything now, since Anonymous mentioned you in the key, you must be useful. Bourne frowned. Who is this Anonymous you have been mentioning since just now? Anonymous? Is there anyone with such a name? NSA. the director of the National Security Agency, holds the power of the highest-level intelligence agency in the United States. He is also a teacher in our special agent school. From that time on, he has been called this name. Listen, man, even though you don't remember anything, you are in trouble now. Anonymous is missing, and someone is looking for the two parts of the weapon he left behind. According to the clues he left behind, you are an important part of this weapon. You must help me, otherwise many people will die. Ron looked at Bourne sincerely, and for once there was no trace of joking in his eyes. Okay, I promise to help you, Bourne nodded. Before Ron could start to feel happy, he continued, but, after I have dealt with my troubles, I want to know what happened to me. A week ago, I was rescued on a fishing boat with several bullets in my back. I also have a bank account, which is the one I just used in the Zurich bank. Okay, I promise to help you. Ron thought for a while and nodded in agreement. With the help of Finch, he quickly found Bourne, but it would not be so smooth for Toretto and his team, so he was not in a hurry to go back. In addition, he was also very curious about what happened. How could such an excellent top agent like Bourne end up in such an embarrassing situation? Even if it was just for the sake of their friendship, he would definitely help. But you have to tell me, what should we do now? Send me to Paris, this address. Bourne took out a document from his passport and handed it to Ron. There seems to be a house of mine there. I think there should be clues about what happened before. Chapter 541 Paris Mobilization. Listen, Bourne, we only have 1 day to deal with your matter. After 1 day, no matter how well you deal with it, you must come back with me to deal with Ares' matter first, Ron said seriously after contacting Toretto. Toretto had followed the clues and went to the UK. It happened that Deckard Shaw's mother Victoria was also in the UK. With her there, Toretto would not suffer a big loss. However, Ron felt that the opponent this time was not simple, so he had to act faster. Of course I want to understand the situation here as soon as possible, but I have no clue at all. I don't know where to start. Do you have any good ideas? Bourne said with a frown. Please, change your women's clothes first. Ron was troubled by his charming and wanton attitude. Are you addicted to wearing women's clothes? Oh, I've been thinking about things and almost forgot this. Bourne slowly took off his women's clothes and found a men's suit from the closet to change into. If we just want to solve your problem, it's not that troublesome. As long as you show up under the camera, the people who really want to do something to you will be impatient. I asked someone to check the identities of those who were tracking you in Switzerland. They are just scumbags of the CIA's Overseas Operations Department. It won't be a problem to kill them. At most, the number of them is too large to be annoying. The CIA's Overseas Operations Department, as the name suggests, is a department of the CIA that specializes in making trouble abroad. Although it sounds very grand, if you look at their past records, it's simply laughable. For example, in 18 years, all 638 assassinations of Castro failed. Of course, the most famous one is the Bay of Pigs incident. In 1960, with the consent of the newly elected President Kennedy, the CIA summoned 1,500 Cuban exiles to land on a secret beach in Cuba. How secret is this beach? Many years ago, it had been transformed into a beach bathing place, with tens of thousands of tourists visiting every day. When the CIA's Exile Corps landed, the visitors were dumbfounded, and the result can be imagined. This shows how unreliable the CIA's Overseas Operations Department is. In addition, because what they do is too sensitive, their identities are strictly confidential. Ron will not have any trouble killing a few of them. If someone really takes it seriously, he can also say that he doesn't know. Bourne asked, then what? Then how do we kill them? How do I know what happened to me? This is simple. After you show up, they will definitely chase you. You lead them to a building with explosives buried in advance, and then boom, we'll get rid of them all. Finally, we will make another oil pan, find one of them who can breathe and put his hand into the pan little by little, and he will tell you everything you want to know, Ron said indifferently. From his tone, it was obviously not the first time he did this. Bourne was relieved a little, but immediately, he found a new problem. But where should we choose our ambush site? Will we be insufficient with just the two of us? Where can we get so much explosives? As for the location, let's choose the 13th district. This is a slum that gives everyone a headache. No matter how loud the noise is, it will not attract the attention of the local police. As for the manpower, who told you that it's just the two of us? Ron sent the message on his mobile phone and raised his head proudly. I told you. We are all big shots. Be confident. It won't be long before someone will come with weapons to help. I have been in this circle for so long, I still have some face." At the same time, as Ron sent out messages one by one, some big shots in Paris also began to move. The cold girl holding the plant looked at the list of weapons sent in the text message and shook her head in annoyance, but still began to prepare supplies according to the instructions on the list. Leto, the new head of District 13, who also received the information, smiled and immediately ordered his men to vacate the small building that the gang had used to sell drugs. The next morning, Ron was still dreaming when Borley pushed him awake. "Wake up, it's time for us to act." Ron rubbed his sleepy eyes. "No, it's you who should take action. I can still sleep a little longer. Don't you want to join in?" "Well, can I borrow your car?" Since Ron didn't want to join in, Bourne could only settle for the next best thing. Ron got up, and just when Bourne thought he would go to get him the car keys, Ron opened the window, looked around below, and his eyes were locked on a white taxi. Ron whistled happily, and a handsome driver came out of the car and waved at him. "Bourne, let me introduce you to Daniel. He will be your private driver today. No matter how you want him to drive or how outrageous your request is, even if you want the car to fly, he will help you do it. To some extent, he is even faster than another master I know. However, he always charges a high price, so I suggest you prepare more money, okay? Wish me good luck and let him successfully take me to the place you arranged," Bourne said with a little doubt. He chatted with Ron for half the night last night. After the missions he had performed before, he has now begun to get used to Ron's slightly exaggerated way of speaking. For example, stories about encountering mechanical modified people in missions, driving a car into a nuclear submarine, and there is a map of a large treasure house on the back of the Declaration of Independence, which sound like science fiction. But although he likes to brag, Bourne has to admit that Ron is still capable. The drivers he recognized, even if they are not as exaggerated as Ron said, are at least quite good, right? The taxi happened to be parked in a place where the camera could see it. Bourne went downstairs and deliberately walked around in front of the camera for a few times before walking to the taxi, opening the door and getting in. "Hello, Daniel, I'm Ron's friend. He said you can meet all my requirements. Is that right? It depends on whether you have enough money on you. Ron said you get what you pay for. I'm never stingy in providing better services to generous customers," Daniel said, making a gesture of rubbing money with his fingers. "Is this enough?" Bourne handed over more than 20,000 euros in banknotes. "Then you will get the supreme service." Daniel happily put the banknotes into the glove box. "Today, even God can't take you away from this city." I said, "Tell me, where do you want to go?" "District 13, Building B11, can we leave now?" Bourne looked at the figures on the street, looking around at the pedestrians, and immediately urged, "Don't worry, you're here just in time. I was just planning to try something new." Daniel ate a sandwich slowly while pressing a few buttons on the center console. The car body shook and was lifted up by 4 hydraulic columns. The trunk opened automatically, and a professional racing level rear wing popped out. A sports surround that looked expensive also popped out from the front of the car. Even the 4 tires changed their angle slightly. "Hurry up, they're coming." Not only in front, Bourne saw his home in the rearview mirror. There were also a few sneaky figures coming out from the other side, and together with the people in front, they surrounded the taxi little by little. Daniel still finished the last bite of the sandwich slowly. "Okay, let's go now. I'll play some music. Do you mind?" As he spoke, Daniel gently stepped on the accelerator a few times. The huge roar of the engine made Bourne feel a little relieved. "No problem, can we go now?" "No problem, let's go." Daniel pressed the button, the hydraulic support retracted, and the taxi was put back on the ground. Before Bourne could sit down, the taxi shot out like an arrow. The huge push on his back made Bourne stick to the seat instantly. "Watch out for the car." Bourne looked at the car in front and reminded loudly. Before she finished her words, Daniel turned the steering wheel lightly, and the taxi dodged the car that Bourne reminded and continued to move forward quickly. Daniel easily dealt with countless vehicles that were moving backwards at high speed, and even had the mood to chat with Bourne. "You are lucky today. There are few cars on the streets of Paris in winter, which is very suitable for sightseeing in the city." "Really? I am so lucky," Bourne said, holding the handle next to him tightly. Ron was right. This guy drove much wilder than Ron. However, even so, they still couldn't get rid of the CIA's pursuit, as if they were prepared for their speed. The CIA agents had already deployed personnel at different intersections with their numerical advantage. As soon as they passed those intersections, new vehicles immediately replaced the cars that they had left far behind and continued to track them. Daniel turned his head and said, "Please fasten your seat belts. I'm going to shift to third gear." "No problem." "Wait. Third gear? What gear is it now?" Bourne looked at the speed on the dashboard that had reached 120 kilometers per hour and felt that his common sense was challenged. "Is there any need to say that?" "Of course it's second gear," Daniel said as a matter of course. Bourne didn't say anything else. He was busy fastening his seat belt. In the shaking car body, fastening the seat belt is a technical job. And in this process, the speed of the taxi went up another level. Bourne had seen a toll booth-like building in front of him. In just a moment, they had already driven out of the city. "Do you have change on you?" "No." Bourne shook his head. "Neither do I." Daniel shook his head in disappointment and stepped on the accelerator a little deeper. Woo! The taxi passed through the toll booth at lightning speed. The strong airflow formed between the car and the building even swept away the clothes of a lady standing at the toll booth. "Ah!" the lady screamed and covered her body with gratitude. "Damn, how many kilometers per hour are we going now?" "It looks like it's definitely more than 200, Bourne questioned the speedometer on the dashboard, the needle of which had turned to the limit. "Maybe they will tell you." Daniel pointed at the traffic police who were measuring speed on the roadside, and continued to drive along the avenue at the same speed. 302 kilometers. "It's that guy again." The traffic police took out a walkie-talkie. "Attention all units, the White Devil has appeared again. Use the secret weapon." Not far in front of the taxi, two modified police sports cars rushed out on the road and bit the taxi's tail and chased it. "Is this a police car? When did police cars start using this kind of high-end sports car?" "No, those are my friends. We are all famous racers around here," Daniel said, and when his cell phone rang, he did something that made Bourne sweat. He was still looking at his cell phone at such a high speed. "But we can't play anymore. Ron is waiting impatiently." "Hurry." Daniel pressed another button, and the taillights behind the taxi were suddenly retracted, revealing a unique exhaust pipe. Once the light blue flame was sprayed out, the taxi speeded up again, and immediately pulled away from the police car behind. Even though Bourne was prepared, he couldn't avoid hitting the pillow. "Is this liquid nitrogen acceleration?" "No, a friend of mine runs a bar. This is made with anise liquor. If you are interested, I can give you an address and you can find him yourself." "Thank you, you are so polite," Bourne said. The taxi had passed through the tunnel and was just parallel to the high-speed rail next to it, and quickly passed it. Bourne looked at this scene in shock. "Is that a bullet train?" "Yes, this train is good. It is very fast after passing. But it is not good enough when it goes in a straight line," Daniel answered casually. He was used to it. But Bourne was not. He couldn't help but screamed out, "Oh my God!" There was no reference just now, so it was difficult to compare, but now there is. The speed of the French bullet train is 320 kilometers per hour. Judging from their overtaking speed, their food and accommodation must be more than 400 kilometers. After crossing the short straight road, the taxi plunged into the slums next to it. Ron had been waiting at the door of the small building. He opened the car door with a smile and helped Bourne down. "How is it? How is the scenery in Paris?" "I specifically asked Daniel to take you around the streets of Paris." "Too fast. I didn't see anything," Bourne said with a pale face. "You shouldn't have let me sit in this car. I have no strength now." "You don't need to have strength, just be a good bait." Ron said goodbye to Daniel. The brave Bourne walked into the small building. The windows here are equipped with infrared-triggered bombs. Matilda is on the opposite building, staring at this place with a sniper rifle. Officers Leto and Damien are on the roof to provide support at any time. You just need to be a good bait. For you, I called all my friends in Paris. Chapter 542, Continue to Save the World. 13, Building B11, once the lair of the drug lord Taha. Since Ron killed him, this building belongs to Leto, and now the whole building is filled with bombs. Test, can you hear me? No problem. Bourne adjusted the angle of the headset. "I remember you just said to blow up the building after they come in. Can I ask how you plan to let me get out?" "Don't worry, I won't bury you and the idiots from the CIA's Overseas Operations Department together. Pay attention. They are coming." "Come on." Ron saw several cars tracking to the door of the small building from the monitor, and a smile hung on the corner of his mouth. The CIA's cars did not all stop at the door of the small building, but used 4 cars to block the front and back doors of the small building, and then used a large team of agents to surround the small building from the outside little by little, and slowly approached. At the same time, 3 snipers under the CIA began to look for sniper positions on the nearby buildings, but unfortunately, 2 of the 3 snipers were looking for places where bombs had been placed in advance. The remaining one was even more unlucky. He ran straight to where Ron and Matilda were hiding. Seeing that the situation was not good, he was about to call for support, but Ron had already put a dagger to his neck. Sniper reporting the situation. Number 1 is in position, everything is normal. Number 2 is in position, everything is normal. A conversation came from the sniper's walkie-talkie. Ron handed the knife to his neck. The sniper swallowed hard and pressed the call button. Number 3 is in position, everything is normal. This is my good boy. Ron patted the sniper's face with satisfaction and reached out to take the sniper rifle away. Come on, give this to me. Did your mother teach you not to play with such dangerous toys? Here you go, Matilda. Matilda took the gun with admiration. Okay, I'll lose. How did you know that someone would come here? I really doubt what you learned from that guy before. Look, Ron pointed to the building that was being surrounded. The location of this building is too isolated, so that there are only a few better sniper points nearby. In addition, this is France. No matter how arrogant the CIA Overseas Operations Department is, it has to give the French some face, so it can't bring many people. How is it? Do you think it's awesome? Do you want to come back to America with me? I can teach you all these slowly. No, I heard that all the female agents you mentioned were taken advantage of by you. You're so disgusting. Matilda wiped the place where Ron had touched her hand with disdain, and looked at Ron with a pest-like look, which made Ron angry. Do you know that the look in your eyes is very rude, you little bitch? Really? Is it as rude as when you use your hidden rules on your subordinates? Ron yelled angrily. I don't have hidden rules, they're all willing, them? Do you mean you admit it? No. Hey. I'm being bait now, can you two please be serious? Bourne, who was running and listening to the quarrel with headphones, had a big cross on his head. He said unbearably, they are already in, what should I do now? Ron looked down and saw that the CIA agents surrounded the small building. After confirming that Bourne inside would not run out, they decisively divided into 2 teams and rushed in under the cover of shields. The bomb I asked you to hide won't be discovered so easily, right? Ron looked at Matilda. Of course, Matilda pouted in dissatisfaction. We have hidden all the bombs in the garbage, or disguised them. I promise that even if I put it next to you, you may not realize that it is a bomb. Are you talking about this kind of disguise? Ron asked, picking up a broken brick on the ground. Matilda was shocked. Ron smiled triumphantly. It's not enough to use this crude disguise to deal with me, but it should be no problem to deal with those idiots. This sniper hole was where Ron specifically told not to place bombs, but when setting it up, Matilda had a mischievous heart and violated Ron's arrangement. She also set up one here, wanting to wait until the mystery was revealed to see Ron's reaction. But what she didn't expect was that before she took the initiative to reveal the mystery, Ron had already discovered it, and she couldn't help but feel angry. On the other side, Bourne led the CIA agents to circle around the building, occasionally exchanging fire with the agents, and shot each other a few times. As soon as the CIA formed a battle formation and prepared to encircle them, they immediately abandoned the battle and continued to run upstairs, fighting and retreating, and soon retreated to the rooftop. The CIA commander was overjoyed. Call sniper, the fugitive has fled to the rooftop, shoot immediately after securing the target, and leave no one alive. Please answer if you hear me. However, there was no answer from the intercom except the buzzing sound of electricity. The commander felt something was wrong, and looked up at the place where the 3 snipers were hiding. Who knew that it would be better if he didn't look, but he was shocked when he saw it. At the 3 sniper points, the black muzzles of the guns were all aimed at him. Bang! A bullet grazed her face and was shot into the wall next to her. Be careful of snipers. Everyone enter the building. The commander finished speaking, and without waiting for anyone else to make a move, he immediately went into the building and hid. Seeing this, the other CIA agents who were still outside ordered cars to swarm into the small building. Originally, Ron was going to let Leto pick up Bourne, but after seeing that the CIA agents always maintained a certain number of manpower outside the building, he changed his mind. He arranged for Leto and Damien to kill the other 2 snipers respectively, and then together they would use the sniper's sniper rifle to shoot at the CIA agents, and Ron really achieved the result he wanted. All the CIA agents were like sheep driven by a sheepdog, and they went into the cemetery prepared for them in advance. Now is the time to end it all. Ron, I'm on the rooftop, and there's no way to go now. What should I do? Bourne's anxious voice rang in the headset, and Ron took the intercom from Matilda. There's a cable gun in the exhaust vent on the rooftop. Shoot over here and slide over by yourself. Before Ron finished speaking, a javelin connected to a cableway was shot out from the opposite building and hit Ron's feet. Bourne was swinging on the cableway, and just when he slid halfway, Ron had already pressed the blasting button. Boom! Starting from the first floor, the small building burst into violent flames layer by layer, and then collapsed as a whole like a falling domino, burying all the CIA agents. Bourne, who was in midair with nowhere to get support, saw this, grabbed the rope and swung hard, rolling into the floor below Ron and escaped by chance. Asshole, you exploded too fast. Bourne went upstairs and grabbed Ron's collar angrily. You're not dead either. Ron shrugged, his eyes passed over Bourne's shoulder and fell on Leto behind her. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Last time you helped me save my sister, this time I'll help you save your brother. We're even. Leto patted his chest indifferently. Officer Damien opened his mouth but made no sound. Leto said what he wanted to say. The last District 13 operation was equivalent to him owing Ron a favor. Now he paid it back together, and they would not owe each other anything in the future. Well, if you say it's even, then it's even. Ron pouted secretly, and then his expression became serious. I originally wanted to have another French meal with you, but I have something more important to do. Please forgive me for leaving first. Ron took a deep look at the combination of the police and the gangster, pulled Bourne up and turned to leave. Just when waiting for Bourne to take action, Ron called Toretto's information, so he immediately booked a flight back to Turkey. Bourne was dragged by Ron all the way, and it was not until the plane landed that he realized that he seemed to have been fooled by Ron again. Wait, where's the living person you caught? Where is the frying pan? Come on, I just said it casually, and you really believed it. I am a law-abiding agent. Do you see that the agent has a notice that says we can torture the target to extract a confession? Ron took out an agent manual and handed it to Bourne. Bourne was about to get angry, but Ron continued, but I already know what's going on. You seem to be involved in a very troublesome plan of the CIA. Although I don't know what the plan is, according to the task they gave you, you failed in the process of assassinating a local tycoon. I think it may be because you saw the other party's child and felt compassion. In short, the result was that you were shot into the sea and then rescued by the fishing boat. After Ron said that, Bourne was delighted to find that several pictures of the time flashed vaguely in his mind. What Ron said was all right. However, just when he was about to recall it, the picture in his mind suddenly broke. He lowered his head in annoyance and punched the center console of the car. I remember a little bit, but it's almost there, just a little bit, I remember it. Ron, do you have any other information? Otherwise, let's go back. Bourne looked at Ron with a pleading look, but Ron shook his head regretfully. I promise you again that I will definitely help you regain your memory. Now we have more important things to do. The information that Ron told Bourne just now was found by Finch, who entered the CIA system. Along with Bourne's identity, a top-secret document called the Stumbling Block Plan was also found. Unfortunately, in the CIA system, this document only has a file number and a list of participants. If you want to know the details of the plan, you have to go to the CIA archives to find it. It has to be said that the CIA was smart this time. What? You have to continue to save the world with me. Ron parked the car on the side of the road, lifted the cover of the sewer, and made a gesture of invitation. Welcome back, Ninja Turtles, in the sewer base. Teiji took off all the metal cutlery attached to the magnet with great effort, turned to Ramsey and said, My God, this is definitely the most powerful industrial or weapon-grade electromagnet in the world. There is absolutely no second one. Yet, it's really powerful, but I don't know how it can be used in practice, Ramsey also exclaimed. At this time, Taj's eyes just fell on Roman, who was eating with metal cutlery. He poked Ramsey with his elbow and pointed at Roman's position. Wait, you watch. Ramsey saw the smirk on Taj's face and understood it immediately. He quickly closed the computers in front of him and hugged them tightly in his arms. When Taj nodded, Taichi pressed the switch of the electromagnet. Buzz! The electromagnet hanging on the wall suddenly burst out with a huge magnetic force. Roman, who was caught off guard, was hit by the metal plate and fell to the ground. Ha ha ha, the two laughed out loud. It's really stupid. You always fall for it. What are you doing? I haven't eaten yet. Roman wiped the food on his body with a tissue angrily, complaining loudly. His plate had been firmly attached to the electromagnet and the food was scattered all over his body. It seems that you guys had a good time when I was away, Ron. You are finally back. Roman walked up to him and gave him a big hug, rubbing the food all over Ron, then looked at Bourne next to him. Ron, are you sure this is the man Mr. Anonymous mentioned? Why does he look not very smart? Hey, man, what's your name? We looked at its dirty hand, ignored it, turned around and went to stay in the corner. Ron didn't even need to look at it to know that he must continue to recall his memories. Don't worry about him. I heard that you did well in Germany. Did you encounter any interesting things? Of course. Speaking of this, Roman immediately became interested. Do you know who Toretto's friends are? They are two lunatics. They actually stole a Russian space engine and installed it on a car. Dare to imagine? The car whooshed and exploded into pieces. I really don't know what the use of such a car is. Maybe two lunatics are going to drive a car into space. Ron made a joke, turned his head and looked at Toretto with a smile. What about you? How is it going? I heard that you made a big scene in London. Did you bring back the other half of the Ares prototype? As soon as Ron said this, the room fell silent. Everyone else had an embarrassed look on their faces. You could hear a pin drop. Toretto shook his head with a sullen face. No, I met Jacob there. The thing is in his hand now. We lost him, but we got this back. Before Toretto finished speaking, Roman quickly interrupted and covered for Toretto, saying, this electromagnet is super powerful. Jacob used it before to let the plane suck his car away. Now we have it too. Let Taiji demonstrate it to you later. When he demonstrated it just now, I couldn't even hold a dinner plate. It was really amazing. As he said, Roman held Ron's arm and was about to take him to see the demonstration. Ron waved his hand with a smile. No need to be like this, man. I have seen the effect of the demonstration just now. The leftovers on your body are the evidence. I don't mean to blame anyone, especially you, Toretto. Are you ready to deal with trouble? Toretto frowned. What do you mean? Chapter 543, The Base Discovered. It's nothing, just a reminder to you, always be alert, Ron said, helplessly raising his hands. The red alarm light of the base lit up, and the gate suddenly opened automatically. Before everyone could react, a team of fully armed soldiers rushed in and surrounded them. Ron found something wrong as soon as he walked into the base. Although there was no evidence, he always had a feeling of being monitored. Until now, listening to the scattered footsteps outside, he finally confirmed that he was surrounded. Look, they're here, don't move if you want to live. A strong man with a build comparable to Toretto came out with a big laugh, surrounded by his men, with a mocking face. Jacob. How did you find this place? Toretto was puzzled. How about letting your friend tell you? Jacob pointed at Ron, but before that, please hand over all the weapons on you. Mr. Doe said that you are a very good shooter. I don't want to take the risk, of course, no problem. Ron took off the holster and handed it to the soldier next to him, then took out the contents of both pockets and threw them on the ground, but the soldier still did not give up. He touched Ron all over until his pockets were turned upside down. Jacob nodded with satisfaction. Toretto, do you remember the previous intelligence saying how Doe was killed? I remember, he was betrayed by one of his agents. I'm telling you now, Jacob is that agent. Ron raised his hand again and said helplessly. Yes, I am the rebellious agent. Dom, have you ever thought about how Mr. Anonymous found you? Do you think he chose you out of thin air? Jacob, who was exposed, not only did not have the slightest look of shame on his face, but he said complacently, Mr. Anonymous and I have been carrying out missions here for many years. I noticed you when you came in. Jacob's eyes swept across everyone's faces one by one, and finally stopped on Bourne. I have been looking for the secret medicine for a long time. Thank you for sending it to me, Ron. Jacob had just finished speaking when a soldier next to him took out the Ares plan he had just found, and the other half shouted, Found it? Taking Ares? Jacob walked up to Toretto. Do you know what the biggest benefit of your father's death is? If he were alive, I would have to live in your shadow all my life, and now, you will be shrouded in my shadow for the rest of your life. No, you are wrong. The only benefit of your father's death is that he doesn't have to see your face now, Toretto retorted bluntly. However, while the two brothers of the Toretto family were arguing, Ron quietly winked at Teji, who was standing behind the console, and the latter nodded knowingly. While the soldiers guarding him were not paying attention, Teji suddenly turned on the switch of the strong magnet. Buzz! All the weapons on the unprepared soldiers were sucked away. Now, Ron took this opportunity to roar and suddenly attacked, holding a brick that appeared from nowhere and slapped the soldier behind him in the face. Bang! The soldier's originally three-dimensional and handsome face was instantly slapped into a flat square. Another soldier next to him was about to help, but suddenly felt a pain in his crotch and fell to the ground. It turned out that after Ron slapped the first soldier, he didn't stop and kicked him in the crotch again. In an instant, Ron eliminated 2 soldiers. At the same time, other people also began to attack the soldiers around them. Because of the strong magnet, all the weapons and ammunition on everyone's body were sucked away, leaving them in a state of bare hands. Toretto roared and rushed towards Jacob, but was stopped by the soldier next to Jacob. Jacob and 3 other soldiers surrounded Bourne. Even though Bourne was very skilled, he was no match for 4 people. After being entangled by 3 soldiers, Jacob found the right opportunity, grabbed the beer bottle next to him, and hit him on the back of the head. Ping! With a crisp sound, the beer bottle broke into pieces, and Bourne was hit and staggered. The 3 soldiers seized the opportunity and rushed forward and hugged him tightly. Jacob took the opportunity to punch Bourne on the head again, and Bourne fainted completely. On the other side, Ron and Toretto worked together and killed 7 or 8 soldiers. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jacob hurriedly called his men to retreat, and did not forget to take the unconscious Bourne with him before leaving. The mad Toretto was about to continue chasing outside, but was grabbed by Ron. "Stop. Don't go." Toretto turned around and glared at Ron fiercely, his eyes full of bloodshot. "There are strong magnets here, they can't use weapons. Do you know how many guns there are outside?" "That's right, dumb." "Ron is right. We don't need to die in vain, then what should we do now?" "Just wait here." Toretto shook off Ron's hand, furious. "Of course not." Ron shook his head. "From now on, things will develop rapidly. Jacob must have made preparations. He will activate Ares and send signals to the whole world, so he will definitely launch a satellite into the sky as a signal amplifier to gradually infect other satellites in orbit." After being told by Ron, Toretto, who realized the seriousness of the matter, immediately regained his clarity. "Then what should we do?" "Then we have to ask our geniuses." "Do I have a way to remotely hack the satellite?" Ramsey and Todd shook their heads. The 2 of them were the technical staff of this small group. If they couldn't do it, it would be useless for Ron to ask Finch for help now. This must be cracked manually, and we have to do it in an orbit 81 kilometers above the ground. We need to ask someone for help now. "Are you kidding?" Roman shook his head speechlessly. "Who should we ask for help?" "Musk." Ron shook his head with a headache. "I can borrow Musk's Falcon rocket, but judging from the launch schedule, there will definitely not be enough time, so we have to find another way." "So, do you realize the seriousness of the problem? That's outer space orbit. What can we do? Do we have to hijack a space shuttle? Or tie a rocket to our bodies?" After hearing what Ron said, Roman leaned against the console and continued to complain. "Good idea, let's do it." Toretto's eyes lit up when he heard this. "What?" Roman opened his mouth in surprise, but Toretto ignored him and looked at Ron. "I have a friend who can make a rocket engine. Can you help me find a space shuttle?" Chapter 544, Towards the Stars and the Sea. Serbia, in an unnamed valley, a rocket was ready to take off here. Jacob looked at the man next to him who was covered in a white robe, like a dog who had just caught a frisbee, waiting for his master to praise him. However, the other party did not react at all. Jacob's face fell, but he did not say anything. He turned around and took the 2 hemispheres of Ares from his men and put them together, grabbed his hands. Bourne was extremely reluctant, and his hands were held tightly by Jacob's men and placed in front of him. Jacob put Ares in his hands, and the combined spheres immediately emitted a green light. The mysterious man in the white robe finally showed a happy expression, and reached out to pick up the activated Ares. "Well done, it's finally activated, keep an eye on him." The robed man put Ares on the machine, and the machine immediately started to work. He turned around and ordered, "Generate data immediately after the satellite enters orbit." "Yes." At the same time, in Russia, Teji and Roman, wearing Suzy Ihang, were sitting in a car equipped with a rocket engine and were being sent to the sky by a space shuttle. "Damn it, Toretto was just talking casually, but I didn't expect Ron to really get these things." I didn't know he had a relationship with Russia and could even borrow rocket engines, Taiji said as he wrapped his spacesuit with tape again and again. He was full of distrust for the second-hand spacesuit. It's no wonder. Who made these 2 spacesuits delivered by Bella's frozen pork truck? Roman said speechlessly. You don't think that sticking it with tape will work, right? Isn't our entire plan made with tape? Taiji, unlike Roman, who was a fool without a brain, knew exactly what he was doing. He looked at the 2 large rocket engines welded to the car body and felt even more frightened. He had seen how Toretto's friend blew up a car with a rocket engine before. Fortunately, there was no one in that car, but now there are not only 2 people in their car, but also 2 people. Oh my god, we are going to outer space to do great things. You make us look like we are going to do decoration. It's ridiculous. Man, I want to quit this damn mission and go home with my life. Don't worry, numbers don't lie. As long as we follow the laws of physics, nothing will happen. Do you understand? Although Taiji was panicking, he still fulfilled his duty of comforting at this time. Never mind the damn laws of physics. Guys, come with me and pull Newton out of the coffin. Ron's passionate voice rang out in the communicator. Are you ready? Buzz Lightyear and others. No. I want to go home now. Is it too late? What? You said you're ready. Ron pretended to have misheard, his finger already touching the launch button. Then launch. In the sky, a car equipped with 3 rocket thrusters separated from the plane that transported him. At the moment of separation, the rocket thrusters started immediately, and the car flew towards the higher and farther sky like an arrow. At that moment, a force of more than 10 Gs was applied to the 2 people, pressing them tightly on the seats. The only thing left in their ears was Ron's arrogant laughter. I promise that I will pay for our story to be made into a movie in the future. How about calling it Fast and Furious? Make 10 movies in one go? Although they disliked each other, Taj and Roman's hands were already tightly clasped together. So which movie are we in now? The 8th or 9th? Who cares? If you come back alive this time, I promise that the title of the 10th movie will be Fast and Furious, Star Wars. How about that? Do you remember what I told you? Our journey is to the stars and the sea. Ron on the ground, Taj and Roman in the sky shouted this sentence together. After a while, the 2 of them suddenly felt lighter, and when they opened their eyes again, they were now in front of the vast universe. Just now, when they closed their eyes and prayed to God, the car had passed through the atmosphere and came to the universe. The 2 looked around curiously, as if everything was so new. Good luck to you, Buzz Lightyear. Ron had just finished his last blessing when the communication was cut off. I don't know if they heard it or not. After all, the signal over there is not good in the universe, which is understandable. The rest is up to them. Ron turned his head to look at Ramsey, who was in the passenger seat. How is it? Did you find the target? Thermal imaging shows that Bourne is in the armored vehicle in front, and the signal of Ares comes from the big guy in front of it. We have to rush into the car and turn it off before Roman and Taj get in place. Then, let's start. Holding Ron's hand and stepping on the accelerator to the bottom, I suddenly jumped forward and plunged into Jacob's convoy, surrounded by 2 armored vehicles. Jacob's men immediately leaned out of the car window and were about to shoot them, but Ron suddenly smiled evilly and pressed the switch on the center console, shouting in a very childish voice, "Wang Xiang Xian." Buzz, the super-strong electromagnet installed in the car suddenly started up, and the armored vehicles on both sides were suddenly sucked in and hit Ron's car body heavily, like a sandwich, sandwiching the car in the middle. Ron and Ramsey were fine, but the 2 soldiers who just leaned out of the car window were miserable. Their bodies were stuck at the connection between the 2 cars, and their sternums were sunken inward. It was obvious that they were dead. However, this did not stop them from continuing to attack, but made this idea stronger. The soldiers in the European car leaned out of the window on the other side and pointed their guns at Ron angrily. A bag of rice has to support several floors. A bag of rice has to support the 2nd floor. Who will give you a bag of rice if every grain is covered with mud? Just then, Ron's second-year chanting came to the last section, and he turned the switch to the other side with a sly smile. Then the next move is Shinra Tensei. Buzz, the electromagnet started again, but this time, it burst out with a powerful repulsive force, pushing the 2 armored vehicles to the sides, and with a bang, they crashed into the buildings on the roadside. How is it? Were you so handsome just now? Did you fall in love with me? Ron turned his head and showed off to Ramsey like a child. Ramsey covered his face in embarrassment, and almost dug out a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment on the ground with his toes. No, absolutely not. Ron shrugged helplessly. Well, maybe I still need a windbreaker with a black background and red clouds. It must be very handsome to say this line in that dress. Chapter 545 Savior. After dealing with the two armored vehicles next to him, Ron looked up and observed the other team's convoy. The convoy, which was originally advancing in a column, was divided into two parts because of their intrusion. One part was the convoy that Ron was tracking and holding Bourne, and the other part was the armored truck equipped with the Ares system, which was being tracked by Toretto. The road ahead came to an end and two different paths extended. The truck drove into one of the paths with other main convoy vehicles, while the armored vehicle carrying Bourne drove into the other path. Toretto, I'll leave that to you. I'll go after Bourne, no problem, Toretto's neat reply came from the intercom. Ron heard it and immediately stepped on the accelerator and chased after the armored vehicle in front. Just when he was about to catch up, Ron grabbed Ramsey's hand and pressed it on the steering wheel. Wait, are you crazy? I'm not very good at driving. Ramsey tried to retract her hand like a frightened rabbit, but Ron's hand was like a pair of iron pliers, holding her hand tightly, preventing her from doing so. Left foot clutch, middle brake, right accelerator, it's that simple. Believe in yourself, the power is in your heart. Ron patted his chest, smiled evilly and pulled Ramke to his seat, then he opened the door, stretched out his whole body, and pushed his feet hard, and flipped over to the roof and stood. At this time, the armored vehicle in front noticed something was wrong, and the cover of the roof was opened. A soldier holding an assault rifle was about to fire at Ron, but Ron had already pulled out his gun and pulled the trigger with lightning speed, pistol. The action was done in one go, as if he had never pulled out a gun before, but the soldier on the top of the armored vehicle had a bloody hole in the middle of his forehead and fell into the armored vehicle. Seeing this, Ron quickly patted the hood of the car under his feet and said, "Now, put it on." What? Ramsey was stunned, suspecting that he had heard it wrong. Ron could only repeat it again, "Don't worry about anything." Hit it. Ramsey gritted his teeth and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. With the speed of the car itself being much faster than the armored vehicle, the car crashed into the back of the armored vehicle. The huge inertia made Ramsey hit the steering wheel. Ron took this opportunity to jump up. With a blessing of inertia, he directly hung his body behind the armored vehicle, then grabbed the roof of the car with both hands and flipped hard. He successfully jumped onto the top of the armored vehicle, took out a small ball from his waist, and threw it in through the roof cover. "Be careful of the grenade," Ron shouted, and the soldiers in the armored vehicle immediately panicked and looked for cover to hide. One of them even opened the window and jumped down. As a result, he was naturally smashed to pieces, and his head was accidentally crushed by Ramsey behind him. Bourne in the armored vehicle was not panicked when Ron shouted to be careful of the grenade. A strange sense of trust surged in his heart. He believed that Ron would never ignore him. Taking this opportunity, Bourne suddenly attacked and punched the soldier who had just pointed the pistol at his head. The soldier screamed in pain and immediately fell to the ground like a shrimp. At this time, the fuse of the ball thrown by Ron was burned out. Puff, a dazzling white light came out of the ball. It turned out to be a flash bomb. Bourne had closed his eyes in advance before the explosion, and his eyes were not flashed by the flash bomb. Now was the time for him to show his ability. Bourne quickly pulled out the dagger from the belt of the fallen soldier. Before the soldier realized that he had lost something, his throat felt cold and blood spurted out from the carotid artery. Before he could splatter blood all over Bourne, Bourne had already left his previous position and slit the throat of another soldier at lightning speed, but his luck only ended there. As time went by, the effect of the flash bomb became weaker and weaker. The other soldiers who gradually regained their vision quickly rushed forward, ready to deal with Bourne together. But they forgot that there was a Ron above them, watching everything in the car with a covetous look. Seeing the fists of the other soldiers getting closer and closer, Bourne rushed towards the driver without fear. Just when the fists were about to hide him, Ron finally moved. Bang, bang, bang. After a burst of gunfire, there was no one left alive in the car except Bourne and the driver. "Quick! Pull the car to the side of the road. If you still want to live." Bourne put the dagger against the driver's throat, and the driver obediently pulled the car to the side of the road. "Well, I wasn't completely sure before, but now I can see that your skills have indeed regressed." Ron jumped in from the roof cover. "Has your memory not recovered yet?" Bourne shook his head. "Well, I thought that after these few days of stimulation, you would be able to recover a little. It seems that I thought too much. If your memory has not recovered, what are you going to do next?" Do you want to go back to the United States with me? Barnes shook his head again. No, I haven't recovered any memory now. I think someone will come to find me. I think I need a place that is quiet enough and will not be disturbed by anyone to have a good rest. I have been dreaming at night these days, and this is what my dream self told me. Do you have any good places to recommend? China and India. The former is the only place that the CIA cannot reach. There is also the Chaoyang masses, the world's strongest intelligence organization. All the actions of the CIA will be exposed in their eyes. Ron took off the backpack behind him and handed it to Bourne. The latter has a densely populated and chaotic population. With your skills in India, no one can track you. How about it? It's up to you to choose. After you choose, you don't have to tell me the result. Just go by yourself. The backpack was prepared by Ron before he went on the action. It contained 2 passports and a whole backpack of US dollars. No matter where Bourne planned to go, this money was enough for him to live comfortably for a while. Bourne was moved to hold Ron's hand. He had a lot to say, but when all the words came to his mouth, they turned into a simple word: thank you. Go ahead. When you recover your memory, you will know how to find me. Ron opened the car door. Bourne looked at him deeply and then turned to get out of the car and disappeared at the end of the road. Hey, isn't that the person we are here to save me? Why did he leave again? Ramsey, who finally struggled out of the wrecked car, asked curiously. Because he is about to embark on a journey of self-redemption, Ron made up a lie. How is Toretto? You will not believe it. Just now, Jacob betrayed again. He and Dom joined forces to kill the mastermind who used him to seize the Ares plan. Oh? Really? There is a mastermind behind Jacob? Who is that person? Bourne knocked out the armored vehicle driver who was about to escape with a punch and asked with interest. I don't know. Toretto said that it was a man covered in a white robe. According to Jacob, the organization he belonged to seemed to be called Adine, Ramsey said indifferently. However, the speaker was unintentional, but the listener was intentional. Ron's heart moved. Adine? Isn't this the mysterious organization he encountered during the special operation in the UK before? Including this time, Ron has met them 3 times in total, and each time was unpleasant. The first time was because of the loss of biological and chemical weapons. Ron and Hobbs Dykeshaw launched a special operation to track down the mastermind behind the scenes. That was the first time Ron heard the name of this organization. The second time was when Ron was forced to protect the doctor's family. During that operation, he met a master wearing a white ninja suit who could split bullets with a samurai sword. He was also Adine's man. The third time is now, of course. This may also be the 4th time, because the group of scientists doing human experiments in Fort Detrick are likely to be Adine's men. Ron found that this group of people was like a stick to stir up trouble. The main reason was that this group of people would definitely be involved in major events in the world of crisis. What was even more terrifying was that they were not just terrorists. They had their own scientists, their own companies, and even extended their tentacles to the political arena. There were members of their group among the politicians of many countries. Ron now even seriously suspected that the previous terrorist attack on politicians from all over the world in London and the group of Korean soldiers who attacked the White House not long ago were also behind Adine's shadow. After all, Washington and London were, after all, the top metropolises in the capitalist world. Various security measures and intelligence agencies protected the cities like iron barrels. If it was really that easy to sneak in and cause trouble, then the world would have realized the Internationale under the leadership of the Soviet Union. Even if these people paid bribes to the British and American high-level officials, or like the United States, it was not impossible for terrorists to mix with a military-industrial complex. But the question was, who connected them? And made them trust each other? These things, taken individually, may seem accidental, but if you look at them all together, there is no way to describe them all as coincidence. Wait, Ron, where are you going? Ramsey asked loudly as Ron got out of the car without saying a word. Of course I'm going home. I haven't been home for a long time. Ron shrugged, smashed the window of a car on the roadside and opened the door, pulled out the wires skillfully, and started the car. Tell Toretto that Taiji and Roman were rescued by the people on the International Space Station after the Bounding satellite. The next time Musk spacecraft delivers supplies, they will be brought back. Don't worry, we'll have dinner together when they come back. Bye. Ron waved to Ramsey and drove away. After saving the world for so long, he was eager to go home. In Pasadena, In that familiar and warm little apartment, friends gathered together again, but it was different from usual. The table was full of various documents. Sheldon was wearing a small green sun hat, calculating the amounts on the documents one by one, and filling in various data on the form in his notebook. The green sun hat he wore was very special, the kind that accounting auditors bring to block out incandescent light. Generally speaking, everyone who sees this style of hat will immediately think of accounting. With Sheldon's efficiency, he quickly processed the documents on the table. "How is my financial situation, Sheldon?" As soon as Sheldon stopped writing, Raj immediately asked with concern. "Okay, let me put it this way. Do you have a rope and a bench?" "Of course I do." "Then you might as well hang yourself." "Oh my God, is my financial situation really that bad?" Raj asked in disbelief. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the apartment suddenly opened and Ron walked in. Howard greeted him warmly and asked what everyone was thinking. "Hi, Ron, long time no see. Where have you been all this time?" "I said I went to save the world. Do you believe it? In order to save the world, we also installed a rocket engine on the car and sent 2 unlucky guys into space." Ron immediately opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of Lone Star beer, and took a big gulp. "What are you doing? Playing house with Sheldon? A counting game? Hey. We are not playing house," Sheldon complained dissatisfiedly. "It's Raj. We just found out that he has been living on his father's money for so long. I plan to start being independent from today, so I asked me to help him look at his financial situation. How bad can his income be if he has a job?" Ron found a comfortable place to sit down and asked casually. Sheldon picked up the account book and said, "Its rent and car rental costs are extremely high, plus he likes to eat out and go shopping." "Wait? When you say shopping, you don't mean buying clothes for yourself, do you?" Ron looked at Raj's unchanging sportswear with a weird expression on his face. "Look at his outfit. He looks more like a poor man than the kid in Slumdog Millionaire." Raj smiled awkwardly. "As far as I know, the things he bought were all gifts for girls," Howard said with a smirk. "That's about it, because I saw that the shopping lists on these receipts were all from international luxury brands, such as Hermes and Gucci. I didn't find a single piece of clothing like that in Raj's closet, and his credit card debt is staggering." "Credit card debt?" Ron looked at Raj in surprise. "Hasn't your dad always been the one paying your credit card bills for you?" "Oh." Raj's smile became even more awkward. "I also have an emergency backup card that I pay for myself to pay for some special expenses." "Special expenses?" "For example, an emergency at the Los Angeles Zoo." As a senior tax bureau official, Bourne found the most distinctive one from a pile of receipts. "What happened to you at the zoo?" "I adopted a penguin," Raj said seriously. "They lost their homes because of global warming, and my car consumes 1 liter of fuel every 3 kilometers. I feel bad." "Well, then you must have a lot to talk about with that environmentalist bitch from Sweden." Ron rolled his eyes helplessly. "I think you need a professional financial manager to control your extravagance." Chapter 546 Homeless Raj. "No, of course not. You can't afford someone who will forbid you to spend money on idiotic expenses, because that person is an idiotic expense, and I forbid you to do that," Sheldon said as he continued to check Raj's bill. As soon as he said this, Leonard and Howard's eyes lit up at the same time and looked at Ron. Howard tentatively said, "What if there is someone who simply likes to control others and is happy to steal the joy of other people's lives?" "That sounds like an antisocial pervert," Sheldon said with disgust. "We're not sure if his mother has taken him to check this," Leonard laughed evilly. At this time, even if Sheldon had a low EQ, he could hear that something was wrong. Before he could say anything, Ron added the final blow for him. "I'm pretty sure that her mother took him to get checked, but the doctor went crazy later." Who knows if what he said at the time was crazy or not? Sheldon suddenly raised his head and stared with a witty look. "Are you talking about me?" "That's funny, but I do enjoy arranging a budget and forcing Raj to stick to the plan without any sympathy. It seems that you should call the zoo and tell them that the penguin's sponsor is missing." Ron patted Raj's shoulder jokingly. Sheldon likes to make all kinds of plans for himself and then complete them meticulously. If there is a little difference from what he originally imagined, he will be uncomfortable and unable to sleep. This kind of performance is called obsessive-compulsive disorder in psychology. Moreover, Sheldon not only likes to make rules for himself, but he also likes to make rules for others and then pull others to execute them together. Once, when Ron was cleaning, he found a whole box of various contract templates under Sheldon's bed, which was terrifying to think about. However, if Sheldon's obsessive-compulsive disorder is used to limit Raj's spending, It will definitely have a very good effect. Raj lowered his head and thought for a while, and immediately figured out the trick. Okay, Sheldon, I'll leave my finances to you. I will never spend any money without permission again. Very good. The tickets for the comic exhibition will go on sale this Friday. You are not allowed to buy them. Sheldon tapped Raj with a pen and smiled happily, and Raj's face fell suddenly. I can't believe that Penny can go to the comic exhibition with Leonard, but I can't go. Raj raised his hands in disbelief and begged, please let me spend money. I promise not to spend money on other things. Every year, the four of us go together. As a senior otaku, she would team up with Sheldon, Howard and others to participate in almost all comic exhibitions, and she had never missed a session. When she heard that she could not attend the comic exhibition, Raj almost cried. Your dad is willing to spoil you, but I won't. If you want a ticket to the anime convention, I suggest you find a way to make some extra money, Sheldon replied in a cold tone. Come on, you are an adult with a higher education. You can be a human punching bag for money. I believe in you, Howard, a bad friend, added insult to injury. Ron looked at Howard with amusement. Howard, you still have the mood to laugh at Raj. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Don't forget, your child has just been born. Do you think Bernadette will easily agree to let you go to San Diego for 5 days, when Ron went to Turkey? Bernadette had just given birth to a child and came back to tease him. The child was only 1 month old, and Bernadette could not take care of it alone. When Ron said this, Howard, who was still laughing at Raj, also fell. Leonard took a look at this poor pair of brothers in distress and immediately realized that his situation was not much better. Wait? If neither of you go, then this comic convention will be just Sheldon and I taking Penny with us? In other words, I have to endure this guy alone? Ron, will you come to this comic convention? Of course, but not with you. Ron nodded and replied, some of my subordinates happen to be interested in comics, such as Chris and Giselle. They plan to dress up as Batman and Wonder Woman, and I will wear Superman's uniform. Together we will be the Justice League, and maybe we can even get the award for the best of the show. Of course, Ron's focus was not on the award for the best of the show, but the chaotic and complicated environment at the comic convention, especially that many people would wear uniforms like popular heroes. There were so many superheroes walking around the venue. As long as they showed up at the beginning and came out of the venue at the end, no one would know what they did in the middle, and everyone in the comic convention would prove their absence. After using this trick to deal with Fort Detrick last time, Ron found that this method was great. What should we do? Raj, he really wants to go to the comic convention. Well, Howard, I don't know what you should do. Maybe you should go and have a good talk with Bernadette. Maybe she will allow you to go. But Raj's problem is easy to solve. You just need to do some odd jobs and earn enough money for the comic convention tickets. Raj's eyes lit up. Yeah, Ron, do you have any work for me? Are you sure you want to come here to do odd jobs? No, of course, and I have a lot of work here, and the pay is not low. Completing any one of them is enough for you to go to Las Vegas and have a good time for a while. Ron's words cheered up Raj, but before he could be happy for long, Ron took out his mobile phone and started helping him find a job. Recently, a lot of people have not paid their taxes on time, and I have long wanted someone to teach them a lesson, such as Tommy under the Mafia family, Sonny Fraley, Carl Johnson on Grove Street, and Trevor who just came from another city. These people have made a lot of money recently, either from drug dealing or car theft. Some people saw them paying the bills with huge sums of money at the bar, but these hateful guys didn't pay me a penny in tax. But I don't know how to collect taxes. Raj broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of vicious gangsters are these? He even had to collect taxes from them. Just thinking about it, Raj felt a strong urge to urinate. Don't worry, this job is very simple. You can do it without any basic knowledge. Ron took out his large caliber Smith & Wesson revolver and slammed it on the table. You just have to stuff this big guy into the mouth of any one of them, and then tell him, I'll count to 5, and when it counts to 5, pull the trigger, and immediately they will obediently give you all the money in their pockets. According to our IRS rules, no matter how much tax is collected, 30% is your personal income. No matter which of these people you deal with, I can guarantee that you will get a reward of thousands of dollars. By the way, let me tell you secretly that some of the money is tax-free. How about it? Are you tempted? Ron said in a seductive tone. However, Rachel did not look tempted at all. Instead, her legs kept shaking, her upper and lower teeth trembling, and she could hardly speak clearly. Forget it, I don't think this job is suitable for me. I'd better see if there are any other jobs that can make some money in the short term. Raj, I think you should accept this job. Sheldon, who had been silent, spoke again, saying, I just calculated that your current income level is not even enough to pay your rent for next month. The house you rent is too expensive. Then what should I do? Do I have to choose between dying on the street and living on the street? Raj covered his head in pain. Do you know any cheaper places to live? India, the four friends blurted out almost without thinking, and then smiled at each other. This answer was really too cheap. Our apartment has 2 bedrooms. After Sheldon moved out, one of them happened to be vacant. If you want, you can live here, or I'll go back and discuss with Bernadette to clean up the garage for you. Although the conditions are not ideal, there's a lot of space in it to put your furniture, and there is also a cool button that allows you to roll up and put down one of the walls. Leonard spoke first, followed by Howard. Both of them expressed their willingness to take in Raj. Raj was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Thank you so much, otherwise I might have to live in a garbage can like a homeless person. However, at such a touching moment, there are always people who spoil the mood. Hey. If Raj lives in my old bedroom, what about his dog? Sheldon complained dissatisfiedly. It will live in its cage, which is not a big problem. Ron comforted Sheldon casually, and turned to look at Raj. But if you need a house with a yard where the dog can walk freely, I can lend you the house I just bought for a while, and it just happens to help me purify the air, and this house has an advantage that no other place can match. That is, it is only separated by a wall from your new girlfriend's house, right next door. During the time when Ron was away, Max and Caroline found the landlord of their old house and continued to rent it at the original rent price, and used the money saved during this period to renovate the house. Ron had just moved out, and he urgently needed a new human formaldehyde purifier. Of course, this was just to take care of Raj's pride. In fact, Claire used environmentally friendly materials when she was helping him decorate the house, and he could move in after the decoration was completed. I've decided that I want this place, Raj immediately agreed, fearing that Ron would change his mind. What are we waiting for? Let's go and see the house now. Let's wait until tomorrow. Ron's phone vibrated, and he found that it was a message from his house's automatic alarm system. I need to go somewhere to clean up the mice first. See you guys tomorrow. At the same time, the same alarm message was sent to Claire's phone, who was helping Ron look at the house. Who's calling? Gloria asked. Today is a rare day off, and Gloria asked her stepdaughter Claire to come for a spa treatment together. Although they look about the same age, they are indeed mother and daughter from an ethical point of view. Who made Gloria marry Claire's father, Jeff Priest? No one. Ron's smoke alarm went off. I don't think it's a big deal. But let's call Luke to confirm. Claire picked up the phone and called, but no one answered. It was directly transferred to the voicemail box. Oh my god, Luke's message time is full of long and smelly rap. I really hope his rap is half as good as Ron's. I won't worry about this kid's future, it doesn't matter. I just sent a message to Manny and asked. He said that they were baking cookies, but a batch of them were burned, which triggered the smoke alarm. Gloria closed the phone. Okay, Claire was about to sit down, but suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, Ron's oven is obviously broken. It was broken by his previous girlfriend who made small cakes, and they haven't had time to replace it with a new one. Manny never lies. I think you're just too nervous. How about this? I will call a masser. Gloria was halfway through her words when she was suddenly interrupted by Claire. Wait, think about it. They were in a hurry to get us out of the house. They must have some conspiracy. After a quarrel about educational philosophy, Gloria finally couldn't get over Claire, so she could only pick up her bag and go back with her unhappily. Uncle Ron, when did you come back? Mom didn't tell me. Seeing Ron come in, Luke stood up from the stool in surprise. Before that, he was holding an apple as a model, and Manny was painting a portrait of him next to him. I just came back. Claire doesn't know yet. Ron sniffed at Luke, a smile on his face. How was it? Did you have fun at the party? Party? What Q? The two looked at each other and pretended to be stupid. Come on, this kind of rhetoric may fool your dad, and with more effort, it may fool Claire, but I won't. Ron rolled his eyes. Do you remember what your Uncle Ron does, agent? Manny asked tentatively. Yes, my job as an agent. It is my work habit to pay attention to all the details around me at all times. Ron took out a purple light from his pocket and shone it on the ground. The ground? which originally looked quite neat, immediately showed a mess of footprints under the light. Not to mention the footprints of varying sizes on the ground. It looks like there are at least 20 people here. The faint smell of alcohol on you too is enough to confirm that you are up to no good. What's more, I just picked up a paper cup at the door, and the smell in the cup matches the smell of beer on you. Do you have any other explanation? That's right, Uncle, but that cup has been here for 3 days. Maybe it was left by your big-breasted girlfriend. Since she moved in, I've seen her drinking almost every day, Luke said without changing his expression. His innocent expression even made Ron doubt for a moment whether he had really made a wrong judgment. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 547 Little Agent Luke. That's right. Max really likes to drink. I almost believed it. However, this still cannot explain the smell of alcohol on you too, which is exactly the same as the smell in this cup, so this reason is not sufficient. Ron sniffed the smell in the cup again and said with certainty. Luke looked normal, but Manny's face flashed a little panic, which was immediately caught by Ron. So Ron was ready to choose Manny as a breakthrough point. What about Manny? How are you going to explain? Ron glared with his tiger eyes, and released a little murderous aura. Manny was immediately scared and couldn't speak clearly. I didn't drink beer, I drank Bordeaux red wine. Manny, Luke shouted quickly, but it was too late. Manny had already confessed. Let me guess, Ron said with a playful smile, there must be a lot of your classmates hiding in a room on the second floor, right? Manny's face turned even paler, but Luke was still as usual, with an expression of I don't know what you are talking about. Even Ron couldn't help but admire in his heart that his psychological quality was indeed good. Ron couldn't help but feel a sense of consideration and continued to test, but you have overlooked a problem. Those kids will never stay quiet. Even if I do nothing and just wait here, it won't be long before they will be able to move freely. Now even if I say so, do you want to stick to your statement, Luke? Let's confess everything, let's. Manny was about to speak, but Luke quickly covered his mouth. Hey, we have nothing to confess. We just heard noises in your house, so we came to see. Uncle Ron, is it possible that your ex-girlfriend is back to have a party again? As Luke spoke, he sneaked towards the door. Ron looked at his reaction and felt more satisfied. Ron took a step to the side, blocking Luke's way. Just when Luke thought he was going to be scolded by Ron, he unexpectedly said happily, okay, you don't have to sneak in front of my door and get ready to slip away. I declare that you have passed. Pass? What do you mean by passed? Luke was confused. You passed the test. Seeing that Luke still had a puzzled expression on his face, Ron continued to explain to him, your mother was worried about your college admission before, and even wanted me to write a recommendation letter for you in case you didn't go to school in the future. Oh my God. How can my mother do this? Does she have so little confidence in me? Luke pouted in dissatisfaction. Please, our whole family has no confidence in you. Don't you know what your grades are? Manny rolled his eyes and complained, your grades are not even as good as Haley's. You should be thankful that you can successfully get your high school diploma. What Manny said was very heartbreaking, but it was the fact. Luke's grades were basically at the same level as those of athletes, but she herself was not a student majoring in sports, and she had never participated in competitions and achieved any outstanding results. Coaches from various universities would certainly not waste precious places on such an ordinary person. Therefore, Luke's college admission became a difficult problem. When Ron talked about this topic with Claire before, he had suggested that Luke go to the Secret Service school, which was the school where he, Hobbs, Barn and others graduated. No matter how bad the grades were, as long as they passed the interview with the examiner, they could be admitted. Ron happened to have a part-time job as an examiner. Wow. That's so cool. Luke, if this news gets out, we'll be able to pick up a lot of girls, like all high school students with overflowing hormones. Manny's first thought was to pick up girls. This way, we won't have to hold a special party for 2 exchange students in the future. There will be countless parties inviting us to. Luke was the same, but he was so busy grinning that he didn't notice the sly smile on Ron's lips. Don't get so excited. You just passed the preliminary psychological test. It's not easy to go to the secret agent school. You still need to pass many tests. Speed, strength, agility, observation, logical thinking, all of which are indispensable. The most important thing is that you have to learn hand-to-hand combat and the use of various weapons. Have you practiced any sports skills before? Well, I often play on the trampoline with my dad, and I can do a lot of moves on the trampoline. Well, that means you have no basics at all. Ron shook his head helplessly. It seems that you will be busy this holiday, but these are things for the future. Now your first thing to do is to deal with Claire. After Ron finished speaking, the door opened again, and Claire and Goliath walked in. Hi, Ron, when did you come back? I just came back a while ago, and I received a smoke alarm at home, so I came to take a look. Here, I leave it to you, ladies. Ron walked to the door and turned back to wave at Luke. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I will hold a small test at the place where I took you to shit before. Don't forget. Claire thought to herself, Luke, has Ron told you everything? Are you willing to go to that special school? Before you make a decision, I have to remind you that although Ron has repeatedly assured me, this is still a dangerous job. I hope you can be like other children, even if you go to community college. I don't want you to encounter danger. No need to say, Mom, I want to try, and besides, Uncle Ron is still alive and well. Outside the door, Ron, who heard the conversation, showed an imperceptible smile on his face and walked towards the car. The next morning, at the IRS Special Operations Team Underground Training Ground, Ron hadn't arrived yet, but the three little guys had already arrived. They were led to a special room by Andy and then left. The three young figures could only stare at each other here. Hey. If you amateurs want to shoot at the target like you usually do, go quickly and don't hang around in front of me. It's really an eyesore, Carl was the first to speak, saying in a bad tone. We are not here to shit today, but to participate in Ron's agent training. Gallagher, my God, it's already 9:30, why hasn't Ron come yet? Although Carl and Luke and Manny were students of the same school, they didn't talk much, whether in school or in Ron's training ground. It can be said that they had disliked each other for a long time. Carl looked down on Luke and Manny's pampered rich children, and Luke and Manny also looked down on Carl's street hooligan style. However, the unfriendly tone did not scare Manny and Luke away. Manny adjusted the collar of his suit seriously and looked at his watch. He looked like an elegant British gentleman, which disgusted Carl. Agent? You? Haha. Carl looked at Manny's round figure wrapped in a British suit and sneered. Hey. We were invited by Ron himself, to be precise. Uncle Ron only invited me. You came here on your own, Luke said helplessly. However, before Manny could say anything, Carl suddenly put on a fierce face. I don't care why you are here. Listen to me, young masters from rich families. Being an agent is not the kind of house-playing game you see in Hollywood blockbusters, but an extreme job that lingers on the edge of life and death at any time. Only by putting everything aside can you survive in the mission. Inexperienced rookies like you should go home and drink milk. However, what the three little ones didn't know was that while the three of them were arguing with each other, Ron saw their performance through a one-way glass. Ron was not late, but was hiding behind the glass to observe them and comment on their performance. What do you think of these three little guys? Do you think they have the potential to become top agents? Arthur, I think only Carl may have a chance. The other two should go back to college as soon as possible. Arthur was obviously not optimistic about Maniluk. Someone who can't even shoot a gun accurately is not qualified to be an agent. That's not necessarily true. Don't forget, Carl has been training here since he was a child. He touches guns more often than pens. It's natural that his shooting skills are better than the other two. We should pay more attention to the potential in other areas. Hank expressed a different opinion. You mean potential in other areas? Arthur sneered and threw 3 files in front of Hank. Inside were the physical test data of the 3 children in school. Look at how these children perform in school. That fat boy took 30 seconds to run the 100 meters. At this speed, even my grandmother without reading glasses can easily hit him. Letting him be an agent is simply sending him to death. Do you hate that kid, Hank, idiot? Didn't you hear what the boss said? He wants agents. Don't use your killer standards to demand these children. Agents are different from killers. Sometimes, they don't even need to fight. What's more important is that they have talents in other areas. I noticed that the fat boy has a good level of literature, and he has even participated in competitions with his poems. Really? Then you'd better pray that when a bullet is shot at him, he can deflect the bullet by reciting a poem. Otherwise you can only hope that his body fat can offset the kinetic energy of the bullet. Hey. Hey. I just want you to discuss your opinions on these kids. Don't get so excited, okay? Seeing that his two men were about to quarrel, Ron quickly stopped them. I admit that compared to Manny, Carl, who has performed missions with us, looks stronger. But as Hank said, agents are not all brave and aggressive. Manny's harmless temperament will also make him an excellent agent. This temperament will make it very easy for him to blend into any occasion. But why is your discussion limited to the comparison between Carl and Manny? Would you like to talk about your opinion of Luke? His academic performance is at the bottom. This kid may not be very good at studying. His appearance is not outstanding either. He looks mediocre. His sports performance is average. It can't be said to be bad, but it is definitely not excellent. The only bright spot is that he has good balance. Arthur and Hank talked one after another. They were surprisingly consistent in their evaluation of Luke, mediocre. But Ron doesn't think so. Being ordinary may seem a little mediocre to ordinary people, but it may be an advantage to agents. Being the most eye-catching focus of the crowd like Manny is not necessarily a good thing. On the contrary, it is more likely to be targeted. On the contrary, the kind of ordinary characters that you may even ignore at a glance often play a more critical role. More importantly, Luke's excellent psychological quality is not reflected in this information. Let's wait and see who will perform better, Ron said, pressing the button on the table. The disturbing alarm sounded in the room where the three people were waiting. What's going on? Manny said in panic. As soon as the voice fell, Luo's voice rang in the room. Kids, do you see the 3 boxes in the room? Open it and take out the things inside. The 3 people opened the boxes as instructed and took out 3 bags of strange styles from them. You may not know this thing. Let me introduce it to you, Ron continued in a joking voice. This thing is called a body bag. Each of you takes one and writes your name and the contact information of your immediate family members on the bag, because you may be stuffed into this bag and shipped out in a while. What? Manny was shocked. Didn't you say this is a test? Why would I die here, Uncle Ron? We are wrong. We shouldn't have a party at your house. Please let us out. Among the 3 little guys, 2 have already fallen into panic. Only Carl picked up a bench and smashed it against the door of the room, but the bench had no effect except for scratching the door. The door was much stronger than expected. Come on, this is an agent test. Do you think it's a house game in school? In the agent test, the only outcome for those you eliminate is death. Only those who survive to the end are qualified to become agents. Have you cleaned up the death chamber we searched last time? Ron covered the microphone with his hand and turned to ask Hank. It's been cleaned up and safety measures have been added. Hank showed a worried look. But isn't it a bit too cruel to use those secret rooms designed by perverts to test these children? Even if there is really no danger, no, it's not cruel at all. Don't forget, no one on the battlefield will sympathize with the opponent. If they really become agents, others will only be more cruel. Ron shook his head and took his hand away from the microphone. You will be thrown into a secret room in a while. Only those who walk out of the secret room will be qualified for recommendation to the agent school. I solemnly remind you that this is different from the secret room you played in the amusement park. If you are not careful, you will really die now. The test begins. After Ron finished speaking, a large amount of smoke suddenly came out of the sprinkler in the room, and the 3 little guys fainted soon after. Chapter 548, Escape Room. After an unknown amount of time, the 3 little guys woke up in a beautifully decorated office. What is this place? Luke rubbed his eyes. Didn't you hear what Ron said just now? This is a secret room. Manny stood up and began to search around the room. Although Ron said it's different from the ones we played outside before, I think the gameplay should be similar, all of which are to find clues and solve puzzles. There's a door but you don't want to go through it. You have to find some clues. I won't play such a childish game with you, Carl said, holding up a chair. Wait, what are you going to do? Of course, break the door open, Carl said as a matter of course. Manny stopped in front of Ron. No, that's against the rules, and it won't work for our test. You will make us all fail, I tell you. My brother-in-law Ron taught me that there are no rules, only the rules of agents, Carl said, and then he picked up the chair and slammed it against the door. The door handle fell off, but the door did not move at all. I knew it. I knew this secret room is not that simple. Look what you have done, Manny complained with his hands spread out. Carl tried hard to resist the urge to punch him in the fat face, but Luke, who had been silent all this time, noticed the strange symbol at the location where the door handle fell, bent down and took a closer look. Wait. Look, what is this? This seems to be a dial. This is a safe. Hurry up, we need to find its password now. On the other side, Ron, who saw all this in the monitoring room, nodded with satisfaction. See, what did I say before? Although Luke doesn't look very smart and his physical fitness is not as outstanding as Carl, this kid has some talents in other aspects, outstanding observation and unique psychological quality. Okay, I admit that you are right, boss. Hank stared at the monitoring screen worriedly, but I still think that throwing a few children into this murder chamber is a very irresponsible behavior. You know, a week ago, a group of perverts used this secret room to kill 5 innocent people. So far, we have not been able to find out who did all this and why they did it. To watch a show? A murder and escape show? Arthur frowned uncomfortably. There are always some rich people whose material abundance makes all the fine clothes and delicious food boring in their eyes. Then they will have fun by torturing others. You may not know that when the 5 people died in this secret room, more than 1,000 wealthy people from all over the world were watching this live broadcast through the dark web. This is a murder show? That's right, and I also found out that this secret room murder show is related to our longtime enemy Aideen. Since those little guys have the idea of joining us, it won't hurt to let them see their methods in advance, Ron said meaningfully. While he was talking, the 3 little guys had already found the password of the safe through searching in the house from the cover of a book with a screwdriver hidden in the interlayer. When Luke turned the dial and input the password, the light on the top of the secret room suddenly hummed and the temperature in the room began to rise. Luke, what did you do? I feel so hot. Is this a heating lamp? I feel like a turkey in an oven. No matter what you did, can you turn it off? No, I can't. I thought the number on the book cover was the code on the dial. It's stuck now. I can't turn it. Luke twisted the dial hard, but it didn't move. He finally started to panic. At this moment, an iron door suddenly dropped from the window of the room, completely sealing them in the room. All the lights went out, only the hot heating coil continued to provide the room with the last bit of light. Damn it, I was going to break the window. Now we're all locked in this room. Do you two have any ideas? Carl sat on the ground in frustration. I can't think of anything to get out. I'm dying of heat. Manny was so uncomfortable that he untied his tie. He was the one wearing the most clothes in the room. Maybe you should take off your damn suit first. Impossible. This is our money. I won't take it off even if I die of heat. Then you wait to be roasted into a pig in Armani? Shut up, both of you. Luke was annoyed by the two of them arguing. He turned around and yelled, but his eyes happened to sweep across a seemingly meaningless slogan on the wall and muttered, Ron said that you can always trust the coasters. What? What's wrong with the coasters? Yes. Coasters. I know, it's the coasters. Luke suddenly realized and lightly hammered his fist on his hand, and quickly rushed to the big table in the middle of the room and carefully checked the coasters on the table. Sure enough, these coasters were stuck to the table. Luke pressed the coasters hard, and an art painting on the wall next to him slid upwards to open a palm-wide gap, and Manny rushed over quickly. Oh my god, this is a passage. We may be able to get out from here. What did you do? Do it again, or is there any other way to make this passage bigger? These coasters are buttons. If we can press them at the same time, we can get out from here. Luke swept everything on the table to the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4, there are 6 in total, but there are only 3 of us. Wait, Carl, where did you get the cups? Luke was halfway through his words when he suddenly saw Carl drinking water with a cup. I got it from the water dispenser over there. Pick a few more cups and put them on the coasters. When we have 6 full, we can get out. Manny, come and help too, Luke shouted, and Manny dragged his chubby body to carry the cups with Carl. Soon, the 6 cups on the table were filled, and the iron door behind the art painting was open 5/6. This width was enough for Luke and Carl to pass through easily, but when it came to Manny, they were in trouble. Manny was a bit too plump, and when he was passing through the iron gate, he got stuck there. Fortunately, Luke and Carl pulled him out together. I told you a long time ago to eat less and lose weight. Damn it, this broken door is targeting me, Manny said aggrievedly. Wait, Carl, did you fill all the cups? Luke turned around thoughtfully and found that there was a cup with less water than the others. No, there was only a little water in the water dispenser, and I drank a little. Manny looked sad. What should I do now? I have a solution, Carl said, touching his belt. Chapter 549, Escape Room 2. Ha ha ha, Carl is such a smart guy. Ha ha ha. In the monitoring room, Ron laughed out loud. Just when they were about to be roasted by the heating coil above their heads, Carl suddenly had an idea and urinated into the cup. He gathered the weight to press the button, and the three little guys were able to pass. Boss, I have to remind you that according to the Minors Protection Act, your current behavior is a crime of peeping into children's privacy. Hank looked at his boss, who was not in good shape, and said with a headache, "It doesn't matter, Carl will definitely not mind this. Besides, I'm not the kind of pervert who likes to molest children." Ron continued to stare at the screen without blinking. The three little guys had left the burning room and came to a piece of ice and snow. At this time, Manny's fat and thick suit were useful. Luke and Carl got into Manny's suit like two quails, hugging Manny's fat to keep warm. "This place is great. Tell the Los Angeles Police Department not to tear it down and let it remain as our training ground. It would be great if we could let Sheldon in to experience it someday. If I didn't know that you and Sheldon are brothers, I would have thought you were enemies when you said that. Precisely because you are brothers, we are like enemies. Arthur, do you have a brother? Don't you have the urge to strangle him to death at some moment?" "No. If you're talking about the other kids who were trafficked to the island with me and trained to be killers, they would have killed them with their own hands when I graduated. The way we killers graduate is different from your agents or police. They will throw 100 kids together on a deserted island, leaving behind weapons and only enough food for 10 people. Those who survive after 3 days will be considered graduates." "It sounds like you had a miserable childhood." "Hi. Look, they've found a way out again. Maybe they can break the record of the two survivors." Ron was halfway through his words when, on the surveillance screen, the three little guys had broken through the second level of ice and snow and arrived at the third level, an upside-down billiard hall. "I think I need to remind you, boss, the door handles of the third level will be coated with hallucinogens. I don't think it's a wise choice to let children touch this stuff," Hank kindly reminded. "That makes sense." Ron sat up. "Hank, close the secret room, and then you and Arthur take those little guys out and tell them that except for the fattest one, they all passed." "Why?" "I think the fat kid performed well." "You can't dislike him just because of his body shape." "Right, probably because of the similar body shape," Hank said indignantly about Ron's decision. "Of course I don't dislike his body shape, but his mother doesn't let him do such a dangerous job. Besides, this child is also a good student. He will have better development in literature and art." As he spoke, Ron had already walked to the door with his coat. "The remaining two, Carl and Luke, each of you pick one to take first." "What?" Arthur and Han exclaimed. Only then did they realize why Ron took them with him to assess these little guys throughout the whole process. It turned out that he had the idea of letting them be teachers from the beginning. By the time they realized what was happening, Ron had already run away. After discussing with the president of the California Institute of Technology, a laboratory was vacated for Ron's friends to use, so they moved the research on super batteries back to Caltech. Although Ron's base is indeed much better than Caltech in terms of confidentiality, it is much worse in terms of various professional equipment. Although they have to pay a huge rental fee to the school to move the laboratory back, it is simply not worth mentioning compared to the money to buy these experimental equipment again. "Gentlemen, we have to stop work immediately." Sheldon, who had been standing in front of the whiteboard and thinking for a long time, suddenly spoke up, startling the other three. "What happened?" "I just came up with a new equation that allows us to make a super battery that is 8% to 10% smaller than the current version." "That sounds good, but Ron has agreed to the previous specifications, so we can continue with the current version," Leonard said indifferently. Howard also followed suit. "Yes, we have already invested a lot of money and energy in this version. There is no need to shrink it further." "Shame on you," Sheldon shouted indignantly. "What if all poodle breeders have the same attitude as you? We will only have standard and miniature poodles now, and we will never have toy and teacup poodles." "Sheldon, we are not talking about drugs now, we are talking about batteries now." Raj also joined the camp against Sheldon. "We don't need to make it smaller, your duty has been completed, or you can go home." Sheldon shook his head. "But I don't want to go home." "Okay, wait a minute." Howard winked at the other two friends, and the three of them gathered in a circle and discussed in a low voice. "What should we do now?" "Do you have any way to make Sheldon quiet down?" Howard asked. "How about we let him go for a walk?" Raj immediately came up with an idea, but Leonard shook his head. "I've tried this method before, it didn't work. He won't go far and will come back." "Or, let's just kill him," Howard said desperately. "If you are willing to be cut into pieces by Ron, you can try it." Leonard continued to shake his head. "Besides, even if you get Ron, He will be reborn at the last save point and continue to bother us. Then what can you do? You have been with him the longest. You should know Sheldon the best. Raj asked this, and Howard also cast his hopeful eyes on Leonard. Leonard sighed helplessly and took out an envelope from his briefcase. Alice, it seems that it is finally time to use it. After speaking, without waiting for Howard and Raj to ask him what was in it, Leonard took the envelope and walked to Hilton. Hey, my good brother, I have a gift for you. Really? Sheldon dragged out a doubtful ending. Of course, open it and have a look. Sheldon tore open the envelope. Inside was a beautiful certificate. Congratulations, the holder of this certificate will have the opportunity to enjoy the ultimate train experience. The location is the Nevada Northern Railway. You will be able to enter the cockpit, become the driver and drive the locomotive yourself. Sheldon's favorite means of transportation is the train. It is no exaggeration to say that he is a train fanatic. He has collected almost all kinds of train models in the world. Reading this, Sheldon's voice couldn't help trembling. Chapter 550 Scientific Research and Trains. It's so quiet without Sheldon here. Howard stretched comfortably in the chair. Can I ask how much you spent on that thing? $4,000, but every penny is worth it. This money will give us at least a month of peace, or even longer, Leonard said proudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the laboratory opened and Ron walked in. Leonard and the other two stood up happily. Ron, why are you here? I came to see the progress of the super battery. How is it now? Very good. We have developed a cooling solution that can reduce the size of the prototype battery to the target specification. How about it? Isn't this solution very cool? Cool has multiple meanings in English. Howard, your jokes are not funny at all, Ron said casually, and his eyes began to scan the laboratory, and finally stopped on a whiteboard. What is this? Did Sheldon write it? Nothing, just some equations that we don't need anymore. Leonard covered up with a guilty conscience. Leonard, although I graduated with a degree in literature, it doesn't mean that I know nothing about physics and mathematics. Ron looked at the contents on the whiteboard carefully. Does he want to make this super battery smaller? This is just talk. It hasn't been successfully put into practice yet. Raj's eyes flickered. Really? Ron's suspicious eyes swept across the faces of the three scientists one by one, and the three of them lowered their heads in shame. I want this plan, but we have already achieved the specifications agreed upon before. You see, Howard anxiously held up the super battery that was already mostly completed and said to Ron, then let Sheldon work harder. Wait, where's Sheldon? Ron looked around and didn't see Sheldon. Thinking of the guilty looks of the three people, he showed a half smile. Well, Leonard, you must have used that ultimate train experience coupon, right? That's right, but, Ron, let me say this, we have now spent a lot of time and money on this prototype battery. This is really a perfect plan, and the most important thing is that it can be implemented. It will take several weeks to recalculate to reduce the specifications, which will affect our delivery to Tesla and the Chinese factory, Leonard said hesitantly, and looking at the expressions of the three people, Ron finally understood where the problem was. Leonard is okay. Although he doesn't earn much, his expenses are not high. Penny's job as a medical representative can also make a lot. After all, whether in China or the United States, medical representatives are high-income groups. Penny secretly said that her current income is 2 to 3 times that of Leonard. Except that occasionally talking about money issues will make him lose face, it has no effect on Leonard himself. But the other two are different. One wife just gave birth to a child and faces a lot of pressure to raise a child. The other has just decided to become an independent man from now on and not spend a penny of the family. However, the credit card bills left by the previous extravagant consumption have not been settled yet. Even the ticket money for the comic exhibition was paid by Ron. It can be said that Raj is now counting on the success of the super battery, and then he can be proud of it in front of his father. Thinking about it this way, 2 of the 3 people are waiting to make a fortune with the battery. Okay, what you said makes sense, but I still want this. Ron pointed to the whiteboard behind him where Sheldon wrote the formula and said stubbornly. Howard said anxiously, but that plan is just talk on paper, and it's not even a complete concept. Okay, what you 3 said makes sense. Thank you for expressing it so clearly, but I have changed my mind now. You still have to make this plan. Ron tapped the whiteboard and unconsciously emphasized his tone. 10% to 15% of the size may not seem like a big deal to you, because the plan you have now is already the best in the world, and it will take others a long time to reach a similar level. But don't forget, guys, Commercial plans were originally created to supplement military use. Imagine, 10% to 15% of the space, placed on a weapon carrier, how many more bullets, shells, or a little thicker armor can be loaded. This little space may not matter to you, but on the battlefield, it may save lives. The three lowered their heads after being taught a lesson by Ron, but no one thought there was anything wrong with what Ron said. Seeing them like this, Ron knew that his preaching had worked, so he changed to a more moderate tone. Gentlemen, I think you have noticed some things in the news recently, such as the assassination of heads of state in London, the fall of the White House, etc. Behind these events, there is a very powerful opponent. Everything you are doing now is to make us more confident when fighting against them. Do you understand? We understand, Ron. Leonard and the other two nodded. Okay, let's go find Sheldon and get it back now. Come on. In the laboratory, there was a lot of wailing. Ron walked to the door and turned back to add, I forgot to say that Dufresne has already transferred the deposit. I plan to take out a part of it as a bonus. What do you think? Long live. The three cheered together. Pasadena apartment. When Raj came back from the laboratory, he was called away by his girlfriend, Ron's niece, and the number of people became 3 again. By the way, the place where they were dating was the apartment that Ron had just lent to Raj. It was so close that Alex only needed to climb over a wall. Ron, you are so generous that you let Raj live in your 2-story house and even allowed them to date in your house, while you still squeezed into an apartment with Sheldon and the others. Who can refuse an apartment that comes with free dinner? Anyway, I only sleep here a few nights at night. Ron shrugged indifferently. Besides, the one dating Raj is my niece. If they get married, do you know how much money an Indian family like Raj will prepare for an Indian boy to get married? Leonard and Howard shook their heads with gossipy expressions. I don't know, but it's definitely more than what you spent on the super battery project. You know, Raj's family is the Indian version of Iron Man. Ron just sighed, and there was a piercing sound in the apartment. Wait, what's that sound? It should be the sound of welding, Howard said as he pushed open the door. Sure enough, inside the apartment, Sheldon was wearing a welding mask and welding something with a big machine. Sheldon, what are you doing? I'm welding a locomotive. In all these years, I never realized that the real thing is much more fun than the model. Sheldon took off his mask and said excitedly. That's right. Ever since I drove a tank for the first time, I threw away all the tank models. Compared with the real thing, those things are rubbish, Ron said, while sticking his lips at Leonard and Howard, and mouthing, hurry up. It's your turn. Howard pushed Leonard again, and Leonard could only bite the bullet and say, listen, Sheldon, Ron wants us to make the super battery smaller. We can't do it without you. Interesting, I am right to say that. Sheldon folded his arms proudly. I would have been willing to help you, but since I experienced the satisfaction of adjusting the locomotive engine, I don't think I can go back to theoretical research. Now I am an engineer. Let me make it clear first, I'm a trained engineer, not a stupid engineer like you. Sheldon pulled down his mask and said to Howard, look what you have done. Ron glared at Leonard and Howard. Sheldon, you can go on your trip a few weeks later and help me make the super battery first. They can't do it without you. Sorry, I have to continue working on this locomotive so that I don't look like an idiot when I get to the railroad yard. Ron was about to continue speaking when the clever Leonard secretly pulled his clothes, and the three of them went to the apartment next door together. Why, have you come up with any good ideas? No, but I was wondering if we could ask other people in the school for help. You know, there are few people in the school who are as good as Sheldon, such as Leslie and Crispy. Stop, Ron stopped Howard before he finished speaking. This is a confidential project. The reason I asked you is because we trust each other. You don't want to have a half-finished project taken away by a traitor and sold to other companies for money, right? In that case, we won't get a penny. Or, can you try to complete this equation? The two of them stared at the formula that Ron had just copied from the photo album on the whiteboard with their eyes wide open, and they couldn't see anything from the formula until their eyes were sore. After a long time, Leonard threw the marker aside in disappointment. No. This equation is too difficult. I can't do it, for some reason. When Leonard said this, Ron's mind automatically played the background music of Ye Jian Mei for him. Well, it seems that there is only one last way. Ron picked up the marker that Leonard had thrown away and walked to the whiteboard. What method? The two looked at Ron's actions in confusion. Can you solve this equation? How is that possible? If I can calculate it, why do I need you? Ron rolled his eyes and turned to draw on the whiteboard. This is what I mean. After Ron finished drawing, when the two looked at the whiteboard again, they saw that the part that Sheldon had not calculated was filled in by Ron with all kinds of messy formulas and theorems. What the hell is this? I wrote down all the math formulas I can remember. This is from the experience of a friend who always cheated his way through exams. No matter if you know how to do it or not, you can always cheat a little effort points by writing down all the formulas and theorems first. Come on, this is ridiculous. You even wrote down the Pythagorean theorem. Howard was about to continue to criticize Ron's answer, but Leonard's eyes suddenly lit up and he took the pen from Ron. I know what you are going to do. As long as Sheldon sees this bunch of nonsense, he will definitely correct us. But what you wrote is too irrelevant. Let me add a few strokes. This, the last one is actually not even a math symbol, it is the hair of the comic character Charlie Brown. Haha, Ron, you are really a genius. After finishing the content on the whiteboard, the three returned to the other apartment and started acting. Sheldon, we don't need you at all. That's right, we solved it ourselves, it's not that difficult. The three put the whiteboard right in front of Sheldon and began to mock him to attract his attention. You are awesome, Sheldon said perfunctorily without raising his head. Why don't you take a look at the whiteboard? Look at how good Howard and Leonard are. Maybe they are better than you, Ron continued to provoke, and his words just hit Sheldon's soft spot. Sheldon was finally moved. He secretly glanced at the content on the whiteboard and quickly moved his eyes back to the train engine. A genius is a genius. He saw at a glance that what Leonard wrote on the whiteboard was all nonsense. No, thank you. I'm busy repairing this fuel pump. That's the manifold, Howard, a professional engineer, reminded. Well, it looks like I fixed it. Sheldon raised his head nonchalantly. It's all wrong there. Oh my God, did we make a mistake? Ron said to Howard and the others in an exaggerated tone. You really disappoint me. What should I do now? Which genius can help me correct it? As he said that, Ron took out a marker and waved it in front of Sheldon. Sheldon really took the bait and took the marker and walked to the whiteboard. First of all, in the same equation, relative and non-relative vectors can be used. I will only write it once, and it will not be repeated again. Sheldon went to the whiteboard and started calculating. Behind him, I and they showed expressions of conspiracy. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. Sheldon finished writing and moved away. I saw that the equation that Leonard had written incorrectly on the whiteboard was still intact, and the place where Leonard used the hair of a comic character as a mathematical symbol was drawn by Sheldon. Their plan was discovered by Sheldon from the beginning. You underestimate me, idiots. Come on, Hilton, there is no way you can give up physics, Ron said helplessly, and you don't know what you are doing. If you really want to learn about mechanics, you can let Howard teach you. Yes, I will teach you well, Howard agreed. With your new skill of repairing trains, you will definitely become the king of the model train shop. Humph, I have a girlfriend, and I am already the king of the model train shop. Sheldon crossed his arms and said proudly. Ron saw his expression and knew there was a chance. So are you willing to continue to help? What choice do I have? You need me, Sheldon said, pointing to the front part of the truck. I am like the crankshaft of this team. That's the turbocharger, Howard reminded again. Whatever it is, it looks heavy. As long as you throw this thing downstairs, I will continue to help. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.